Homestretch, a sweet African-American romance novel written by Imani, narrated by Shatrice Williams and Michael Evans. Chapter 1. The freestyle motocross arena was still shaking when he came off the landing ramp. 32,000 people on their feet, the strobes cutting through kicked-up dust in white slashes, and the sound was enormous, a living thing pressing against his ribs and the backs of his teeth. The announcer was shouting something about a 96, about a third consecutive win, about the man who made gravity look like a suggestion, and Cash could barely hear him over the roar. That was sick. A rider was straddling the scaffolding rail at the base of the launch tower, shaking his head. He'd gone 2 runs before Cash and posted a clean 89, which was a career night for most guys on the circuit. That double whip off the second hit, you know nobody else is even attempting that, right? Cash pulled his helmet off and let the air hit his face. Sweat and arena dust and the acrid bite of the pyro they'd fired during his second trick. Somebody's got to keep it interesting. Interesting. Man, the rest of us are out here trying to survive and you're doing choreography. He tossed Cash a water bottle. 9 years and you're still out here acting like physics don't apply. Fans were pressing against the rope line, phones up, voices tangling into a wall of sound that had no edges and no end. A girl held a poster with his name in glitter. A kid in a replica jersey was trying to climb the barrier, and security was waving Cash toward the tunnel, but he stopped. Signed the kid's jersey, gave the girl a grin that would live on her camera roll for a year, and walked backward into the tunnel while the arena went up one more time. He was good at this. He was the best at this. The hallway beneath the stands smelled like concrete and fried food, and the ozone hum of too many generators running hot. His team was there. Handshakes, back slaps, numbers rattled at him before he'd unclipped his chest protector. Sponsorship people wanted a word. Media wanted 2. His manager wanted 30 minutes and a signature on something. Cash moved through all of it with the easy, just ahead of the room energy he'd been perfecting since he was 17 years old, saying the right things, laughing at the right moments, being exactly the man 32,000 people had paid to see. 2 hours later, he was alone. The hotel room could have been any hotel room in any city on any stop of the last 9 years. White sheets, brown curtains, a television he hadn't turned on, a window overlooking a parking lot that looked like every parking lot he'd ever stared at in the small hours when the adrenaline was draining and the quiet crept in. He sat on the edge of the bed in gym shorts with his phone face down on his knee and the silence pressed in on all sides. This was the part nobody filmed. The crowd was still in his body. He could feel it in his pulse, the low hum behind his chest, the residual electricity that always took hours to drain. But the thing the noise was supposed to fill was already thinning, dissolving into the beige nothing of the room, and underneath it sat the feeling he'd spent 9 years trying to outrun. The suspicion that the roar had nothing to do with him, not really. That it was sound aimed at a silhouette, and the second the silhouette stepped out of the light, there would be nothing there worth looking at. 26 years old, 9 years pro, a name people shout in arenas. And you're sitting in a hotel room that doesn't know your name. He picked up the phone and called his mother. She answered on the second ring. "My baby won again. You watching?" "Malachi had it on at the diner. Half the town saw your run. Amy said you flew higher than a fool with no sense, but she said it proud." He laughed, and the laugh sounded thin against the walls. "That's fair." "You all right?" The question landed on something tender. "I'm fine, Mama." She could pack an entire interrogation into 2 syllables. Cash lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling and let the silence do what silence always did between them, which was to make the truth louder than whatever he'd said to cover it. "I've been thinking about coming home for a while," he said. "The summer, maybe. Dad's place needs deciding about." The pause on her end was careful. She had been let down by this sentence before, or some version of it, and the carefulness was not anger. It was wry, practiced patience. She loved her son completely, and she had learned to wait for his follow-through before she set a place at the table. "That would be nice, Cassius. I mean it this time. I know you mean it every time, baby." That one caught him somewhere soft. He rubbed his eyes with his free hand and listened to the sounds behind her voice, the faint clatter of her kitchen, the tree frogs through whatever window she had open, the living sounds of a life lived in one place for a long time. "I'll drive down this week," he said. "A couple months, maybe the whole summer." "Well?" He could hear the smile she was holding back, the one she wouldn't fully release until his truck was in her driveway. "I'll tell a couple of folks." By the time he loaded the truck 3 days later, a couple of folks was the whole of Main Street. Malachi had mentioned it at the diner. Joanne had told a customer at Roasted Beans. Rochelle had told everyone, because Rochelle Stevens Walters did not traffic in restraint when it came to news worth sharing. And the Sweetgum Roundup Committee, which had been planning the annual rodeo and fair weekend for months, had put his name on the bill before he'd crossed the county line. Cash drove south with the windows down, 9 years of arena dust in the rear view, and told himself the irony was something else entirely. He had come home aching for one quiet hour, and he had let them print his name on a poster the minute he arrived. But the poster felt good. That was the problem. It always felt good. The floodlights turned the dirt white. The Sweetgum Roundup Arena had nothing in common with the stadiums he'd spent the last 9 years filling. Dirt and steel panels, wooden grandstands that creaked when the crowd shifted, a sound system held together with zip ties and local pride, and the crowd was maybe 3,000 people, and Cash had never seen anything more beautiful in his life. Behind the bucking chutes, the air was close and electric. Dust hung in the floodlights like gold gauze. The bulls shifted in their pens, 1,500 pounds of muscle and bad intentions, their hooves thudding dull against the packed earth. The announcer's voice rolled across the grandstand, 20 years of calling this show, warming every syllable. Beyond the arena fence, the fair spread into the summer dark, food booths trailing smoke, game tents lit from inside, and the colored lights of a Ferris wheel turning slow against the tree line. Morris Calloway was leaning on the chute rail beside him, one boot up on the lowest bar, arms folded across his chest. His silver rodeo buckle caught the floodlights every time he shifted his weight. "You sure about this?" Morris had the deep, unhurried voice of someone who'd been around livestock his entire life and found most human behavior only slightly less unpredictable. "You haven't been on a bull in, 6 years?" "7. Cash was working rosin into his riding glove, the smell sharp and familiar, the old habit coming back into his hands like a song he'd never quite forgotten. "But I rode rough stock before I rode bikes. It's all balance." "It's not all balance. It's also 1,500 pounds of animal that wants you on the ground." "Morris, I was born for this." "Nobody was born for getting thrown off a bull, Cash. That's not how biology works." Cash grinned. The grin came easy and always had, bright and reckless and just arrogant enough to make you believe he could do whatever he said he could do. "Watch and learn, brother." Morris shook his head, but the corner of his mouth twitched, and that was as close to a blessing as Morris Calloway ever gave. The grandstand was packed. Cash could see his mother in the 4th row, sitting with a cluster of women who'd known him since he was small. She was glowing, her face warm with the kind of pride that only comes from watching your child walk into a room and own it. She caught his eye and raised both hands, palms out, fingers spread, the gesture she'd given him before his first moto run, his first competition, his first everything. "Show them what you've got." The announcer called his name. The crowd came alive, not arena alive, not 30,000 strangers alive, Sweetgum alive, 3,000 people who knew his name and his mama's name and the street he'd grown up on, hollering for the boy who left and came back golden. Cash climbed the chute and settled onto the bull. The animal was a brindle cross named Copperhead, heavy in the shoulders, known for a hard left spin out of the gate. Cash could feel the heat of him through his jeans, the coiled violence in every breath, the muscles shifting like tectonic plates beneath a surface that only looked still. He wrapped the rope around his gloved hand, once, twice, tucked the tail, pressed his fist into the bull's back. The rosin gripped, the rope bit in and held. 8 seconds. That was all there was. 8 seconds of holding on to something that wanted nothing more than to throw you into the dirt and walk on you. He nodded. The gate swung. Copperhead came out spinning, and the world went sideways. The first jump was a hard, wrenching buck that snapped Cash's head back and tried to pitch his hips forward over the rope, and he countered by driving his heels down and tucking his chin, absorbing the shock with his core instead of fighting it with his grip. The bull reversed. Left spin, tight and mean, a rotation that smeared the arena into a whirling ring of light and noise. Cash's free hand went up and stayed up, fingers spread, his body reading the animal's rhythm like a surfer reading a wave, every correction happening somewhere below thought, somewhere in the muscle and bone and nerve that had been testing gravity since he was old enough to climb. The crowd was screaming. He could hear it underneath the pounding, underneath the grunt of the bull and the creak of the rope and the blood roaring in his own ears. A sound with no edges. A sound that poured over him like water and filled every empty place he had. There it is. The bull kicked high, a sun-fishing twist that lifted Cash's whole body off the back, and for half a second he was weightless, connected by nothing but the wrap on his hand and sheer, impossible stubbornness. He came back down hard, absorbed it, dug in, felt the bull gather beneath him, furious and alive, and rode the next 3 bucks like they were the last 3 seconds of his life, because they might as well have been. The buzzer sounded. 8 seconds. Cash threw his leg over and hit the dirt running, boots digging into the arena floor, and the pickup riders closed on Copperhead, and the crowd was a wall of noise, every voice in Sweetgum pouring into the summer night at once. He pulled off the borrowed hat he'd taken from Morris at the chutes and raised it to the grandstand, and the sound doubled and then doubled again. 93! The announcer's voice cracked on the number. 93, ladies and gentlemen. That is a new Sweetgum Roundup record. Cassius Greer, give it up for the hometown boy. The grandstand shook. People were standing, clapping, shouting things he couldn't separate into words. It was there in his chest, the same feeling he chased on the moto circuit, the same hit that made every hotel room and every empty highway and every slow hour worth enduring. The world was watching him, and when the world watched, he existed. His mother found him in the crush. She came through the crowd as she always had, small and determined and completely uninterested in waiting for a path to open, and she grabbed him by both arms and held on. Her eyes were bright, and her grip was fierce, and she didn't speak for a while, just held her son while the noise went on around them. "That's my boy," she said finally, and her voice was steady and her face was proud, and that alone was worth every mile of the drive home. Cash held her and let the moment pour through him, the noise and the dirt and the floodlights and the small, sure hands of the woman who'd raised him. And underneath it, sitting quiet in the place he never looked at directly, was the thing that always sat there. The suspicion that without the noise, without the crowd, without the watching, he was nobody at all. That the second the lights cut and the arena emptied and the last voice stopped saying his name, he would thin out to nothing and be forgotten. He squeezed her hands and let her go and turned toward the chutes. And that was when he saw her. She was at the far gate, walking a bay mare out of the arena, her back to the grandstand. Her walk belonged to someone who had never once adjusted her pace for a crowd. She'd run barrels earlier in the evening, a 14.9 that won the event clean, and from what he'd caught she had taken the ribbon and walked her horse out without so much as a wave to the stands. He hadn't been paying attention then. He was paying attention now. Rayne Ellison. They'd gone to the same school. They'd circled each other for years, both fast, both a little reckless, a current between them that had never turned into anything because he was already halfway out the door before either of them could figure out what to do with it. She was the kind of presence you felt before you placed, a stillness that drew the eye precisely because it wasn't trying to. He crossed to the gate before he had a plan for what he'd say when he got there. "Rayne," she turned. Up close, the calm was even more pronounced. She had her mare's lead rope in one hand and a half-empty water bottle in the other, and she looked at him as if he were a neighbor who'd come by to borrow a wrench. Pleasant, unhurried, completely unmoved by the fact that the arena behind him was still shaking with 3,000 people calling his name. Cash. She said it like it was just what he was called, no weight on it, no shine. That was a clean ride. 93, I heard. He waited. The congratulations, the spark of admiration, the bright-eyed look he was used to getting from every single person who watched him do what he did. None of it came. She took a sip of water and ran her free hand along the mare's neck, and her attention was on the horse. "You're not impressed," he said, and meant it to land light, and it came out straighter than he intended. "I'm not unimpressed. A 93 is a 93. She looked at him then, full and level, and her gaze was the steadiest thing he'd encountered all night. "You're exactly who everybody always knew you'd be, Cash. Congratulations." She turned and walked the mare toward the trailer lot, and she did not look back. Cash stood at the gate with the noise of the arena behind him and the dust settling in the floodlights and a sharp, strange thing lodged in his chest that he could not name. 3,000 people had just screamed for him, and the one face that hadn't clapped was the one he could not stop seeing. "She's something, isn't she?" He turned. Rochelle Stevens Walters was leaning against the fence rail a few feet away, her silver-threaded braids catching the light, a cup of lemonade in her hand and the expression on her face that meant she had seen everything and was going to say exactly as much of it as she wanted. "Ms. Rochelle?" He kissed her cheek, and the gesture was genuine. Rochelle was the kind of woman you were glad to see, even when she was about to say something that would follow you home. "That was quite a ride, baby. Your granddaddy would have hollered himself hoarse." "Thank you, ma'am." "Now?" She took a slow sip of lemonade and looked toward the trailer lot where Rayne's taillights were pulling out. "You should know that girl is not going to clap for you on account of a crowd. Half this town is out here screaming your name, and that's fine. You earned it, but Rayne Ellison has never been half of anything." She patted his arm, firm and warm. "Welcome home, Cassius." She held the look for one beat longer, a look that said she had a great deal more to say and was choosing generously to save it. Then she patted his arm one more time and headed back toward the fair, lemonade in hand, braids swinging, folding into the noise and the colored lights, as if she'd been part of the landscape her whole life. Which she had. The arena lights buzzed above him. The last of the bull riders were packing up behind the chutes, and the Ferris wheel turned slow against the summer sky, and somewhere past the fairgrounds the night was warm and heavy with pine and red clay, frogs singing in the creek bottoms, the sound of a place that had been here before him and would be here long after. He looked at the dark where Rayne's taillights had been. Exactly who everybody always knew you'd be. It should have been a compliment. He could not figure out why it felt like a dare.
Chapter 2. The feed room smelled like sweet grain and cedar shavings, and the barn was already warm with first light coming through the loft slats when Rayne heard her father's boots on the concrete aisle. "Your mare's favoring her left hind." He stood in the doorway with his coffee, hat pushed back, watching her work. "Might be the footing. That arena was packed tighter than I've seen it. I felt it on the third barrel." Rayne hefted a bag of grain onto the wheelbarrow and dusted her palms on her jeans. "I'll wrap her after I finish in here. She's stiff, not lame." He nodded. That was his way. He'd already checked the leg himself and come to the same conclusion, but he wanted to hear her say it. Her father did not give compliments about horsemanship. He gave nods, and if you read them correctly, you could tell the difference between your right and the silence that meant you hadn't looked hard enough. She loaded the wheelbarrow with the morning's feed portions and rolled it down the aisle, stopping at each stall. 6 horses in the main barn, another 4 in the lower pasture shelter. Wildwind was not a showplace. The fencing was sound and the barn roof didn't leak, and the pastures were rotated on a schedule her father had kept for 30 years. And beyond that, the ranch didn't bother with impressing anyone. It was a working spread, built for the animals and the people who tended them. And Rayne had loved it her whole life, with the kind of love that didn't require explanation because the evidence was everywhere she looked. Her father had followed her down the aisle and was leaning on the stall door of the bay mare, running his hand along the horse's neck. "Crowd was something last night," he said. The words dropped casually, as if he were mentioning Rayne. That Greer boy put on a show. He did. 93 on Copperhead. That's no joke. That bull has thrown everybody who's climbed on him for the last 4 years. Rayne measured out the mare's feed and poured it into the trough, watching her nose into it and begin to eat, the stiffness in her hind leg visible only in how she shifted her weight when she lowered her head. He's a good rider. He was always a good rider. I heard he's staying the summer. I heard that too. Her father sipped his coffee and waited. He was a patient man, and he understood that the distance between what Rayne said and what she meant was usually a choice she'd made on purpose. Half the town's acting like the second coming rolled in on a flatbed, Rayne said, and her voice was dry but not unkind. Malachi had the moto broadcast up at the diner last week. Joanne told me she sold out of pastries the morning the word got around. You'd think nobody in Sweetgum had ever left and come back before. Most people who leave don't break arena records when they come back. Most people who leave don't come back at all. She said it simply, without bitterness, and moved to the next stall. Her father let it sit. He was good at letting things sit. A truck turned up the gravel drive, and a minute later Luis came through the barn doors with his thermos and his tool belt, already rolling up his sleeves. He'd worked Wildwind since before Rayne was born, a close-mouthed man with scarred hands and an opinion about everything he chose not to share. He nodded at her father, touched the brim of his cap toward Rayne, and went to check the water troughs without being asked. "Morning, Luis. Morning. Heard the roundup was a good one. Greer boy rode a 93? So they tell me. Huh?" He gave it the same weight her father gave a sound that contained an entire conversation and offered none of it. He walked on toward the lower pasture, and Rayne smiled at his back. Wildwind people were not by nature excitable. The truth was, she understood the excitement. Cash Greer had left Sweetgum at 17 with a duffel bag and a borrowed truck, and turned himself into a name that people shouted in stadiums. And then he'd come home and climbed on a bull he hadn't ridden in 7 years and posted a score that would stand until somebody invented a new way to stay on. That was worth cheering for. She could acknowledge a 93 as she'd acknowledge a clean surgical cut or a perfectly timed engine rebuild. She could admire the craft without confusing it with the man. That was the part the rest of the town seemed to have trouble with. She finished the morning feed and walked back through the barn to the tack room, where her saddle sat on its rack beside a row of halters and lead ropes, and the worn leather chaps she only used for brush riding. The barn cats scattered when she came through. One orange Tom launching himself off a hay bale with the offended dignity of a creature who believed he owned the place, which, by most measures, he did. Outside, the morning was already filling with heat. June had come in close and damp, the kind of summer that sat on your shoulders by 8 o'clock and didn't lift until after dark. The pastures ran east from the barn in long green rolls, the grass still holding the last of the dew, and beyond them, the tree line thickened into the red clay hills where the old logging roads wound through pine and scrub oak, and the land turned wild. That was her other country. The back hills, the fire roads, the creek beds where the red clay ran slick after rain. She'd been riding those trails on dirt bikes since she was 14. First on a hand-me-down 125 her cousin had outgrown. Then on machines she'd rebuilt in the barn with grease under her nails and a shop manual propped open on the workbench. By the time she was 18, she was fast enough to draw attention from people who paid attention to that sort of thing. And she'd had a conversation with a woman from a regional team who told her she had the talent and the instinct and the riding IQ to go pro. She hadn't gone. People liked to turn that into a story, and the story was always wrong. The version that circulated in Sweetgum, the one she'd heard repeated so often it had calcified into local gospel, was that Rayne Ellison had almost made it but chose the safe thing instead. That she'd looked at the road and gotten scared and come back to the ranch and settled. People said it with warmth, usually, with the gentle approval reserved for sensible choices. But the warmth had a floor under it, and the floor was the assumption that she had given something up. She hadn't given anything up. She had looked at 2 lives, both of them real, and chosen the one that fit. The pro circuit was noise and travel and a body that aged out by 30, and at the end of it, you were somebody who used to be fast. Wildwind was land and animals and work that would outlast her, and the riding was better here anyway, because nobody was scoring it. She rode the back hills for the same reason she ran barrels, because the thing itself was the thing, not what anybody thought about it while they watched. She'd started the Red Clay Riders 3 years ago, an invitation-only dirt bike club that rode private land on Wildwind's back acreage and the fire roads beyond. The name was her father's idea, dry and obvious, which was his preference in most things. The rules were simple. Ride your own pace, don't tear up trail the next rider needs, and leave the land better than you found it. No spectators, no scores, no cameras. 12 riders at the most, and half of them on any given weekend, and the riding was some of the best she'd ever done. The club met Saturday mornings, early, before the heat thickened. Tomorrow she'd lead them through the Upper Creek bed route if the rain held off, a technical line that wound through a pine corridor and dropped into a switchback section where the clay got loose and your front tire had to read the ground for you. She was already thinking about it, mapping the line in her head, when her father's voice came from the barn door behind her. "You going to wrap that leg or stare at the hills all morning?" "Both." She turned back toward the barn. "I contain multitudes." "You contain stubbornness and a thermos of cold coffee." "Get in here," she went. The mare stood still while Rayne wrapped the hind leg, working the standing bandage in smooth, overlapping turns, her hands steady and certain. The stiffness was in the tendon, not the joint. 2 days of rest and cold hosing, and she'd be sound. This horse had carried Rayne through 4 Roundup Barrel championships and never once flinched at the turn, and Rayne owed her better than a hard arena floor, and she said so, half under her breath, while she worked. Her father was sitting on the tack trunk across the aisle, hat on his knee, watching. "You ran a good race last night," he said. "That third barrel was tight." "It was loose, actually. I drifted wide by a foot. Could have shaved 2/10 off if I'd held the line. 14.9 won by a full second. Winning and running clean aren't the same thing." He looked at her for a long beat, and the look had a warmth in it that he would never have put into words. Then he put his hat back on and stood. "You and that Greer boy, both out there chasing fractions of seconds, circling each other since you were 15 years old and neither one of you ever did a thing about it." Rayne's hands paused on the bandage, just for a beat. She smoothed the last turn and fastened the Velcro and stood up. "We didn't circle each other. You circled. We were in the same classes. We rode in the same county. That's geography, Daddy, not circling." He was doing the thing her mother used to do, where 2 syllables carried the weight of an entire cross-examination. Rayne wiped her hands on her jeans and put the bandage supplies back on the shelf and refused to take the bait. But the barn was peaceful, and the mare was eating, and the morning had that still, unhurried quality where the mind wandered whether you gave it permission or not. And her father wasn't wrong. She had been aware of Cash Greer since she was 15 years old. Not in love, not pining, not any of the soft-focused things people like to imagine. Aware. The kind of awareness one fast animal keeps for another entering its field. She had clocked him like a loose horse on a trail ride, an alert that was partly recognition and partly calculation. How fast? How reckless? How much space do I need to give this? They had been the 2 fastest kids in Sweetgum. That was the truth of it, stripped of everything else. Both of them on dirt bikes before they had driver's licenses. Both of them on horses before they could spell. Both of them wired for speed and risk in a town that moved at the pace of sweet tea on a porch rail. They'd ridden the same trails and competed in the same junior rodeo events and found each other in the corners of the same rooms for 3 years of high school, and the charge between them had been real and constant and never once acted on. Because Cash Greer had always been leaving. She'd known it before he did. She could see it in him at 16, the restlessness, his eyes always going past the tree line toward something bigger, the grin he put on for a crowd that was already practicing for the stadiums he hadn't found yet. He was built for departure, and she was built for roots. And by the time he'd loaded that borrowed truck and driven north, she had felt something close and something open in the same breath, and she had gone on with her life. That was 10 years ago. She had not spent those years waiting. She had built a riding program and a ranch operation and a life she was proud of. And if there had been men in those 10 years, and there had been, she had liked them fine and let them go without drama when it became clear that liking fine was all she had. The thing she didn't do, the thing she had trained out of herself with the same discipline she brought to a barrel turn, was fall for someone who was going to leave. She had watched her mother's sister love a man like that, a long-haul trucker who was home 4 days a month and gone the rest. And she had watched the waiting hollow her aunt out from the inside until the woman who came back from the mailbox every afternoon was thinner and quieter than the one who'd walked out to it. Rayne did not intend to become that woman. She did not intend to arrange her life around someone else's departures. So when Cash Greer had crossed that arena last night, cutting through the crowd toward her at the far gate like she was the only person in 3,000 worth walking to, she had let herself feel the old pull for exactly as long as it took to identify it, and then she had set it down. He was taller than she remembered. His shoulders had filled out. His voice had deepened into something that caught and held in a room. And when she'd told him he was exactly who everybody always knew he'd be, she had meant it as a true thing and also as a wall, because the fact remained, leaving was what Cash Greer did, and he would do it again, and she was not going to stand in the space where his taillights had been and wonder. And yet, the smallest thread. Not a pull, not a longing, not anything so dramatic. Just a question she hadn't managed to file as completely as she'd wanted to. She had seen his face in the half-second after she'd said it, the way the grin stalled and something less practiced surfaced, and for one breath she had wondered whether there was a person behind the performance, whether there was a man under the showman who might, if you scraped away enough of the crowd noise, be worth the trouble of knowing. She'd driven home with the windows down and the question sitting in the passenger seat, and she'd gone to bed and slept soundly, and she'd woken up this morning and come to the barn and fed the horses and wrapped her mare's leg, and the question was still there, patient, taking up no more space than a stone in her pocket. She left it where it was. It could stay there. It didn't require an answer, and she wasn't going to go looking for one. Outside, the sun had cleared the tree line, and the heat was moving in for the day. The lower pasture horses were moving toward the shade of the creek willows, and somewhere in the back hills, a hawk was making wide circles over the fire road where she'd ride tomorrow. Wildwind lay in every direction, green and familiar and entirely hers, a life chosen with both eyes open and held with both hands. Her father came out of the barn and stood beside her on the gravel drive, fitting his hat against the glare. The coffee in his hand had gone cold, and he drank it anyway, because wasting coffee was, in his estimation, a character flaw. "That leg's going to be fine," Rayne said. "I know it is. You wrapped it." They stood there for a minute, watching the horses, saying nothing, the morning already full of the sounds that had been the soundtrack of her entire life. The barn swallows looping through the eaves, the creak of the pasture gate in the breeze, the low hum of the well pump kicking on. Her father finished his cold coffee and set the mug on the porch rail and put his hand on her shoulder, brief and firm, how he ended every conversation that mattered. "Good race, baby girl. 14-9 on that footing is something." He went back inside. The screen door closed behind him, and Rayne stood in the morning heat with her whole life spread out around her, sound and green and exactly where she wanted to be. The stone in her pocket didn't move. She let it stay.
Chapter 3. Malachi Young had a gift for making you feel like the most important person in the room, while simultaneously letting you know that he had 6 other tables and a kitchen to run, and would appreciate it if you ordered sometime this century. The breakfast rush had thinned to the regulars, and Amy's cinnamon rolls were perfuming the whole room from the kitchen pass. Hometown hero. He set a glass of sweet tea in front of Cash without being asked. "Everybody in this diner has told me about your ride at least twice. I watched the replay. You're lucky that bull didn't kill you. I had it under control." "You had nothing under control. You had adrenaline and a prayer. Amy says hello, by the way. She's back there working on a peach cobbler situation that I've been told not to interfere with. Smart man. Survival instinct. Malachi leaned on the counter and folded his arms. He ran the front of Rochelle's old-fashioned diner with the easy authority of someone who'd grown into the place until the place fit him. And the breakfast crowd this morning was thick with people who wanted to shake Cash's hand, clap his back, tell him they'd watched him on television, tell him they knew his mama, tell him his granddaddy would have been proud. Cash had been at the counter for 12 minutes and had finished exactly 0% of his breakfast. You eating or holding court? Malachi said. Both. Cash forked into the eggs Malachi had put in front of him and realized he was starving. The eggs were perfect. The grits were better. A woman 2 stools down leaned over and told him she'd been praying for him ever since she heard he was coming home, and Cash thanked her and meant it and ate another bite and felt the warm sweetness of being known in a place where knowing you was not a transaction. From the kitchen, the smell of Amy's peach cobbler drifted through the pass-through window and spread over the counter like a warm hand on a shoulder. The diner was warm and full and smelled like coffee and biscuits and the morning itself. Light came through the front windows and fell across the counter in wide, golden bars. An older couple argued gently about whether the roundup parking had been adequate. A little girl sat in a booth drawing horses on a paper placemat, her legs swinging. This is what you came home for, he thought. And then right behind it, this isn't enough and you know it. He pushed the second thought down and asked Malachi for more coffee. So what's your plan? Malachi poured without looking, a skill bartenders and short-order cooks develop after enough years of doing it. You here for the summer, or is this a long weekend with a bull? The summer, maybe longer. I've got my dad's land to deal with. That's a piece of ground. You thinking of selling? Thinking about it. Haven't decided. Malachi set the pot down and gave him a look that was friendly and direct and slightly too perceptive. You should ride out that way before you decide anything. The backcountry's changed since you left. Rayne Ellison's got a dirt bike club running the fire roads on weekends. She and her crew have been riding that land and the hills around it for a couple years now. If you sell to somebody who fences it off, you'll have 12 very unhappy people on your porch. Cash's fork stopped mid-bite. Rayne has a dirt bike club. The Red Clay Riders. Invitation only, private land, no grandstanding. They ride Saturday mornings. Malachi glanced at the clock on the wall. As in, right about now. Where? Out past Wildwind's back pasture, where the fire roads start. You know the turnoff past the old Greer gate. Cash knew the turnoff. He'd ridden it on a hand-me-down 80cc when he was 12 years old, back when the fire roads were just overgrown tracks between the pines and nobody rode them but kids too young for a license and too fast for their own good. Appreciate it, Malachi. He left a 20 on the counter and stood. You haven't finished your eggs. Save them for me. I'm not saving your eggs, Cash. This isn't a hotel. But Cash was already halfway to the door, and Malachi shook his head and cleared the plate and moved on to the next table, because the diner didn't stop for anyone, not even the hometown hero. He heard them before he saw them. The sound of dirt bikes on a fire road carries differently than it does in a stadium. No PA system, no crowd roar, no reverb off concrete walls. Just the raw, unfiltered crack of two-strokes echoing through pine and the whine of engines working hard against terrain that wasn't built to be ridden. Cash parked his truck at the old Greer gate and pulled his bike off the tailgate and stood at the edge of the tree line, listening. The fire road wound uphill from the gate through a stand of longleaf pines, the red clay track rutted and washed from last week's rain. Roots crossed the trail like exposed tendons. The ground was loose in patches and hard-packed in others, and the grade changed every 50 yards, so the surface your tire bit into at the base of a climb was nothing like the surface waiting at the top. This was not a groomed track. This was the land doing whatever it wanted, and you either read it or you ate dirt. He geared up, kicked the engine over, and rode in. The first quarter mile was fine, better than fine. The bike felt good under him, the balance second nature, and the trail opened up into a wide section where he could carry speed through a sweeping turn and feel the back end drift just enough to remind him he was alive. He grinned inside his helmet. 9 years on the pro circuit and a summer back in the red clay, and his body still remembered this, the first kind of riding he'd ever loved. Then the trail narrowed. The wide fire road pinched into a single-track corridor between the pines, the canopy closing overhead, the light going from full sun to dappled shadow in the space of 10 feet. The surface changed under him, dry clay giving way to a slick, root-laced descent that dropped into a creek bed and climbed sharply up the other side. His front tire caught a root he didn't see, and the handlebars kicked sideways, and he saved it with a hard lean that cost him all his momentum and left him standing at the bottom of the climb with his boot in the creek and his pride somewhere behind him on the trail. From above, on the far side of the creek bed, he heard laughter. Rayne was sitting on her bike at the top of the climb, visor up, 1 foot on the ground. Behind her, 6 or 7 other riders were strung along the trail in various states of rest, water bottles out, helmets tilted back. The pine corridor framed them against a sky that was already turning white with heat, and Rayne looked like she'd been waiting for him to show up and wipe out for approximately the last 10 years. "You lost," she said. "Malachi told me about the club." He pulled his boot out of the creek and tried to make the gesture look intentional. It did not look intentional. Malachi talks too much. She wasn't angry. If anything, the edge of her mouth suggested she was working hard not to enjoy this. "This is private land, Cash. Invitation only. Consider this my application. Applications go through me. I'm talking to you." She looked at him from the top of the hill, and he looked at her from the bottom of a creek bed with red clay on his boots and creek water soaking through his left sock, and the distance between them was not just elevation. "You can ride the rest of the loop," she said after a beat, "but you ride behind me and you don't show off. This is trail, not a stadium. The ground will humble you faster than I will. The ground already humbled me. That root had it in for me. That root's been there since before you were born. It didn't have anything in for you. You just didn't look." She dropped her visor, kicked the bike into gear, and rode on without checking to see if he followed. He followed. The next 2 miles were an education. Rayne rode the trail as she'd ridden out of the arena at the roundup, with a fluid, unhurried precision that made every line look obvious in hindsight and impossible in real time. She read the surface 3 moves ahead, her weight shifts small and exact, her throttle control so smooth that her engine note barely changed between flat ground and a 30-degree climb. Cash rode behind her and tried to match her lines and missed half of them and caught the other half a beat late, which on this terrain was the difference between clean and sloppy. The humbling part was not that she was better. The humbling part was that she wasn't trying to be. She was just riding. The same trail she rode every Saturday, and the gap between them came down to one thing: knowledge. She knew this ground, and he did not, and all his speed and all his arena trophies meant nothing on a trail where the clay shifted under your wheels, and the only audience was a hawk circling overhead. They came around a long, climbing switchback and stopped at a clearing where the rest of the group had gathered. Cash pulled up beside Rayne and killed his engine, and the stillness rushed in, pine and wind and the tick of cooling metal, and he realized he was breathing hard, and she was not. "There's a technical section below the ridge," she said, pulling off her gloves. "Tight line through a root garden, drops into a switchback, clay gets loose on the exit. I'll run it first. You can follow if you want, or you can take the bypass." "I'll follow." She looked at him, level and assessing, the same look she'd given him at the roundup gate, and nodded. She took the line clean. Every rider in the clearing could see it, the way she threaded through the root garden with her front wheel picking the gaps, her body centered and still over the bike, the switchback taken in one smooth arc that carried her momentum into the loose clay exit without a single correction. She made it look like the trail had been built for her, when the truth was she'd built herself for the trail. Cash went next. He took the root garden well enough, finding most of her gaps, his instincts good even when his knowledge lagged. The switchback was tighter than he expected, and he entered it too fast, and the rear wheel broke loose on the clay exit and kicked wide, and he caught it with a foot dab that left a long scrape in the dirt and cost him every ounce of style he'd carried into the section. From the clearing above, someone clapped slowly. Someone else whistled. Rayne was waiting at the bottom, helmet tilted back, arms crossed over her handlebars. "Not bad," she said, "for a stadium rider. I'll take that line cleaner next time. You'll take it cleaner when you stop trying to carry speed through turns that don't want speed. That switchback rewards patience, and patience is not your strong suit. You don't know what my strong suit is. I watched you ride for the last 2 miles. I know exactly what your strong suit is." She tilted her head, and something in her expression shifted from assessment to something warmer, or at least less guarded. "You're fast, and you're fearless, and you trust your body. Those are real things. But out here, fast and fearless will put you in a creek bed." "Already been there today." I noticed. The corner of her mouth moved. Not quite a smile, the negotiations for a smile. "Tell you what, next Saturday, same ride. If you take that switchback clean, I buy it roasted beans. If you dab again, you buy. That's not a fair bet. You've ridden this trail 100 times. Probably 200. Are you in or not? I'm in." She held his gaze for a beat, then dropped her visor and rode back toward the clearing, and Cash sat where the switchback leveled out, on a bike that was not built for crowds and in country that did not care about his name, and felt something shift in his chest. Not the arena feeling, not the crowd rush, not the 30,000 people hit. Something quieter, something he did not have a name for yet. Back at the clearing, the riders were packing up, trading water bottles, pulling on gloves. A kid was standing next to Cash's truck, bouncing on his toes. He looked about 15, all limbs and barely contained energy, and he was staring at Cash with an expression that Cash recognized immediately because he'd seen it in 1,000 arena tunnels. Pure, uncomplicated hero worship. "You're Cash Greer." The kid said it like a fact he'd been holding in his mouth for the last hour and couldn't contain anymore. "I watch all your runs, the double whip you did at the Southeastern. I've watched that clip like 40 times. How do you get the rotation on the second hit? Is it hips or shoulders? Because I've been practicing on the kicker behind my house and I can get the first whip, but the second one, I can't figure out the timing." "Slow down." Cash pulled off his helmet and grinned, and the grin was real. "What's your name?" "Trey." "Trey, you ride with the club?" "When they let me. Rayne says I have good instincts, but I ride ahead of my skill, which is her way of saying I'm going to break something." "She's probably right. She's always right. It's annoying." Trey shifted his weight from one foot to the other, vibrating. "Can I see your bike? Is that the same setup you run on the circuit? What suspension are you running? Can I sit on it?" Cash laughed. It felt different from the laughs he produced in tunnels and press rooms, the ones that were calibrated and bright and aimed at cameras. This one came from somewhere lower and less practiced. "You can sit on it. Don't start it." Trey was on the bike before Cash finished the sentence, gripping the handlebars, making throttle sounds with his mouth that he was clearly too old for and equally clearly didn't care about. A woman standing by a pickup truck at the edge of the clearing, arms folded, shook her head and called over. "Trey, leave that man alone. He didn't come out here to babysit." "I'm not babysitting. We're having a professional consultation. You're making engine sounds with your mouth. That's part of it." Cash looked at the kid on his bike, all that unfiltered excitement, all that hunger to be fast and fearless and exactly like the man he'd watched on a screen, and felt two things at once: the warm pull of being admired, which was the oldest drug he knew, and a flicker of something else, a thought he couldn't quite hold, about what it cost to sell a kid on the idea that the crowd was the point. The woman walked over and put a hand on Trey's shoulder, pulling him gently off the bike. "Sorry about him. He doesn't have an off switch." "He's fine," Cash said. "Good instincts. Rayne's right about that." Trey beamed like a kid on Christmas morning, and his mother steered him toward their truck with firm, practiced redirection, honed by 15 years of managing this child's enthusiasms. Trey looked back over his shoulder as he went, already forming his next question, his whole body angled toward Cash like a compass needle finding north. See you next Saturday, Trey called. Cash raised a hand. I'll be here. The clearing emptied out. Engines started. Trucks pulled away one by one. The fire road dust sifted down in the morning heat. Trey's face, bright and certain, stayed in Cash's mind as he loaded his bike onto the tailgate and drove back toward the main road with red clay caked on his boots and creek water drying in his sock and the unfamiliar, unsettling quiet of a morning where nobody had clapped.
Chapter 4. He was already at the counter when she walked in, talking to Joanne about espresso, like someone who had opinions on the subject and wanted everybody to know it. The shop smelled of fresh grounds and warm sugar, and the espresso machine hissed under Joanne's hand while she pointedly ignored him. I'm just saying, if you're going to pull a shot that short, you need a lighter roast. That dark roast is fighting the extraction. Joanne Richards leaned on the register and gave him the flat, patient look she reserved for customers who confused having a preference with having expertise. Are you going to tell me how to run my shop, or are you going to order? I'm going to order, but I'm also right. You're not right. You're loud. There's a difference. Joanne caught Rayne coming through the door and pointed at her. Your person's here. Table in the back is open. I'll bring your drinks over. Rayne pulled out the chair across from Cash and sat down. Roasted beans on a Saturday evening was its own weather system, warm and close and buzzing with the low hum of people drifting in for open mic. String lights crossed the ceiling. The tables were pushed to the edges to clear a small performance space near the front window, and someone was tuning a guitar in the corner, the notes wandering without destination. The counter line was long. Joanne moved through it with focused efficiency. She had built this from nothing, and she did not have time for anyone's nonsense, least of all a freestyle motocross rider's opinions on roast profiles. You dabbed, Rayne said. I dabbed. Same spot? 6 inches earlier. I was close. Close still buys coffee. He put both hands up, palms out, the universal gesture of a man accepting a loss he had not fully processed. I'm buying, whatever you want. The whole menu if you're feeling vindictive. I'm feeling like a lavender latte. A lavender latte costs $7. I was expecting you to say black coffee. You should have taken the switchback cleaner. He laughed. It was the unstudied laugh, the one she'd heard at the riding ground the week before when Trey was sitting on his bike making engine sounds, and hearing it again inside Roasted Beans, close and warm and unhurried, did something to the air between them that Rayne chose to acknowledge and not examine. Joanne brought the drinks over without commentary, set them down with a look that said she had noticed exactly who Rayne was sitting with and would be asking questions later, and went back to work. So, Cash said. He wrapped his hands around his cup, which was something dark and strong and not the light roast espresso he'd been lecturing Joanne about, and looked at Rayne across the small table. The open mic was starting up, a young woman with a guitar beginning a song Rayne didn't recognize. Something slow and raw, with her voice close to the mic. The room leaned into the music. This is the first time we've sat across a table from each other. You realize that? She had realized it. She was trying not to make anything of it. We sat across tables in school. We sat in the same room. I don't think we ever sat across from each other on purpose. We're here because you owe me a lavender latte. That's commerce, not purpose. It's a little bit purpose. She took a sip of her latte and let the pause do what it wanted. The singer finished her first song and started another, the guitar shifting into a lower key. A few people clapped softly. Cash's face in the low light was different from his face under floodlights, the angles looser, the performer's polish worn down to something more weathered and real. She'd been watching him for 2 Saturdays now on the fire roads. And the man who rode trail was not the man who climbed on a bull. And both of those men were not the man sitting across from her admitting, without quite admitting it, that he'd arranged his whole morning around losing a bet so he could sit here. You're better this week, she said, on the trail. I'm reading the surface more. Trying to, anyway. It's different from what I'm used to. On the circuit, the track is the same every time. Groomed, measured, built to be ridden. Out there, the ground changes between your first pass and your second. That's what makes it interesting. That's what makes it terrifying. Same thing. He smiled at that, quick and real, and she felt the pull again, the old frequency she'd spent a decade learning to tune out. It was harder to tune out at close range. Across a table, with his voice dropped low and the showman nowhere in sight, Cash Greer was a harder man to dismiss than he was at the roundup gate with 3,000 people screaming behind him. "Can I ask you something?" he said. "You can ask. Why'd you stay?" There it was. She'd been waiting for it since the morning he showed up at the riding ground, soaking wet from a creek bed, looking at her like she was a riddle he needed to solve. Every person who learned she'd had a shot at going pro eventually asked this question, and the question always carried the same cargo, a small, unexamined assumption that staying was the lesser choice. That the road was the real life, and the ranch was what you settled for when the road didn't work out. "I stayed because this is where I want to be," she said. "But you could have gone. You had the talent. Malachi told me, and I already knew, because I remember you riding when we were kids. You were faster than half the guys on the junior circuit. I was faster than all of them, and I stayed anyway." He leaned back in his chair and looked at her, and she could see him recalculating, the assumption shifting behind his eyes but not quite falling. "You weren't scared? Of what?" "Of missing out, of wondering what would have happened." "No." She set her cup down and met his gaze directly. "I looked at two lives, Cash. One was the circuit, noise, and travel, a body that ages out by 30, and at the end of it, you're somebody who used to ride fast. The other was Wildwind, and the back hills and work that matters to me, and riding that nobody scores. I picked the one that fit. There was no missing out. There was choosing." "That's—" He paused. She watched him search for the word and come up short, which was not something she'd seen Cash Greer do before. He always had the next sentence ready. "Most people don't talk about it that way. Most people assume staying is something that happens to you. Like you just didn't leave hard enough." She kept her voice even because this wasn't anger. It was precision. "I didn't fail to leave, Cash. I chose to be here, with both hands, and I don't spend any part of my day wondering what I missed, because I didn't miss it. I'm living what I chose, and it's better than anything the road was going to give me." The guitar player finished her set. The room clapped. Someone whooped from the counter. In the small hush between the applause and whatever came next, Cash looked at Rayne like he was seeing her for the first time, or seeing something he'd missed every other time, and she watched the showman's confidence thin out until what was underneath was visible. He had taken the road, and he was only now starting to suspect that it hadn't given him what he thought it would. "I'm jealous of that," he said, and the sentence came out stripped of charm, no grin behind it, no angle. "I don't think I've ever been that sure about anything." She hadn't expected that. The honesty of it landed differently from his usual register, heavier and less polished, and she filed it in a separate place from the banter and the wagers and the grin. This was the man under the show. He was in there. "You rode a bull for 8 seconds in front of 3,000 people," she said. "You seemed pretty sure." "That's different. I'm sure I can ride. I've never been sure about where to ride, or who to ride for." His thumb traced the rim of his cup. "The circuit is everything I wanted when I was 17. Now I'm 26, and it's still everything I wanted when I was 17, and I can't tell if that means I got it right or if it means I stopped growing." She studied him. The string lights put warm shadows under his jaw and across the bridge of his nose, and the singer had been replaced by a man reading a poem about his grandmother's garden, his voice low and careful. The room was gentle. Cash was not performing, and Rayne could tell because she'd been watching performers her whole life. The barrel racers who smiled for the stands, and the dirt riders who whooped for the camera, and the boys in high school who turned everything into an audition, and Cash was doing none of those things. He was sitting with his coffee going cold and telling her something true. "You stopped growing," she said. He blinked. "Not as a rider, as a person." She said it plainly without cruelty because it wasn't cruel. It was what she saw. "You're the best rider on any circuit you enter. That's real. But the rest of you is still 17, chasing the crowd to find out if you matter. That's the part you haven't figured out yet. You're pretty direct. I'm not going to lie to you in a coffee shop on a Saturday night. You can get lied to anywhere. That's true. People lie to me a lot. People tell you what you want to hear because you're famous and charming and you make it easy for them. That's not lying. That's comfort. I'm not interested in comfort. I'm gathering that. Somewhere behind them, Joanne called last orders for the pre-mic rush, and a new performer stepped up, a teenager with a notebook, who launched into a spoken word piece about her phone and its hold on her life, the words tumbling fast and fierce and not quite in rhythm, which made them better. Cash listened. Rayne watched him listen, and what she saw was someone genuinely interested in the girl's poem, with no idea what to do with that interest, because it wasn't the kind of attention he was used to paying. The evening went on. The spoken word girl took her bow to genuine applause, and someone else got up with a ukulele, and the crowd shifted and resettled. Cash ordered a second coffee. Rayne let her latte go cold and didn't bother replacing it. "Can I ask you something else?" she said. "You're on a roll." "The Greer land. What are you going to do with it?" His face changed. Not dramatically, not like faces change in movies, but the animation dimmed by a degree, and what replaced it was quieter and less certain. "I don't know." "You've been here 2 weeks and you don't know?" "I've been here 2 weeks and I'm avoiding it." He turned his cup between his palms. "The land's been sitting since my dad passed. My mama moved into town a few years after. Nobody's used it, nobody's maintained it. There's a real estate agent who's been calling my mama every 6 months for 2 years. She keeps telling him to call me, and I keep not answering." "So sell it." "I can't." He said it fast, and then sat with the speed of his own answer like he was surprised by it. "I don't know why. There's nothing there for me. The house needs more work than it's worth. The fencing's down, the barn's still standing, but barely. And every time I drive past the gate, I slow down, and I can't figure out if I'm slowing down because I want to go in or because I'm afraid to." She watched him. His voice had dropped into a register she hadn't heard from him before, lower and rougher, stripped of the ease he wore in public. This was not the voice that spoke to interviewers or bantered with Malachi at the counter. This was the voice of a man telling a woman he barely knew something he hadn't finished telling himself, and Rayne filed it carefully because she knew what it cost to speak from that unfinished place. "It sounds like the land is asking you a question, and you're not ready to hear it," she said. "That's exactly what it feels like. So don't sell it yet. Let it ask." He looked at her, and whatever he'd been about to say stalled behind something in his expression that she couldn't read. Then he told her about his mother's patience with his homecomings, how she set a place at the table only after his truck was actually in the driveway. He told her, with a self-awareness that surprised Rayne, that the roundup committee putting him on the bill the minute he got to town had felt like oxygen, and that the need for it was the thing he liked least about himself. She listened. She gave him nothing soft and nothing false. When he landed on honesty, she let him know, and when he slid back toward the showman, she let the silence hold until he heard himself and corrected. By the time Joanne started stacking chairs, the open mic was over and the shop was nearly empty, and Rayne and Cash were still at the back table with cold cups and the settled hush of two people who had been talking long enough to forget they were in public. "All right, lovebirds." Joanne appeared beside the table with a rag and the expression of an owner ready to close her shop and go home. "I'm turning off the lights in 5 minutes, and whatever this is can continue outside where it's not costing me electricity." "We're not lovebirds," Rayne said. "You've been here 3 hours. You haven't looked at your phone once. In my professional opinion, that's lovebirds." Joanne wiped the table between them with one efficient swipe. "Your latte was good, by the way. You should let him lose more often." Cash stood and pushed his chair in. "Thank you, Joanne. Don't thank me. Just stop telling me how to pull espresso." They walked out into the summer night. Main Street had emptied out, the shops closed, the awning light still glowing against the warm dark. Rayne could hear the frogs from the creek bed at the bottom of the hill, and somewhere a screen door closed, and the air smelled like pine and cooling asphalt and the last trace of Joanne's coffee drifting out the propped-open back door. "Rayne." Cash stopped on the sidewalk. Cash! Thank you for not lying to me. Don't make it sound noble. I just don't have the energy. He smiled. It was the quiet one, not the grin, and she turned and walked to her truck before the quiet one could do any more damage than it already had. Joanne was locking the front door when Rayne pulled away from the curb. She raised a hand without looking up, keys in the other, the last light in the shop going dark behind the glass. Joanne Richards, 24 years old, closing up the place she'd built with her own stubborn hands, lifting one palm in the universal Sweetgum gesture that meant good night, and I see you, and we'll talk about this later all at once. Rayne drove home with the night coming in warm through the cab. Cash Greer had been honest with her tonight, more honest than she'd expected, and in ways she hadn't been prepared for. She could still hear the sentence that stuck. I can't tell if that means I got it right or if it means I stopped growing. He'd said it without the grin, without the charm, without any of the machinery she'd spent 10 years watching him operate. And the woman who had decided, clearly and with conviction, that she was not going to stand in the space where a lever's taillights had been, found herself thinking about what it might mean if the lever was trying, genuinely, to figure out how to stop. She didn't have an answer. She wasn't going to rush one. But the question had changed shape, and she noticed.
Chapter 5. The gate was rusted shut, which seemed about right. Cash stood at the old Greer entrance with a can of WD-40 and a pair of channel locks he'd found behind the seat of his truck and worked the latch until it gave with a sound like a tooth being pulled. The hinges screamed loud enough to scatter the sparrows off the fence wire. The gate swung inward, scraping a half moon in the dirt, and the driveway beyond it was barely a driveway anymore. Just two ruts disappearing under a canopy of wild privet and trumpet vine. You need a machete for that, not a truck. He turned. Zuri Palmer was standing at the shoulder of the road in running shoes and a tank top, her water bottle in one hand and her phone in the other. She ran this route every Sunday morning, focused and slightly winded, and she had never once seen the Greer gate open. Zuri, hey. Hey yourself. Is this an archaeological expedition, or are you actually going in? Going in. First time since I got back. She came closer and looked through at the overgrown drive. Her expression was practical, appraising, the look of someone accustomed to surveying neglected spaces and imagining what they could become. Zuri ran the Sweetgum Youth Center, which meant she ran half the town's after-school programming and all of its summer activities, and the fact that she was looking at the Greer land with interest rather than pity told Cash something about what she saw in it. Your dad kept this place nice, she said, before. I know. How long has it been empty? 5 years, maybe 6. My mama moved into town after he passed. Nobody's been out here since. Zuri nodded slowly. She looked down the drive, then at the land stretching behind the fence line, the rolling pasture going to seed, the tree line at the far edge where the hills began. You know this backs up to the fire roads. I rode in from this gate 2 weeks ago. Right, the red clay riders. She took a drink from her bottle. I've been looking at properties out here for the youth center, not buying, just scoping. We run an outdoor skills program in the summers, and most of our spots are shared-use parks that get booked solid by June. Something with open ground and trail access would be a game-changer. Cash hadn't been thinking about the youth center. He hadn't been thinking about anything except the rusted latch and the fact that Rayne had told him to let the land ask its question, and here he was, standing in the answer's front yard. You're welcome to come look at it, he said. I don't even know what's back there anymore. I might take you up on that. Zuri capped her bottle and started backing up toward the road, already moving again. She ran with the efficiency of someone who had too many things to do and used the miles to sort them. Don't let the privet win, Cash. That stuff grows back overnight. Noted. She lifted a hand and jogged on, her footfalls fading on the blacktop, and Cash turned back toward the land and stood a beat in the stillness. The drive was worse than the gate. He left the truck at the entrance and walked, stepping over fallen branches and the tangled runners of vine that had colonized the ruts. The privet had taken the fence line. The pasture grass was hip-high and going to hay, golden in the morning sun, and meadowlarks flushed from it as he walked, rising in bursts of yellow and dropping back into the tall stems. The air smelled like warm grass and clay, and something underneath those, older and more complicated, the mineral smell of a place that had been lived on and then left. The house came into view first. It was small, single-story, set back from the drive under two live oaks that had grown together overhead until their canopies merged into one broad, dark roof. The porch sagged on the left side where a post had rotted through. The windows were filmed with dust and pollen. The front door was closed but not locked, because his father had never locked the front door, and apparently nobody had locked it after him, which was either trusting or careless, and Cash couldn't tell which. He climbed the porch steps carefully, testing each one, and pushed the door open. Inside was exactly what he'd expected, and nothing he'd been ready for. The kitchen table was still against the wall. 2 chairs, one tucked in, one angled out as if someone had just stood up. A coffee mug on the counter, empty and coated with a fine layer of dust. The calendar on the wall was 5 years out of date, stopped on a month that must have been close to the last month his father had lived here. The house smelled like old wood and closed air, and the faint ghost of coffee that had been brewed and drunk and brewed again for decades. Cash walked through the rooms slowly. The bedroom where his dad had slept, the narrow bathroom with its leaking faucet still dripping in a slow mineral plink, the back room where the feed records and the tack catalogs had been kept in 3-ring binders on a plywood shelf. His father had been a man of systems and routines, quiet and meticulous, and the house was the architecture of that quiet, every object where it had been put by a hand that knew where things belonged. He stopped in the doorway of the bedroom. The bed was made, the quilt pulled tight and tucked, the pillow centered. His dad had made that bed on the last morning he'd lived here, and whoever came after, his mama probably, had looked at it and decided not to disturb it. 5 years of dust had settled on a quilt that was still tucked by a dead man's hands, and Cash stood in the doorway and let that sit with him until it hurt, and then a little longer. In the back room, on the shelf beside the binders, Cash found what he was looking for. Not found, exactly. He'd known it was here. He'd left it here the last time he visited, 3 years ago, tucked behind the feed records where nobody would look for it, and where it would sit in the dark and wait. The spur was small and worn, its rowel bent slightly from years of use. It had been his grandfather's, and then his father's, and Cash had carried it in his gear bag from the time he was 14 until the time he was 23. The one object in there that had nothing to do with motocross and everything to do with where he came from. 3 years ago, on a visit he'd never told anyone about, he'd driven out here alone and put it back on the shelf. He'd told himself he was returning it to where it belonged, but standing here now, holding it again, he suspected he'd been trying to leave a piece of himself behind so he'd have a reason to come back. The rowel turned under his thumb, loose and familiar. His father had worn this spur on a horse before Cash was born, and his grandfather had worn it before that. The leather was cracked, and the steel was dark with age, and the whole thing fit in his palm. And it was heavier than it looked, as roots always are. He put it in his jacket pocket and walked back outside. The barn was still standing. His father's barn, red paint faded to a soft rose, the loft doors open and the interior shadowed. Cash stepped inside and let his eyes adjust. The stalls were empty. The tack hooks were bare. Dust floated in the slats of light from the loft, and sparrows moved in the rafters overhead. And the silence was the kind that had been building for years and had weight in it. He stood in the barn aisle and felt the land asking, "What are you going to do with me? Are you going to sell me to a man with a checkbook and a fence plan? Or are you going to stay?" He didn't have an answer. He put his back to the stall door and looked out through the barn's open end toward the back pasture and the hills beyond, where the fire roads wound into the pines and the red clay started, and he listened to the sparrows and the drip of the bathroom faucet still audible through the open windows of the house, and he did not have an answer. He heard her engine before he saw her. A single bike, not the pack sound of a Saturday ride, coming down the fire road from the ridge. Cash was sitting on the tailgate of his truck at the back edge of the property, where the pasture fence ended and the uncut land began, and the sound grew from a distant whine to a close, purposeful hum, and then Rayne came around the bend in the trail and stopped. She killed the engine and sat, one foot on the ground, visor up. She was alone. No club, no riders, no Saturday morning protocol. Just Rayne on a bike in the back hills on a Sunday, which meant she rode out here by herself for the same reason she did everything, because the doing was what she wanted and nobody needed to watch. "You opened the gate," she said. "I opened the gate. It took you long enough. I had to think about it." She swung off the bike and pulled her helmet off and walked the last 30 yards across the scrubby grass to where he sat. The morning was heating up, the air close and buzzing with insects, the sky already white at the edges. She sat on the tailgate beside him, a foot of space between them, and looked at the land. "How is it?" "The house needs everything. The barn needs almost everything. The pasture needs bush hogging, and the fencing needs replacing, and the porch is sinking on the left side, and the bathroom faucet has been leaking for 5 years. But you're not selling." He glanced at her. "I didn't say that. You don't have to say it. You opened the gate on a Sunday morning and you're sitting on your tailgate looking at it. People who are selling don't do that." She was right, and the rightness of it unsettled him. Because Rayne being right about him was becoming a pattern, and the pattern meant she was reading him more clearly than he read himself. They sat together in the heat, watching the meadowlarks work the tall grass. The fire road lay empty behind them. Cash could feel her beside him, the inch of space between his arm and hers, the warmth that came off her skin in the sun. She smelled like engine oil and sunscreen and the pine-sharp tang of the fire roads, and the combination was so entirely her own that it lodged in his chest and stayed there. "You want to ride?" she said. "Now? I'll take you through the ridge section, the one above the upper creek. You haven't seen it yet. I didn't bring my bike. You can ride tandem. I've carried passengers before." The offer sat in the air between them, and Cash felt the charge in it, understood what it meant to sit behind her on a bike, with his arms around her waist on a trail she knew and he didn't, his body following hers through every turn. "All right," he said. The ride was nothing like the Saturday group rides. Rayne took the trail at a different pace, slower, choosing lines that favored smoothness over speed, and Cash sat behind her and held on and felt the country move under them. The trail wound up through a pine hollow and crested the ridge, and the view opened up, green hills rolling south and east, the lake a sliver of silver in the distance, Sweetgum invisible beyond the trees. Up here the air was cooler, and the pines thinned into a meadow of wiregrass and wildflowers, and Rayne stopped the bike at the edge of it and killed the engine, and the silence that rushed in was enormous. They stood at the ridge looking out over the view. Cash's hands were still remembering the shape of her waist, the lean of her body through the turns, the way her breathing had changed on the climb. He was standing close to her, closer than he needed to, and neither of them had moved to create distance. "This is what I stayed for," she said, almost to herself. She was looking at the hills, not at him. "This right here. You can't score this. You can't film it. It's just there, and you either see it or you don't. I see it." She turned her head and looked at him, and they were close enough that he could see the fine texture of her skin in the sunlight, the heat at her temples, the place where her jaw met her neck, and the pull between them was no longer theoretical. It was real and physical and present, and it had the weight of 10 years of circling behind it. And Cash felt the ground shift under him. Not the red clay, not the trail, but something deeper. Something that had to do with standing still with another person and being seen without a crowd and without a stage and without any of the machinery he used to prove he existed. His hand moved, half an inch toward hers, not touching, not closing the distance, just acknowledging that the distance was there and that he was aware of it, and that the awareness was costing him something. She looked at his hand. He looked at hers. The moment held, and then Cash grinned. The bright, reflexive grin, the one that came up when things got too close and too real, and the only way out was the show. "Careful," he said. and his voice was lighter than it should have been, performing casual. "If I stand up here much longer, I'm going to start thinking this town is enough." The words landed wrong. He felt them land wrong the second they left his mouth. Felt something close in her posture, a small recalibration that restored the space between them without a single visible step. She'd been open, and he'd cracked a joke, and the joke was the wall, and they both knew it. "It is enough," she said simply, "for people who let it be." She walked back to the bike and put her helmet on and waited for him to climb on behind her, and the ride down the ridge was quieter than the ride up, Cash holding on, her back warm against his chest, and neither of them speaking. And Cash held on to her and felt the missed moment sitting in his throat and understood, with a clarity that surprised him, that he'd been the one to close the door. Back at the Greer gate, she dropped him off and idled while he climbed off. "Thank you," he said, "for the ride." "You're welcome." Her voice was even, unbothered. She had already reclassified the moment and moved on, or at least that was what her voice was telling him. And Cash no longer trusted himself to know whether what Rayne's voice told him was what Rayne actually felt. She rode back toward Wildwind, and the sound of her engine faded into the pines, and Cash stood at the edge of his father's land with the spur in his pocket, and the view from the ridge still behind his eyes, and the precise, terrible understanding that he had just been offered something real and turned it into a performance because real was the one thing that scared him more than gravity. The sparrows were still going in the barn. The faucet was still dripping in the house. The land was still asking, patient and unhurried. He closed the gate behind him, drove home, and did not call his manager and did not call the real estate agent. He sat on the porch of his mother's house with the spur in his palm until the sun went down and the lightning bugs came up from the grass and the crickets started and the neighborhood eased into its evening sounds, and he turned the rowel with his thumb and listened to the quiet and did not run from it.
Chapter 6. Trey was already at the trailhead when Rayne pulled in, sitting on the hood of his mother's truck with his helmet between his knees and his phone in his hand, watching a video with the volume up. She could hear the tinny whine of a motocross engine and the roar of a crowd from 20 feet away. "Turn that off and gear up," she said, swinging off her bike. "We're riding in 15. It's Cash Greer's run from last year's Nationals." Trey held the phone out toward her like an offering. "Watch the landing on the second hit. The angle is insane. I've been trying to figure out how he gets the rotation that tight." "You've been trying to figure out a trick you saw on a screen, performed by a professional, in a stadium, with medical staff on standby." She pulled her gloves on and looked at him. "That doesn't concern you? I'm not going to try it on the trail. I just want to understand the mechanics. The mechanics of a double whip at 40 feet are not going to help you on a switchback at 3 feet. Different physics, different consequences." Trey put the phone away with the exaggerated compliance of a teenager who intended to continue thinking about the exact same thing the second her back was turned. His mother, parked beside him, lowered her window. "Morning, Rayne? Morning, Gwen? He eat anything?" "Granola bar and half a banana." He was too excited to sit down. "I can tell." Rayne looked at Trey, who was already off the hood and checking his tire pressure with a gauge he must have borrowed from Cash, because she'd never seen him use one before. 3 weeks ago, this kid had shown up to rides in sneakers. Now he was checking PSI and talking about suspension travel and watching professional moto clips on repeat. The Cash Greer effect, working exactly as it always worked. Fast and contagious and impossible to argue with because the source material was genuinely talented. That was the problem. Cash was talented enough to make the dangerous look easy, and Trey was 15 and unable to tell the difference. The other riders filtered in over the next 10 minutes. Cash arrived last, his truck pulling up to the Greer gate, the bike already loaded in the bed. He'd been coming from the property side for the last 2 weeks, which meant he was riding through his own land to get to the trails, which meant he was spending time out there, which meant the gate was no longer rusted shut, and the question the land had been asking was getting an answer, even if he hadn't said it out loud. He parked and geared up and walked over to where Rayne was laying out the morning's route on the hood of her truck, a hand-drawn map on a sheet of paper she kept in a plastic sleeve. Morning. You're late. I'm on time. You're early. Early is on time. Late is late. This isn't the circuit where they hold the show for the headliner. He leaned over the map beside her, and his arm was close to hers, and she could smell the morning on him, coffee and laundry soap and the pine resin that clung to everything out here. What's the route? Upper Ridge Loop. Down through the creek crossing, back along the South Fire Road. Technical on the descent, open on the return. She traced the line with her finger. And if you carry too much speed into the creek crossing again, I'm adding it to the tally. The tally is rigged. The tally is 3-0, because you keep picking routes you've ridden 200 times. I keep picking routes that reward reading the ground. You keep riding them like the ground owes you something. She folded the map and looked at him. If you want to even the score, stop trying to be fast. Be right. Being right is slower. Being right is cleaner. Clean is what wins out here. He didn't look away, and the charge was there, the same frequency that hummed between them every time they stood close enough for her to read the flecks in his eyes. 3 Saturdays of riding together, the coffee shop evening, the ridge. The pull had not weakened. If anything, proximity was making it more precise, sharpening the awareness until she could track exactly where he was on a trail without looking, could hear the change in his engine note when he was about to make a move, could feel his attention on her back before she turned around and confirmed it. She didn't let any of that into her voice. Let's ride. The morning went as the last 3 mornings had gone. Cash pushed, Rayne read, and the gap between them narrowed by inches that mattered. He was learning. She could see it in his line choices, how he'd started trusting patience over throttle on the technical sections, slowing into turns he would have attacked a month ago. His instincts were still arena-trained, too fast, too committed, too willing to trust his body over the surface. But the corrections were smaller now, and the saves were cleaner, and somewhere in the 3rd mile she caught herself smiling inside her helmet because he'd taken the creek crossing without a single correction, and the old Cash would have hit that water at twice the speed and come out soaked. She didn't tell him. He didn't need to know she was keeping score on his progress as well as the tally. At the clearing below the South Ridge, the group stopped for water. Rayne pulled off her helmet and sat on a fallen pine, and Cash dropped beside her, breathing hard, his face warm from the ride. Creek crossing, he said. Clean. I saw. No dab. No correction. Textbook. It wasn't textbook. You entered too wide on the right, but you held it, and that's an improvement. You're impossible to impress. I'm not impossible. I'm accurate. She took a drink from her bottle. And the tally stands. You're still down 3. I want a rematch on the switchback. You lost the switchback twice. 3rd time's the charm. 3rd time's an expensive coffee. He laughed, and the sting of losing was in it, visible in the way he shook his head and looked away, and then looked back. Cash Greer did not lose well. He lost loud, with a grin and a quip, and the immediate demand for another chance. And the losing bothered him in a way he worked hard to turn into banter, which made the banter sharper and funnier. And also, if you knew where to look, a little raw. Rayne knew where to look. She'd been watching him process defeat for 3 weeks now. And what she saw underneath the brightness was someone who had built his identity on winning and genuinely did not know who he was when the scoreboard went the wrong direction. She found this more interesting than alarming. The alarm would come later, if the winning need started bleeding into everything else. For now, it was just another facet of the man she was trying to decide about, another angle on the question she'd been carrying since the roundup. Whether there was a whole person in there or whether the show ran all the way down. What she'd noticed over the last 3 Saturdays, and what she hadn't told him, was that the answer kept shifting in his favor. The Cash, who showed up to the rides now, was not the man who'd rolled in that first morning with creek water in his sock and an assumption that talent would be enough. He listened to the trail briefings. He'd started riding behind the weaker riders on technical sections, matching their pace instead of pushing ahead, And once she'd watched him point out a route hazard to a newer member without breaking stride, a quiet gesture he hadn't performed for anyone and probably didn't realize she'd seen. Roots stayed with him after a single pass. He adjusted without being told. And at the clearing, when the group gathered and the conversation turned loose and easy, he sat in it without trying to steer it, which for Cash was a revolution. These were small things. Rayne tracked them as she tracked weather, not because any single observation meant a storm, but because the pattern mattered. She was sitting with this when the shout came from the trail below. She stood up fast. Trey was 200 yards down the descent, on a section she'd told the group to walk. A steep chute with exposed roots and loose rock that dropped 15 feet in 30 yards. He wasn't walking it. He was riding it, standing on his pegs, his weight too far back, his speed too high, his front tire hunting for grip on the loose surface and not finding it. "Trey," she called, but she was too far away and he was already committed. He made it. Barely. The front tire caught a root shelf at the bottom and kicked left, and he saved it with a foot plant that twisted his ankle sideways, and he came to a stop at the bottom of the chute with his bike angled into the brush, and his breath coming fast and a grin on his face that said he had absolutely no idea how close he'd just come to a very bad day. Rayne was down the trail in 30 seconds, her boots sliding on the loose rock, her heart going harder than it had on any ride this morning. Off the bike. I made it. Off the bike. He dismounted. The grin faded when he saw her face. Trey was 15, not stupid, and he could read the difference between Rayne's coaching voice and her "this is not a discussion" voice, and this was emphatically the second one. "That section is a walk. I told the group it was a walk. You rode it anyway. I thought I could handle it. You couldn't. You caught yourself with a twist that could have snapped your ankle. If that root shelf hadn't been there, you'd have gone over the bars and into the rocks." She crouched beside the bike and checked the front wheel, the fork, the brake lever. No damage. The bike was fine. The kid was fine. The outcome had been luck, not skill, and Rayne was going to make sure he understood the difference. "Why did you ride it?" Trey looked at the ground. "Cash took a section like that last week, the one above the creek bend. He just dropped in and rode it clean." Cash has been riding professionally for 9 years. He reads terrain in his sleep. He has muscle memory you won't develop for another decade. You are not Cash. "I know. Do you? Because you're riding like a boy who watched a video this morning and decided he could do what the man on the screen was doing. That's how people get hurt, Trey. Not might get hurt. Get hurt." He stood in front of her, 15 years old and embarrassed and trying very hard not to cry. And Rayne softened because she was not cruel and because she remembered being 15 and fast and certain she was invincible. And the only reason she'd survived her own reckless years was that someone had been playing with her when it mattered. "You have real talent," she said, her voice leveled. "Your instincts are good. Your balance is good. Your willingness to commit is better than riders twice your age. But talent without judgment is just a faster way to get to the hospital. I need you to ride your own skill, not somebody else's highlight reel." "Yes, ma'am." "Don't ma'am me. Just listen." Cash arrived at the bottom of the chute a minute later, his helmet off, concern visible. He'd seen the descent from the clearing. "He all right?" "He's fine. He rode a walk section because he's been watching your clips and thought he could take a chute he wasn't ready for." Cash looked at Trey, then at the chute, then back at Rayne. "He's got the instincts for it. His balance through that was solid. His balance through that was panic. He caught it sideways. If the exit had been 2 feet narrower, we'd be calling an ambulance." "Come on, that's a stretch." "It's not a stretch. I've been coaching trail riders for 3 years. I know what a controlled descent looks like, and I know what a lucky one looks like, and that was luck." Cash put his hands up, the gesture she was beginning to recognize as his retreat from confrontation, palms out, yielding without conceding. "I hear you, but the kid's got feel. You said it yourself." Having feel and chasing tricks from a screen are two different conversations, Cash. He's not trying to be a better trail rider. He's trying to be you. And that means doing things at a level he can't reach yet. And the gap between what he's watching and what he can do is where people get broken. The sentence landed in the clearing between them, and for a breath, neither of them spoke. Behind Cash's eyes, she could see the recalculation happening. The slow collision between his pride in being the man the kid wanted to emulate and the cost of what that emulation was producing. He didn't push back. He also didn't agree. "I'll talk to him," Cash said. "Talk to him about what? About being careful? He doesn't need careful. He needs you to stop making the dangerous look easy in front of a kid who worships you." That one went deeper than she'd intended, and she watched it hit, watched the brightness in his face dim by a degree. She hadn't meant it as cruelty. She'd meant it as precision, the same precision she'd brought to the coffee shop when she'd told him he'd stopped growing. But precision could cut, and this one had, and she filed the moment without apology because the kid's safety was worth more than Cash Greer's comfort. Cash looked at Trey. Trey looked at the ground. The trail was silent except for the tick of cooling engines and the birds picking up their interrupted songs. "Get your bike up the trail," Rayne told Trey. "Walk the rest of the descent. I'll check your ankle at the top." Trey wheeled his bike up the chute without protest, limping slightly on the foot he'd planted, and Rayne watched him go, with the awareness that this conversation was not finished, and that the next time the recklessness surfaced, the luck might not hold. Gwen was waiting at the trailhead when they came back, leaning against her truck with the patient vigilance of a mother who had been listening to distant engines and counting the minutes. She looked at Trey's limp and her jaw tightened. "What happened?" "He's fine," Rayne said. "Twisted his ankle on a section he shouldn't have ridden. I've talked to him. He heard me." Gwen looked at her son, who was loading his bike with the careful movements of a boy who knew he was being evaluated. Then she looked past Rayne to where Cash was walking toward his truck, helmet in hand, and her expression carried something Rayne recognized, the complicated arithmetic of a mother calculating whether the hero her son had chosen was worth the risk he was inspiring. "He's a good kid," Gwen said, her voice low. "He just doesn't know where the line is yet." Rayne watched Trey climb into the passenger seat, his ankle probably already swelling under his sock. His face turned toward Cash's truck as it pulled away. His eyes tracked the tailgate down the fire road with the focused, unbroken attention of a boy who had been told no and heard not yet. Gwen started the engine. Trey's hand lifted in a small wave through the window, aimed at nobody in the clearing, or at everybody, or at the version of himself he was trying to become. Rayne lifted hers back and stood in the settling dust until the truck turned onto the blacktop and the fire road was empty again. She walked back to her bike and sat on it without starting the engine. The clearing was empty now, tire tracks cross-hatching the red clay, water bottles forgotten on the fallen pine where she and Cash had been sitting 20 minutes ago when the morning was still good. She sat with both images. The stung look on Cash's face when she'd told him what his influence was costing, the chastened look on Trey's when she'd told him he was not Cash, and the line connecting them ran straight through the thing she was most afraid of. Loving someone whose gravity pulled other people into orbits they weren't built for. She started the engine and rode home, and the image that stayed with her down the fire road was Trey's hand, lifted through the truck window in a wave that meant something only he understood.
Chapter 7. The town square smelled like charcoal and cut grass and somebody's good barbecue sauce, and Cash Greer walked into all of it with his mother on one arm and a foil-covered casserole dish in the other, and the entire population of Sweetgum apparently waiting to shake his hand. Kids chased each other between the tables, and somebody's dog had already found the smoker and taken up a post beside it, patient and hopeful. "Put the dish on the third table," his mother said, "the one with the blue cloth, and don't let Mrs. Patterson get hold of you before you eat, because that woman will talk you through sundown." "Yes, ma'am." "And stop signing autographs until you've had a plate. You're too thin." "I weigh 190. You're too thin for 190. Go eat." She released him into the fourth, and the town closed in, warm and persistent, familiar faces calling his name from every direction. The grills were going hard at the edge of the grass, a rotating cast of men with tongs and opinions on cook times, bunting hung from the gazebo. Folding tables groaned under foil pans and crock pots and covered dishes that had been passed between Sweetgum kitchens since before any of them were born. Children tore through the gaps between grown-ups, sticky and yelling, and someone's Bluetooth speaker competed with a fiddle player on the front steps. And the heat sat over all of it, thick and gold, the air so humid you could almost lean on it. Cash got a plate. He got through half of it before a man he vaguely recognized from the hardware store wanted to talk about the roundup, and then a woman from the church wanted a photo with her granddaughter, and then Malachi appeared with a sweet tea and told him to stop holding court and come help unload the diner's contribution. 3 trays of chicken and a vat of potato salad that required 2 people and a hand truck. "You're the hometown hero," Malachi said, steering the hand truck across the grass. "Least you can do is move chicken." "I'm being put to work at my own celebration." "This is not your celebration. This is the 4th. You're a guest attraction, not the headliner. The headliners are the Double Dutch kids, and they will end you if you try to take their stage." Rayne found him at the dessert table an hour later, or he found her, or they found each other in what had become the pattern of every gathering since the roundup, an orbit that pulled them to the same coordinates without either of them naming it. "You've got sauce on your chin," she said. He wiped it. "Better?" "Marginally." She was holding a plate of cobbler and a bottle of water, and she was wearing something he hadn't seen her in before, a white sundress that made the shape of her shoulders and the line of her collarbone into facts he was going to have to manage for the rest of the evening. "You look like you've been shaking hands for an hour." "Hour and a half. My right hand may be permanently damaged. That's the price of fame. Fame is what happens to you in places where people don't know your mama. This is something else. This is Sweetgum. The price is higher." She smiled, quick and unguarded, and he felt it land in his chest, direct and warm. Rayne's smiles were not frequent. They arrived with the selectiveness of weather, and when one came through, the landscape changed. They drifted through the afternoon together, not holding hands, not labeling anything, just occupying the same space with an ease that had grown over them sometime in the last month without announcement. They watched the sack race from the shade of the old magnolia at the south end of the square, Cash betting Rayne he could win it, and Rayne telling him he'd lose to any child under 10. "New wager," he said. "I'm listening." "Egg and spoon race, you and me, loser mucks the other stalls." "You don't have stalls. I have a barn. It has stall spaces. Theoretically, there could be stalls." "Theoretically is not a stall. Theoretically is a barn with spiders." "Fine. Loser mucks Wildwind stalls. My loss puts me in your barn with a pitchfork. Your loss puts you in your own barn with a pitchfork, which you do every day anyway, so basically you're giving me free labor." "That's the worst bet I've ever heard." "Are you in?" She looked at him, that level, assessing look he'd learned to recognize as the moment when Rayne decided whether something was worth her time. "I'm in, but the egg and spoon is rigged. Amy is running it, and she lets the kids win." "I don't care about the kids. I care about beating you. You haven't beaten me at anything yet, which is exactly why this matters." The egg and spoon race was a disaster. Cash dropped his egg at the 10-yard mark, recovered, dropped it again at 15, and finished 4th behind Rayne, a 9-year-old girl in pigtails and Malachi's nephew, who ran the entire course with the spoon in his teeth and the egg balanced on his forehead because nobody had told him the rules. 4-0, Rayne said, standing at the finish line with her egg intact and her expression composed. "That kid cheated. He innovated, and you're mucking stalls tomorrow." Cash felt the sting of the loss sitting in his jaw. The old familiar reflex, the need to reframe a defeat into a joke before it could settle into whatever shape defeats took when you let them sit. 4 wagers, 4 losses, and the tally was becoming a mirror he hadn't asked for, showing him a face that did not know how to be second at anything without making it into a bit. But Rayne was looking at him with that composed expression and the afternoon sun behind her and a challenge in her eyes that had nothing to do with eggs, and the sting softened into something closer to warmth, and he let the loss stay where it was. "Tomorrow, what time?" 6. "In the morning?" "Horses eat early. Welcome to ranch life, Cash." The afternoon turned golden and long, the shadows stretching east across the grass, the gathering loosening as the day cooled toward evening. Amy handed out cobbler from behind the diner's booth, and the line never seemed to get shorter. Joanne had a cold brew station set up under an awning, and people circled back to it every half hour like a tide. Rashad Brown was scooping ice cream from a cart near the playground, and a line of children snaked from his window to the edge of the lawn. The softball game started on the field behind the church, and Cash could hear the aluminum crack of the bat and the scattered cheering from the outfield, and the sound mixed with the fiddle player and the Bluetooth speaker, and the children, and the whole living noise of a town doing what it had been doing on this day for longer than anyone here could remember. He watched it all and felt two things at once: the deep, cellular pull of belonging, the sensation that this place knew him and wanted him and would keep setting a plate for him as long as he came back, and underneath it, like a current running cold below warm water, the old question about whether he deserved to sit in it without performing. The evening came on slow, the grills went out, the tables were cleared, blankets appeared on the grass, and families spread out for the fireworks. The children suddenly hushed with anticipation, and the sky turned from blue to purple to the deep navy that meant the show was close. Fireflies came up from the grass at the edges of the lawn, drifting through the warm air in their silent, intermittent way, and Cash and Rayne walked together away from the gathering, past the magnolia, past the last row of blankets, toward the open meadow at the southern boundary, where the grass was tall and uncut and the town sounds were soft behind them. They were alone. Not dramatically, not by design. Just two people who had drifted to the edge of a crowd and found themselves in the quiet. The fireflies were thick here, blinking above the grass in constellations that rearranged themselves every few seconds, and the last of the light was caught in the tree line to the west, and Rayne was standing close enough that he could feel the warmth of her arm near his. "Thank you," he said. "For what?" "For not letting me be the celebrity today. Everyone else wanted the hometown hero. You just wanted the guy with sauce on his chin." "The guy with sauce on his chin is better company. He's less impressive. He's more honest." She turned her head and looked at him, and they were close. Close enough that the light from the nearest firefly pulsed once between them and went dark, and her eyes held his, and the pull was no longer a frequency or an awareness or a managed thing. It was gravity. It was the full weight of 10 years of circling, arriving at the point where the circles were too small to sustain and the only direction left was in. His hand moved toward hers. Her fingers were right there. The meadow was dark and the crowd was behind them, and nobody was watching, nobody at all. And for one breath Cash felt what it would be like to close the distance and kiss her in a field with fireflies and no audience and nothing riding on it except the truth. The breath held, and then his phone buzzed in his pocket. He didn't answer it, but the vibration broke something, a wire that had been humming between them, and in the half-second it took him to register the buzz and choose not to reach for the phone, the old machinery engaged, the reflexive pivot away from a moment that had no stage and no score and no crowd to confirm it had happened. He grinned, the bright grin, and the grin was the wall, and he heard himself say, "You should come out to a circuit stop sometime. See what I actually do. The arenas are something else. 30,000 people, pyro, the bikes, the whole spectacle. You'd love it." The words landed in the firefly dark and sat there. Rayne looked at him, and her expression didn't change, but something behind it receded, a door that had been open closing to the frame without latching. "Maybe," she said. The word was even and unhurried and gave him nothing. He knew he'd done it again. The same retreat, the same pivot to the stage. She'd been right there, and he'd pulled the crowd between them because a quiet field with no witnesses was the most terrifying venue he'd ever stood in. "We should head back," she said. "Fireworks." They walked back toward the blankets, the foot of space between them wider than it had been 5 minutes ago, and Cash's phone buzzed again in his pocket. This time, when Rayne settled onto a blanket with Amy and Joanne, he stepped behind the stage area and looked at the screen. His manager, he answered, "Cash." The voice on the other end was clipped and charged as it only got when money was on the table. "I've been trying to reach you all week. Listen, the Invitational just opened a headliner slot. They want you. August 15th, prime time, the biggest audience of the season. This is the one, Cash. This is the marquee." Cash leaned against the back of the gazebo and listened. Through the wood, he could feel the bass of the fiddle player's last set vibrating, and beyond the gazebo the town was tucking into its blankets, the whole long day narrowing toward the sky. He could hear children being hushed and folding chairs being dragged through grass, and somewhere on the other side of all of it, Rayne was sitting with her friends and looking up at a sky that was about to fill with light. And she had no idea that the man she'd almost kissed in a field of fireflies had just been handed the one thing that could pull him back to the road. "August 15th, he said. "That's 6 weeks. 6 weeks of prep, yeah. You'd need to leave by early August to get back in comp shape. Training, run-throughs, the full pre-event package. It's the biggest purse on the circuit and the biggest audience you've had since the Nationals. They called us Cash. They asked for you by name. 6 weeks, early August." He'd been in Sweetgum for a month, and the summer that had seemed like a wide-open stretch of time when he'd driven south was suddenly a corridor with a door at the end of it. He looked at the sky. The first firework went up, a white streak climbing into the dark, and the crowd held its breath, and the streak burst into a shower of gold and red, and the sound rolled across the square a half-second later, a deep, percussive boom that he felt in his chest. "Let me think about it," he said. "Don't think too long. The slot closes end of July. I need an answer before the month is out." He hung up. The phone went back in his pocket. The fireworks were going now, one after another, gold and white and blue and green, the light falling across the upturned faces of every person in Sweetgum, and Cash walked back to the blankets and sat down beside Rayne and said nothing about the call. She glanced at him. "Everything okay?" "Yeah. Just my manager checking in." The lie was a small thing, and it sat between them on the blanket like a stone, and Rayne nodded and looked back at the sky, and the fireworks went on, enormous and brief and beautiful, and Cash watched them with the weight of the phone and the deadline pressing against his ribs and the knowledge that he had just started a clock that only he could hear. Rochelle found him after the finale. Families were dispersing, blankets being folded, children being carried half asleep to cars. The air smelled like sulfur and charcoal and the green sweetness of cut grass underneath. Rayne had gone to help Amy break down the diner booth, and Cash was standing where the grass met the sidewalk, watching the last smoke from the show drift south across the tree line. "Beautiful show," Rochelle said, appearing beside him with her arms folded. Her silver-threaded braids caught the light from the street lamps, and her expression was the one he'd come to recognize, warm and watchful and willing to wait. "It was. You and that girl had a nice evening. We did. You looked like you were about to do something about it, out there by the meadow." Cash turned his head. Rochelle was not looking at him. She was looking at the sky, or at the tree line, or at whatever it was. Rochelle looked at when she was choosing her words with the kind of care that let a hard truth arrive gently. "I saw you take that call," she said, "and I saw your face when you came back." He didn't answer. "I'm not asking what it was about. That's your business." She unfolded her arms and put a hand on his, brief and firm. "But I will tell you this, Cassius. Whatever is pulling you back to the road, you should know that the girl sitting on that blanket is not going to wait for you to decide. She's not built for waiting. She's built for choosing. And if you don't give her something to choose, she will choose her own life without you in it, and she will be fine." She squeezed his hand once and let go. "Don't make her fine without you. You won't like what that feels like." She patted his arm, the same firm, final gesture she'd given him at the roundup gate the night he came home, and walked toward the last of the lamplight, her braids catching the glow, her posture straight and unhurried, the conscience of a town that loved him and was watching him decide. Cash stood where she'd left him, the smoke clearing overhead, the night settling in, the phone still buzzing with the afterglow of a conversation Rayne knew nothing about, and the fireflies still drifting in the meadow behind him, blinking in the dark where she had almost let him close enough to matter.
Chapter 8. He was already in the barn when she came down at 6. The aisle lights were on, the wheelbarrow was half full, and the horses were tracking him with mild, unbothered curiosity. "You're early?" she said from the doorway, and Cash looked up from the stall he was mucking with straw in his hair and a pitchfork in his hands, and the honest, slightly baffled expression of someone who had gotten up before dawn to honor a bet he could have laughed off and chosen not to. "You said 6. I've been here since 5:30. Why? Because I didn't know how long it would take, and I didn't want to be behind when you got here." He forked a load of soiled bedding into the wheelbarrow with the careful technique of someone who had watched a tutorial online and was following the steps precisely. "Also, Luis let me in." He didn't say a word, he just pointed at the pitchfork and went to check the water troughs. "That sounds like Luis." Her father appeared in the barn aisle behind her with 2 mugs of coffee, one of which he extended toward Cash without comment. Cash took it, drank, and went back to mucking. Her father watched him work, then handed Rayne the second mug and leaned on the stall door. "He's slow," her father said, not unkindly. "He's learning. He's got the fork backward." "Daddy?" "I'm just observing." Her father sipped his coffee and watched Cash turn the fork around, having apparently heard every word, and the corner of his mouth moved by a fraction that on another man would have been a laugh. "Morning, Cash." "Morning, sir." "You don't have to call me sir." "My mama raised me. I have to call you sir." Her father nodded once, the nod that meant approval without declaring it, and went back to the house. Rayne stood in the doorway with her coffee and watched Cash work his way through the first stall, slow and deliberate, and felt the morning arrange itself around a fact she had been managing for weeks and could no longer pretend was small. She liked having him here. Not liked in the abstract. Not liked as a concept or a possibility or a managed awareness. Liked in the concrete, physical, undeniable sense of a woman watching a man do her work in her barn at 6 in the morning because he lost an egg race and showed up anyway. How he held the fork, how he talked to the mare when she came over to investigate. The fact that he didn't complain about the smell or the hour or the reality that mucking stalls was unglamorous work done in unglamorous light for no audience at all. He was in her world, and he fit, and the fitting was doing something to her she had not authorized. She worked beside him for the next hour. They fell into a rhythm without negotiating it. Rayne taking the stalls on the left, Cash taking the right, the work moving between them in the easy call and response of 2 people whose bodies had learned to occupy the same space. She showed him how to bank the bedding against the walls so the center drained. He picked it up in one demonstration, which did not surprise her, because Cash learned physical tasks with his whole body, absorbing the pattern as he absorbed a trail line. And by the 3rd stall, he was working clean. They didn't talk much. The barn was cool and shadowed, and the horses moved in their stalls, and the sparrows went overhead, and the silence between them was the comfortable kind, the kind you don't fill because filling it would be a loss. Halfway through the 4th stall, Cash leaned on the fork and looked at the mare who had been watching him from the next door over, her head craned over the half wall, her ears forward. "She's judging me," he said. "She judges everyone. You should see what she does when Luis tries to trim her hooves." "What does she do?" "Stands on his foot and looks innocent." He laughed, low and easy, and the sound settled into the barn as birdsong did, like it belonged there. He reached over the wall and let the mare lip his palm, and the gesture was unself-conscious and gentle, and Rayne watched it and added it to the growing file of moments where Cash forgot he was performing and became, for a few seconds, simply a person in a place. That was what the last month had been. A slow accumulation of those seconds, gathering like water behind a dam. The Saturday rides where he rode behind the newer riders. The coffee shop where he told her about his father's land. The afternoon at the Greer property when he'd shown her an old spur and held it like it was the only object in the world that knew who he was. And now this, a Tuesday morning in her barn, his hands learning the weight of a pitchfork, the mare trusting him enough to nose his palm. each moment individually small, together, a pattern she could not ignore. Rayne had spent years in this barn, in this silence, working beside her father, or Luis, or alone, and the fact that Cash could inhabit it without performing was worth more to her than any conversation they'd had. When they finished, they stood in the aisle with the wheelbarrow full, and the stalls fresh, and the morning light coming through the loft in long, warm slats. "Same time Saturday," he said, leaning on the pitchfork. "You lost the bet. This was a one-time thing. What if I want to come back?" She looked at him. He was standing in her barn with straw on his shirt and dirt on his knees and no trace of the performer anywhere on his face, and the question was simple and the answer was not. "You can come back," she said after a beat, "but I'm not paying you. I wasn't asking for money. I know what you were asking for." The air between them tightened. Not the meadow charge from the night before, not the ridge gravity from the week before that, but something gentler and more domestic, the pull of a life being offered and considered and not yet accepted. Cash held her gaze, and Rayne held his, and the barn was still, and for a moment she let herself see the whole shape of what this could be. Mornings in the barn, evenings on the fire roads, Cash staying, not because the crowd told him to, but because the stalls needed mucking and the coffee was good and the woman beside him was enough. Then she remembered the meadow. Not the fireflies, not the almost touch, not the breath that had held between them with the whole dark field open and the town behind them. She remembered what came after. The pivot. His voice brightening, the arena talk, the invitation. "You should come out to a circuit stop sometime. See what I actually do. What I actually do." As if the morning in the barn and the Saturday rides and the coffee shop and the meadow were not what he actually did. As if Sweetgum was the rehearsal and the circuit was the show, and he was asking her to come watch the show, because the rehearsal, however good, was not the point. At the meadow, she hadn't answered him. She'd said maybe, which was her way of saying, "I heard you, and I'm not going to react until I've decided what it means." She had spent the last 12 hours deciding, and what it meant was this. Cash Greer was falling for her, and she was falling for him, and the falling was real and earned, and she could feel it in every stall he mucked and every trail he rode and every unhurried conversation that went past the hour without either of them reaching for a phone. But underneath the falling, like bedrock under topsoil, was the road. It was always the road. He had been on it since he was 17, and the invitation had told her without intending to that the road was still where he located himself when he thought about what was real. She was not going to a circuit stop. The decision had formed overnight, calm and certain, while the fireworks were still fading behind her eyelids. Cash had invited her to see what he actually did, and the word had landed on something tender, because what he actually did, if the last month meant anything, was muck stalls and ride trails and sit across from her at roasted beans and tell her things he didn't tell anyone else. The arena was 9 years of his life, and she respected it. But she had no interest in watching 30,000 people scream his name and trying to locate the barn morning man inside that spectacle. Becoming a face in his crowd held nothing for her. If Cash Greer wanted her, he would have to want her here. In the quiet, in the work, in mornings that started before dawn and ended without applause. That was the offer, and she had no intention of reshaping it for someone who hadn't yet decided it was enough. The clarity of it felt clean. The same clean she felt after a hard decision about the ranch or a line she'd committed to on the trail. She could want this man. She could let herself want him without flinching. But she would not chase him into a stadium and hope the man she'd found in a barn was still there under the lights. If he came to her, whole and choosing, she would meet him with everything she had. If he went back to the road, she would let him go, and she would be fine. And fine would not be a performance. It would be the life she'd already built, which had been enough before Cash Greer walked through her gate with a pitchfork and a 5:30 alarm, and would be enough again if it had to be. She finished her coffee and set the mug on the tack trunk. "I'm riding this morning," she said. "Solo. I've got a line through the upper pines I've been wanting to scout for the club." His face shifted, the faintest recalibration, and she watched him register that the invitation to ride together, which had been standing open for weeks now, had just been folded and put away without ceremony. Want company? Not today? Rayne? Cash. She met his eyes. I had a good time last night. The whole day was good, but I need a morning that's mine, and I'm going to take it. She said it without anger, without chill, without any of the signals that would have given him something to argue against. She said it as she said everything, plainly, from a position she had arrived at on her own and did not need him to agree with. The pullback was not punishment, it was self-preservation, and the difference mattered, and she trusted him to be smart enough to feel it, even if he couldn't name it. He nodded. The nod was slower than his usual pace, as if he was processing more than the words. Okay, enjoy the ride. I will. She geared up, checked her tire pressure out of habit, and rode out alone through the back gate, and the morning opened around her, the fire roads winding through pine and red clay, the engine humming under her, the familiar country unrolling in every direction without a single person in it who needed her to be anything other than fast and precise and present. This was what she had when she needed to think, and it had never once failed her. The trail didn't care about her decisions. The trail asked only that she read it and ride it and give it her full attention, and in return, it gave her back to herself, cleared of everything that wasn't essential. The Upper Pine section was new territory, a trail she'd been eyeing from the ridge for months, and she took it slowly, reading the surface, letting the bike find its balance on ground that hadn't been ridden before. The clay here was darker, heavier, and the roots crossed the trail in thick webs that required constant adjustment. She picked her way through with the patience she'd been teaching Cash for the last month and smiled at the irony. Because his voice was in her head now, asking, why can't I just carry speed through this? And her answer, as always, was because speed doesn't know the ground. Up here, above the club's usual routes, the land was wilder. The pines were tall and close, the canopy filtering the light into green columns, and the trail was barely a trail, more a suggestion left by deer and runoff and the slow, persistent erosion of years. She threaded through it with the same attention she gave everything, complete, undivided, enough. At the top, where the pines thinned and the ridge opened to the south, she stopped and killed the engine and stood with her helmet under her arm and looked out at the country below. Wildwind was a green rectangle to the east, the barn roof catching the early sun. The Greer land was beyond it, the boundary where the mowed pasture ended and the wild grass began. She could see the barn, the small shape of the house under its canopy of live oaks, and the fire road winding between the two properties like a seam, connecting her world to his. She stood on the ridge and looked at the connection and did not follow it. The ride back was clean and fast, the kind of riding that emptied the mind and filled the body with nothing but movement and ground and the present tense. And by the time she came through the back gate and parked beside the barn, the morning's knot had loosened into something she could hold without it pulling. Her father was on the porch when she walked up, his cold coffee beside him on the rail, the paper open on his knee. He looked at her as he always did after she'd ridden alone, checking for damage without asking, assessing her mood from the set of her shoulders. Good ride? Good ride? That boy cleaned the stalls better than I expected. He did. He came back after you left, helped Luis patch the fence on the lower paddock for 2 hours. Didn't ask, just picked up a post driver and went to work. Rayne stood on the bottom porch step and absorbed that. Cash had stayed. She'd pulled back, and he'd stayed. And instead of following her or performing his way through the rejection, he'd found work to do and done it. She didn't know what to do with that yet. She filed it alongside the barn morning and the stalls and the mare's trust and the murmured conversation about whether he could come back, and she let the file sit without opening it because some things needed time before they became readable. He left about an hour ago, her father said. Told me to tell you the lower stalls drain better if you bank the bedding higher on the north wall. Rayne laughed. It came out before she could shape it, unexpected and warm, and her father looked up from his paper with a mild, knowing expression. He had watched his daughter guard herself for a long time, and he was now watching the guard develop a crack. Interesting, he said. Don't start. I'm not starting anything. I'm reading the paper. He turned a page. But I will say this. Losing a bet and showing up early and staying to fix fences after the woman you came to see rides off without you, that's not a man running a charm offensive. That's just a man showing up. Daddy, I'm done. He folded the paper and stood and stretched and looked out at the morning, the pastures green and still, the heat already building toward another long day. Whatever you're deciding, take your time, but don't punish the boy for being scared of something he hasn't figured out yet. You were scared of plenty at his age. You just had better poker. He went inside, unhurried. The screen door closed behind him, and Rayne sat on the porch step in the heat and the stillness, and let the morning do what mornings at Wildwind had always done, which was to move forward at its own pace and arrive, eventually, wherever it was going.
Chapter 9. Malachi was wiping down the counter when Cash walked in, and the look he gave him was the look Sweetgum had been giving him for the last week and a half, fond and knowing and not even slightly subtle. 2 booths over, the Zhangs paused their crossword to watch, and Mrs. Patterson angled her chair for a better view, nobody in the room even pretending otherwise. "Morning, Romeo? She let you keep the pitchfork? It wasn't like that. She beat you at an egg race, and you mucked her stalls at 6 in the morning. It was exactly like that." Malachi set a coffee in front of him without asking. "The entire diner knows, by the way. Mrs. Patterson told her book club. The book club told the quilting group told Rochelle, and Rochelle told everybody because that's what Rochelle does. You and Rayne Ellison are Sweetgum's #1 topic, and you're going to have to live with that. There's nothing to talk about. We ride together on Saturdays. You ride together on Saturdays, you sit together at open mic, you cleaned her stalls, you fixed her fence, and half the 4th of July you were walking around the square together looking like a couple who hadn't figured out they were a couple yet." Malachi leaned on the counter. "Cash, brother, I say this with love. Everybody can see it." "Amy," Cash called toward the kitchen, "is your husband always this nosy?" "Worse." Amy called back through the pass-through. "He started a pool on when you'd kiss her. Joanne's got 50 on July." "There is no pool," Malachi said without conviction. Cash drank his coffee and let the ribbing wash over him, because fighting it would only make it worse, and because, if he was honest with himself, he didn't mind it. Being teased about Rayne meant the town saw them as a thing worth teasing about, and the warmth of that was hard to argue with. But underneath the warmth, in the place where he kept the things he hadn't looked at, something had shifted since the 4th, and it wasn't the kind of shift that a morning at the diner could smooth over. He'd been in Sweetgum for 5 weeks. The summer that was supposed to be a visit had become a season. He woke up in his old bedroom at his mother's house and went to the Greer land and worked on the barn and rode the fire roads and ate at the diner and drove to Wildwind to muck stalls he didn't owe. And at some point between the roundup and the egg and spoon race, the temporary had started to feel permanent. And the permanence had crept up on him so gradually that he hadn't noticed it becoming the architecture of his days until the morning he realized he hadn't thought about the circuit in 48 hours. That was the part that scared him. Not the staying. The staying felt good, unexpectedly good, the deep, quiet relief of having run for a long time without knowing how tired he was until he stopped. He slept better here. He ate better. The mornings came without the flat, metallic taste of another hotel room and another crowd to feed. The land gave him something to work toward that didn't evaporate the second the lights went down. And Rayne, even at the distance she'd put between them after the 4th, gave him something harder to name, a standard he couldn't charm his way past, a mirror that showed him clearly without softening the image. It was the not thinking about the circuit that tightened something behind his ribs, because the circuit was the only proof he'd ever had that he mattered. And if he could go 2 days without reaching for it, then either he was growing or he was giving up. And from the inside, those two things looked identical. Rayne would know the difference. She had always known it. She had told him at the coffee shop that he'd stopped growing, and the sentence had lived in him ever since, turning over in the dark, making itself comfortable in the exact place where his certainty used to be. He finished his eggs, settled up at the register, and walked out onto Main Street, and the July morning hit him like an open oven, hot and bright and alive with the sound of sweet gum doing what it always did. The bookstore was open. Darius Jones was arranging a display in the window, the aged paper and vanilla smell drifting through the propped open door. A woman was watering the flower boxes on the hardware store's porch. Two kids chased each other across the sidewalk, weaving between the parking meters. A truck passed slowly, the driver lifting two fingers off the wheel in the universal greeting of a town where everyone knew your business and mostly used the information kindly. Cash walked past Roasted Beans, where Joanne was writing the day's specials on a chalkboard propped against the door. She looked up and pointed at him. "July's almost over. I'm about to win that pool." "There is no pool, Joanne." "There is absolutely a pool." She went back to her chalkboard, and Cash kept walking down Main Street, and the town moved around him in its familiar, unhurried way, and he let it carry him toward the thing he'd come to do. The Sweetgum Youth Center was housed in a cinder-block building at the east end of Main Street, a structure that had been a feed store, a meeting hall, and a VFW post in previous lives, and now contained a reading room, an activity space, a small kitchen, and the entire organizational infrastructure of Zuri Palmer's relentless vision for what a small town could do for its kids. A mural covered the south wall, bright and crowded with faces and hands, and the words, "Built by us, for us," in tall letters above the door. Zuri was in the activity space when he walked in, sitting cross-legged on the floor with a laptop on her knees and a clipboard beside her, surrounded by stacked folding chairs and the evidence of a summer that was running at full capacity. "Cash," she looked up surprised. "You lost?" "Looking for you, actually." "I'm flattered and suspicious. Sit down." She gestured at a folding chair, and he pulled one off the stack and sat across from her. "What's on your mind?" He hadn't rehearsed this. He'd been turning it over for weeks, ever since the morning she jogged past the Greer gate and looked at the land with the appraising eye of someone who saw use where he saw weight. And the idea had grown in the background of every ride and every stall and every conversation with Rayne about what it meant to stay, until it was solid enough to hold and clear enough to describe. "I want to start a program," he said, "a riding program, for kids, on the Greer land." Zuri closed her laptop. "Not a trick show," he said quickly. "Not stunts, not competition. Fundamentals, how to read a trail, how to ride within your skill, how to respect the land and the equipment. The property's got open ground and trail access, and it backs right up to the fire roads. The barn needs work, but the bones are there. I'd run the riding side, and I'd want it partnered with the youth center so it has structure and support and somebody who actually knows how to build a program for kids, because I don't." Zuri looked at him for a long beat, and her expression moved through several phases that Cash could track but not influence. Surprise, assessment, cautious interest, and then the focused, slightly hungry look of someone stretched thin across too many needs for long enough that any genuine offer of help commanded her full attention. "You're serious." "I'm serious." "You're serious, and you're telling me this in my activity space on a Wednesday morning, which means you've been thinking about it for a while and you've just now gotten up the nerve." "Something like that." "Talk to me about capacity. How many kids?" "Start small, 6, maybe 8, ages 13 to 17, Saturday mornings, same time the Red Clay Riders run, so Rayne's club is on the adjacent trails, and we've got experienced riders nearby if anything goes south. Insurance, I'll cover it. Equipment, I've got bikes I can bring down from the circuit. Entry-level stuff, not the competition rigs. Helmets, pads, boots, I'll front the gear. Instructor credentials, I'll get certified, whatever the requirement is. And the land? I'm keeping it." The sentence came out before he'd known it was ready, and it landed in the room between them like something that had been waiting to be said for 5 weeks, and Cash sat with it and let it sit and did not take it back. "I'm keeping the land," he said again, slower. "For this." Zuri studied him. Then she smiled. and the smile was professional and warm and laced with the pragmatism of someone who had built programs from nothing before and knew the distance between an idea and a running operation. "I'm interested," she said, "but I need a proposal, timeline, budget, safety plan, partnership terms. I don't run on enthusiasm. I run on paperwork." "I can do paperwork. You can barely do eggs on a spoon, but I believe you can learn." She opened her laptop again and pulled up a blank document. "A few things. 1. The kids who need this most aren't the ones with their own bikes. If this program is invitation only or gear dependent, you'll get the kids who already have access and miss the ones who don't. We need to talk about equity. Bikes and gear are on me. Nobody pays. 2. Rayne's club is the model, and I respect what she's built, but the club is for experienced riders. Your program would be for kids who've never been on a dirt bike. That's a different skill set and a different liability profile. Which is why I need you. I know how to ride. I don't know how to build a curriculum." 3, Zuri said, and her voice softened by a degree. "You need to be here, not for a summer, not for a season. If these kids invest in you as a mentor, you can't leave them. That's the thing about working with young people, Cash. They don't bounce back from adults who disappear." The sentence landed with the precision of a thrown knife, and Cash felt the blade of it, because the word she'd used was the exact word that had been circling him for weeks. Disappear. The thing he was afraid of becoming when the crowd stopped, and the thing he would actually become to a group of kids if he started something and then went back to the road. "Get me a proposal by the end of the month and I'll bring it to the youth center board. If they approve, we pilot in September." Cash walked out of the youth center and stood on Main Street in the heat and felt something he did not have a name for. Not the crowd rush, not the arena hit. Something quieter and more durable, like a post driven into ground, the sensation of a thing taking root because he had chosen to plant it. His phone buzzed. He looked at the screen and the feeling dimmed. His manager, "Cash, end of July is in 2 weeks. The Invitational needs a headliner confirmed by the 30th. That's 14 days. I need to know." Cash leaned against his truck in the youth center parking lot and pressed the phone against his ear and listened to the numbers. The purse, the audience, the sponsorship implications, the career trajectory. Everything his manager said was accurate and strategic and built on the premise that Cash Greer was a professional freestyle motocross rider whose value was measured in arena seats and broadcast deals, and the premise was not wrong. It was simply incomplete, and the incomplete part was a barn and a program and someone who had pulled back because he'd invited her to watch him perform instead of asking her to watch him stay. 2 weeks, Cash said. 14 days. After that, the slot goes to Ricky Vance, and you don't get another look at this level for 18 months. I hear you. Do you? Because you've been home for 5 weeks, and every time I call you, sound more like a man building a front porch than a man planning a comeback. Cash didn't answer that, because the observation was more accurate than his manager knew. I'll call you before the 30th, he said, and hung up. The afternoon was hot and long. He drove to the Greer land and walked the property alone, pacing the open ground behind the barn, imagining the layout. A skills area near the barn, where beginners could learn throttle control and braking on flat ground before they ever saw a trail. A beginner loop through the lower pasture, marked and maintained, with gentle grades and wide turns. An access point to the fire roads for the older kids, gated and supervised. The barn itself as headquarters, cleaned out, wired for power, the stalls converted to equipment storage, a teaching wall where he could mount diagrams of trail reading and bike mechanics. He could see Trey in this place. Trey with a helmet that fit, and a bike scaled to his frame, and an instructor between him and the dangerous, instead of a screen full of clips and the unsupervised urge to be someone he wasn't ready to be. That was what Rayne had told him in the clearing, stripped of the anger. The gap between watching and doing is where people get hurt. The program was the bridge across that gap. He could see it, and the seeing felt more like building than anything he'd done on a ramp in years. He was sitting on the Greer porch with a notebook when his mother's car turned up the drive. She parked beside his truck and walked toward the house, slow and deliberate, taking in the property like a room she hadn't entered in a long time. She stopped at the bottom of the porch steps and looked up at the house, and Cash could see her doing the same arithmetic he'd done the first day, tallying the work against the memory, measuring the distance between what was and what had been. Mama. Cassius. She climbed the steps and sat beside him, her purse in her lap, her eyes on the pasture. She took a long moment, looking at the land her husband had kept and the son who was sitting on the porch with plans for it. "You opened the windows," she said. "They needed opening. Your daddy never opened the bedroom windows. Said the morning air gave him ideas and he had enough of those." She smoothed her skirt over her knees. "I can smell his coffee. Isn't that something? 5 years and the house still smells like his coffee. That might just be the wood." "It's not the wood, it's him." She said it matter-of-factly, without sadness, as she'd state any other fact about a person she'd loved and lost and kept carrying in the ordinary way that love required. "You're keeping this place." It was not a question. "How did you know?" "Zuri called me. She's excited. And she doesn't get excited unless the idea is good and the person behind it means it." His mother looked at him, and her face held something he recognized from every homecoming he'd ever made. Hope, careful and complicated, braided with the memory of departures that had come before. "Do you mean it?" "I mean it." "Then I'll tell you something your father would have told you if he'd had the chance." She put her hand over his on the notebook. "This land doesn't need a hero, baby. It needs a keeper. Your daddy kept it. You can too." She squeezed his hand and Cash squeezed back, and they sat on the porch of a house that needed everything and looked out at land that needed a keeper. And for a moment, the deadline in his pocket was quiet, and the land's question had an answer, and the answer was yes. Then his mother went inside to open the windows, because the house smelled like 5 years of closed air and she had opinions about ventilation. And Cash sat alone on the porch with the notebook and the phone, and the two futures pressing against each other, and the 14-day clock ran silently underneath all of it, counting down to a choice he had not yet made.
Chapter 10. The morning was cooler than it had been in weeks. A break in the heat that had everyone riding looser and faster, and Rayne could feel the difference in the group from the first mile. Dew still darkened the low grass, and the pines threw long bars of shade across the ruts. The club was 7 riders strong today, strung along the fire road in a line that moved with the easy, breathing rhythm of people who knew the trail and trusted each other. And Cash was riding second in the formation, right behind her, matching her lines with a precision that made her chest do things she had not given it permission to do. He'd gotten better. That was the problem. Not arena better. Not showy or aggressive or trying to carry speed through sections that wanted patience. He'd gotten trail better, which was a different animal entirely, a slower and harder won improvement that showed in the small choices. How he approached a blind corner, how he weighted his pegs through a root garden, how he let the bike settle into terrain instead of muscling it through. Rayne had been coaching riders for 3 years, and she knew what it looked like when someone stopped trying to impress the ground and started listening to it. And Cash had crossed that line sometime in the last 2 weeks without announcing it. It made him harder to keep at a distance. On the technical descent above the creek, she heard his engine note drop into a lower register as he eased off the throttle and let gravity do the work, and the sound of it, controlled and patient, sent a pulse of warmth through her chest that had nothing to do with the July morning. She found herself tracking him on the trail, not as a coach assessing a student, but as a rider, recognizing an equal, and the recognition carried a charge that made her grip the handlebars tighter and focus on her own lines. Because if she let herself ride for him instead of for the trail, she would lose something she needed. The pullback she'd imposed after the 4th had done its work. She had needed space, and she had taken it, and the space had been good for her. It had reminded her that she was whole without him, that her mornings and her trails and her barn were hers before he arrived and would be hers after he left, if he left. and that wanting him was a choice she could make on her own terms rather than a current she was being swept into. She had her footing now. The guard was back in place. But the guard had a new crack in it, and the crack had the shape of him, fixing fences without being asked, coming back to muck stalls without owing them, riding behind weaker riders without needing to be told. Cash was doing the quiet things now, the unwatched things, and those were the things Rayne could not defend against, because they were the things she valued most, and he was doing them without a script. They stopped at the clearing above the creek crossing for water. The group spread out, helmets off, engines cooling, the morning air coming through the pines with the first real suggestion of approaching fall. Trey was there, riding near the back of the formation, his ankle healed from the 4th of July weekend and his enthusiasm undiminished by the lecture Rayne had given him a month ago. He'd been quieter on the rides since then, which she'd taken as progress, but she'd noticed that the quietness was not the same as caution. He was still watching Cash with the focused, devoted attention of a boy studying a master, still cataloging moves and lines and techniques, still carrying the aspiration around like a lit match in his pocket. Now, he was just more careful about when he struck it. Cash sat on a boulder at the edge of the clearing, drinking water, and Rayne sat beside him, the foot of space between them that had become their unit of measurement, close enough to feel the warmth and far enough to pretend she didn't. "You took that root section clean," she said. "I'm learning to read. You're learning to listen. Reading comes after." Is there a compliment in there somewhere? There's an observation. Compliments are for people who've beaten me. 5-0. 6, I won the hill climb last week. That doesn't count. Your bike weighs 40 pounds less than mine. That counts double. I ride a lighter bike because I built it for the terrain. You ride a heavier bike because you built it for stadiums. Equipment choice is strategy. You lost strategically. He smiled, and the smile was the real one, the one that came without the grin's brightness, slower and deeper and lived in, and Rayne felt it in the crack where her guard was thinnest. She had spent 6 weeks watching this man learn to lose, and the learning had changed him in ways she could see from across a clearing and feel from across a foot of space. He sat more easily now. He listened longer. And he laughed at things that weren't victories, which for Cash was the closest thing to a revolution she'd ever witnessed on a trail. This was the man she could fall for. Not the bull rider, not the moto star, not the hometown hero shaking hands at the 4th. This man, sitting on a rock with dirt on his knees and creek water on his boots, losing a running argument about equipment weight and not minding it, because the losing had stopped stinging somewhere between the 4th contest and the 6th, and what was left was just the two of them, keeping score for the pleasure of counting. Cash! She said his name differently than she'd said it at the roundup gate. She could hear the difference herself, warmer, less defended, and she let it stand. You're a better rider than you were 6 weeks ago. I want you to know I see that. His eyes held hers, and the clearing was still, and the charge between them hummed at a frequency she could no longer pretend was background noise. Thank you, he said. That means more to me than any score. The moment held. Then a shout from the trail below broke it. Rayne was on her feet before the echo died. 200 yards down the slope, where the fire road curved around a granite outcrop, the trail dropped across a natural rock shelf, a 2-foot ledge that spilled into a banked descent. The club knew the shelf. Experienced riders took it at moderate speed and let the bike's suspension handle the drop. Beginners walked it. Nobody jumped it, because the landing was off camber and the margin for error was measured in inches rather than feet. Trey had jumped it. She saw the aftermath from the clearing. Trey's bike on its side in the brush below the shelf, the rear wheel still spinning, and Trey on the ground beside it, sitting upright, his helmet on, his right arm cradled against his chest. 2 other riders were already there, one kneeling beside him, one waving up toward the clearing. Rayne ran. She covered the 200 yards in a flat sprint that burned through her lungs and set her pulse hammering against her eardrums. And by the time she reached the shelf, Cash was right behind her. And the scene at the bottom was clearer and worse than it had looked from above. Trey was conscious. He was sitting up. His helmet was intact, and his back seemed straight, and his legs were moving, all of which she processed in the first 3 seconds, because those were the seconds that mattered for ruling out catastrophe. But his right wrist was swelling visibly, already puffy above the glove line, and the color in his face had drained to a gray that she recognized from her own bad falls, the shock gray of someone whose body had just exceeded its limits and was catching up to the cost. The other riders had formed a loose semicircle around him, hands on their knees, the easy morning's energy gone, replaced by the tight, watchful hush that follows any fall that doesn't immediately end with the rider standing up and laughing it off. "Talk to me," she said, crouching beside him. "I'm okay." "Your wrist says otherwise. Can you move your fingers?" He moved them, slowly, wincing. "I think it's a sprain, maybe a fracture." "How did you land?" "I came off the shelf too fast. The front end dropped, I overcompensated on the landing, and my hand caught the ground when I went sideways." His voice was shaky but clear. The adrenaline was holding him up, which meant the pain hadn't fully arrived yet. "I was trying the line Cash took on the ridge last week. He dropped that ledge above the creek bend and held it clean, and I thought this was the same height, the same kind of drop. It's not the same. The creek bend ledge has a flat landing. This shelf drops into a camber. You can't ride a banked exit like a flat one." "I know that now." Cash was standing behind her, his helmet in his hand, and she could see his face without turning around because the other riders were looking at him, and their expressions told her everything. Concern, confusion, the unspoken question of whether the man the kid had been trying to imitate understood what his imitation had produced. She turned. Cash looked wrecked. Not the polished, camera-ready version of concern she'd seen him deploy at public events. Wrecked. His jaw was set, and his eyes were on Trey, and his hands were gripping his helmet hard enough that his fingers had gone rigid. And Rayne saw something in his face she had not seen before in any of the arguments or near misses or confrontations they'd had about this boy. Genuine fear. "Cash," she said, and her voice held level, the control in it deliberate. "Help me get him to the trailhead. We need to get that wrist looked at." They moved Trey carefully, Cash taking his left side, another rider wheeling the bike, Rayne walking beside them, monitoring for signs that the injury was worse than it appeared. The hike out took 20 minutes, and during those 20 minutes, Cash said nothing. No jokes, no deflection, no bright, reassuring patter aimed at the kid or the group or himself. He walked beside Trey in silence and carried the boy's weight without complaint, and the silence was not performance. It was reckoning. Rayne had seen Cash be charming, had seen him be competitive, had seen him retreat behind the grin when a moment turned raw. She had never seen him be quiet with this kind of weight on his shoulders, and the quiet told her more about where he was than any words would have. At the trailhead, they loaded Trey into another rider's truck for the drive to the hospital. Trey's face was tight with pain now, the adrenaline fading, the wrist swelling under the makeshift splint Rayne had fashioned from a rolled bandana and a stick. "You're going to be fine," Rayne told him. "But this is exactly what I told you about in June, the gap between what you're watching and what you can do. It has a cost, Trey. Today the cost was a wrist. The next time, it could be worse." "I know." His voice was small. He wasn't grinning. "Do you want me to call your mom?" "She's gonna lose it. She's going to love you and take you to get an X-ray. Those are different things." Cash stepped forward. "Trey, I'm sorry." The clearing went still. "I'm sorry," Cash said again, and the words came from a register Rayne had never heard from him before, below the charm, below the performance, below every layer of bright confidence he'd spent 9 years building. "You got hurt trying to ride like me, and I should have talked to you about that weeks ago. Rayne told me. She told me in June, and she was right, and I didn't listen hard enough." Trey looked at him, 15 years old with a swelling wrist and tears he was fighting, and Cash met his gaze without flinching, without the grin, without any of it. "When your wrist heals, I want to teach you how to take that shelf correctly. Not how I took the creek bend. Your way, at your speed, with someone beside you who can read the landing and tell you when you're ready. That's different from watching a clip and guessing. And it's different from what I've been giving you, which is just the show without the structure. You deserve the structure. Trey nodded, his chin trembling. Rayne watched this exchange and felt two things collide behind her ribs. The first was relief, deep and precise, that Cash had finally heard what she'd been saying for a month. The second was something she couldn't name as cleanly, a pull that lived outside the trail or the competition or the long, slow courtship of wagers and losses. Cash Greer had just apologized to a 15-year-old in front of 7 riders without deflection, without the grin, and the apology had cost him something visible, and Rayne was looking at a version of this man she had not met before and could not look away from. The truck pulled away toward town with Trey in the passenger seat. Cash watched it go, his helmet dangling from one hand, his posture still and heavy, and Rayne stood beside him and let the silence hold, because the silence was doing more work than any words she could have chosen. "You heard me," she said, even and low. "Finally. I heard you in June. I just didn't want to believe it applied to me." "It always applies to the people who don't want to believe it." Gwen's truck turned up the fire road 15 minutes later, driving fast, her jaw tight, her phone pressed to her ear. She parked and got out without cutting the engine and looked at Rayne with the expression of a mother who had been called from work and told her son was on his way to the hospital with a wrist injury sustained while trying to fly off a rock on a dirt bike. How bad? Possible fracture. He's conscious, coherent, full range of motion in his fingers. Tyler is driving him to the hospital now. Gwen nodded. Her eyes moved to Cash, and the calculation Rayne had seen at the 4th of July was back, sharper now, the arithmetic of a mother weighing a hero against a hazard. "He worships you," Gwen said to Cash, and her voice was steady, but the steadiness had a blade under it. "And I need you to understand what that means. It means when you do something brilliant, my son tries to do it too, and he doesn't have your body or your training or your 9 years of practice. He has courage and a YouTube account and the belief that he can do anything if he wants it hard enough. That's not enough to keep him safe." "I know," Cash said. "I'm going to fix it." Gwen looked at him, measuring the promise against the man making it, and then she got back in her truck and drove toward town without another word, and the fire road settled back into silence. Rayne stood beside Cash in the dust and the cooling morning air. The other riders had loaded up and gone. The clearing was empty. The trail where Trey had jumped was somewhere below them, the rock shelf still there, patient and indifferent, waiting for the next person who thought courage was the same as readiness. "He'll be okay," she said. "This time. Yes, this time." She looked at him, and Cash looked back, and the charge between them was still there, but it had changed shape, weighted now with something neither of them had carried before. A shared fear for someone small enough to be broken by the thing they both loved. The fear was a bridge. They were standing on it, looking at each other, and neither of them was performing. Gwen's taillights turned the corner at the bottom of the fire road, and the dust from her truck hung in the morning air, and Rayne watched it hang in the warm air and thought about bridges and what it cost to cross them and what it cost to turn back.
Chapter 11. Trey showed up at the Greer gate on a Wednesday afternoon with his wrist in a brace and his mother's truck idling behind him. Gwen stayed at the wheel, her window down and her eyes on both of them. "It's a hairline fracture," he said, holding up the brace. 6 weeks in this thing. No riding." "I know. I spoke with your mom." Cash was sitting on the tailgate with a bag of zip ties and a roll of flagging tape, marking out the beginner loop he'd been pacing for the last 2 days. "How's the pain?" "It's fine when I don't move it. Itches under the brace, though." "That's the healing. Come on, I want to show you something." Gwen lowered her window. 1 hour. He's not riding anything. "No bikes, I promise, just walking the course." She looked at him for a long beat, the same measuring look she'd given him at the fire road, and Cash met it without flinching. He had called Gwen the morning after the incident and talked to her for 40 minutes on the phone. The apology came fully and without deflection, for the influence his riding had on her son. He had described the program, the partnership with the youth center, the fundamentals-first approach that would put structure between Trey's enthusiasm and the dangerous. And he had told her, honestly, that what happened on the rock shelf was the thing that made the program real for him, because it showed him what the gap between watching and doing looked like when it landed on a kid's body instead of on a concept. Gwen had listened. She had not forgiven easily or quickly, because she was a mother and forgiveness was not what she owed the man who had inspired her son to break his wrist. But she had agreed, conditionally and without warmth, to bring Trey out to the property to walk the course and see what Cash was building. 1 hour, she said again, and parked. Cash walked Trey around the lower pasture, pointing out the markers he'd driven that morning. He started at the skills area near the barn, a flat section of packed earth where a beginning rider could learn throttle control and braking without any gradient to complicate the lesson. "This is where you'd start," Cash said. "Before you ever see a trail, you learn how the bike responds on flat ground, how much throttle gives you how much speed, where the brake engages, what happens when you lean." "I know how to lean. You know how to lean on instinct. That's different from knowing why it works. When you understand why, you can do it on purpose instead of by accident, and doing it on purpose is what keeps you upright when the ground changes." He walked him through where the beginner loop would go, a gentle circuit through the pasture with wide banked turns and no obstacles higher than a tennis ball. Then the intermediate trail, eventually connecting to the fire roads, gated and supervised, for riders who had earned their way there. "You can't ride for 6 weeks," Cash said, "but you can learn. Every session between now and when that brace comes off, you're going to walk this ground with me and study the terrain, where the surface changes, where water runs, where a route crosses, and how to read the angle it presents to your front tire. By the time you're back on a bike, you'll know this place better than any rider in the county." "Including you?" "Especially me. I'm still learning this ground. You're going to learn it from the start, which means you'll learn it right." Trey walked the loop with his good hand brushing the markers as he passed each one, and the expression on his face was not the wide-eyed hero worship Cash had seen at the first Saturday ride. It was focus. Real, grounded, earned focus. The face of a boy who had been hurt doing something reckless and was choosing, deliberately, to learn from it instead of pretending it hadn't happened. That choice was worth more than any trick. Cash watched him go and felt the crack in his armor widen by another inch. The armor had been cracking since the rock shelf. Since before that, if he was honest, since Rayne had told him in the clearing after the shoot that his influence was reaching kids in the wrong direction. He had heard her then, with urgency, but without personal application. Now the application was a boy with a hairline fracture who had tried to fly because the man he admired made flying look like the point. The identity was simple, and it had been simple since he was 17. Be watched, be worth something. Stop being watched, stop existing. He had built a career on it, a life, an entire personality designed to hold attention and convert it into proof that he mattered. And the career had worked. The crowds had screamed, the sponsors had paid, the arenas had filled. But the proof expired every night when the lights went down, and the only way to renew it was to climb back on the bike and do it again, louder, higher, more, until the doing became the only version of living he recognized, and the quiet became the thing he ran from. 9 years of running. 9 years of arenas and hotel rooms and the flat, recycled air of a life that looked electric from the outside and felt hollow from the inside. And the worst part was that the hollowness was not misery. It was just absence. The absence of something he hadn't been able to name until he came home and found it in a pasture with flagging tape and a boy with a broken wrist. Trey had tried to copy the doing without understanding the cost. Cash was beginning to understand the cost without knowing how to stop. Gwen collected Trey at the 1-hour mark, and the boy waved from the truck window with his braced wrist. The wave smaller and more considered than the gestures he'd been giving since the first ride, and Cash waved back and leaned against the truck bed and looked at the pasture with its flags and stakes and its gentle, unspectacular loop and thought, "This is better than any trick I've ever done in front of a crowd." The thought sat with him, heavy and new. He had spent 9 years chasing the spectacular, the 30,000-person roar, the airborne trick that made physics a negotiation. And here was a loop through a pasture with turns wide enough for a beginner and nothing to prove, and it filled him up more completely than any arena had. Not because it was impressive, because it was useful, because a kid with a broken wrist had walked it with focus on his face, and the focus was worth more than worship. He was still turning it over when Rayne's engine came up the fire road. She parked at the back gate and walked across the pasture toward him, her helmet under her arm, her boots leaving prints in the grass that was finally getting short enough to mow. She'd been riding the upper pines again, the trail she'd scouted after the 4th, and her face had the open, settled look it got after a solo ride, clear and unguarded in a way she rarely carried in public. The late afternoon light caught the sheen of exertion at her temples, and Cash watched her cross the pasture toward him and felt the pull settle into his body like a tuning fork struck against bone. "I saw Gwen's truck leaving," she said. "How's Trey?" "Hairline fracture. 6 weeks in a brace. He walked the beginner course today." "You're moving fast on this." "I'm moving before I can talk myself out of it." She dropped onto the tailgate beside him, close enough that their arms almost touched, and looked at the markers dotting the beginner loop. The late afternoon light was long and gold, the shadows stretching east from the barn across the pasture, and the air smelled like cut grass and warm earth, and the pine resin that drifted down from the ridge on windless summer days. "You're building something real here," she said. "I'm trying to." "You are. I can see the difference between trying and doing, and this is doing." The words landed on something tender, and Cash felt the impulse to deflect, to crack a joke, to reach for the brightness that had always been his exit when a moment turned too honest. Instead, he let the impulse pass. He let it move through him and out the other side, and what was left was quiet and unprotected and entirely himself. "Can I tell you something?" he said. "You can tell me anything. I don't know if that's true, but I'm going to try." He looked at the pasture, not at her, because looking at her while he said this would cost him the ability to say it. "My dad was the quietest man I ever knew. He kept this land for 30 years. He fixed fences and fed horses and drove to town for feed and came home and did it again the next day. And he never once, in my entire childhood, did anything that made anybody outside this property know his name." He paused. The sparrows were going in the barn. "There was this day, when I was maybe 10. We were at the feed store in town, and a man came in, somebody from out of the county, and he needed directions. He asked 3 people, and every one of them helped him. And when the man got to the register, the clerk told him the names of the people who'd helped, and the man nodded and thanked them by name. And none of those names were my dad's. My dad had been standing right there, 2 feet away, holding a bag of grain, and the man looked through him like he was part of the shelving. And I remember thinking, with the kind of clarity you only get when you're 10 years old and the world is explaining itself to you for the first time, nobody sees him. He's here and he works and he's good, and nobody outside this town will ever know. He turned the spur over in his palm. I loved him. I loved him more than I knew how to say, and I was terrified of becoming him. Terrified of living a life that quiet and that small and that good, and having it not be enough. I left because I thought if nobody was watching, I'd disappear. I thought ordinary meant forgotten, and forgotten meant you were never really here. He looked at his hands. The spur was in his pocket, where it always was now, the weight of it a constant against his thigh. The circuit fixed it. For a while. 30,000 people chanting your name is a pretty effective cure for the feeling that you don't exist. You ride, and they scream, and for those 8 or 10 minutes in the air, you are the most seen person on earth. But the cure wears off. Every single time it wears off. The arena empties and the lights go down and you're back in a hotel room that doesn't know your name. And the only way to feel real again is to get back on the bike and make them watch. So you do. And you keep doing it. And somewhere around year 7 or 8, you realize you've been medicating a feeling with noise for so long that you don't know what you sound like underneath it. He looked at Rayne. She was watching him with an expression he had never received from another person. Not pity, not awe, not the polished sympathy of someone trying to say the right thing. Attention. Full, silent, patient attention. The same quality she brought to a trail she was riding for the first time, reading every detail without rushing to a conclusion. She had not pulled away. She had not softened the moment into something manageable. Instead, she was right there, holding the weight of what he'd told her without bending under it. "You asked me once why I stayed," he said, "at the coffee shop, why I kept coming back to the circuit. You said you couldn't tell if it meant you'd gotten it right or if it meant you'd stopped growing." "Yeah." His voice was rough. "The answer is I stopped growing. I stopped growing at 17, the day I left, and everything I've done since then has been loud enough to cover the sound of standing still." The late sun came through the barn's open end and fell across the pasture in warm columns, and the flagging tape moved in a breath of wind, and Rayne sat beside him and held the silence as she held everything, with care and patience and no hurry to fill it. "Your father wasn't invisible, Cash." Her voice was low. "He was here. He kept this place. He raised you. The spur in your pocket came from his hand. That's not invisible. That's the opposite of invisible. That's a man putting his life into the ground and letting it grow." His throat tightened. The sentence reached into the dark room where the old fear lived, the room he'd been furnishing since he was 10 years old, and opened a window he hadn't known was there. "I know," he said. "I'm starting to know." She didn't push further. She didn't tell him he was wrong, or reframe his fear, or offer the easy absolution that most people would have reached for. The truth sat between them, unadorned, and her willingness to hold it without improving it was the most generous thing anyone had ever given him. They sat on the tailgate as the sun dropped toward the tree line, their shoulders an inch apart, the charge between them running so hot that Cash could feel it in his skin, in the small hairs on his arm, in the narrowing space between his hand and hers that had become the most important distance in his life. He had just told her the truest thing he'd ever told anyone, and the telling had not dissolved him. He was still here, still whole. He was, if anything, more present than he'd been in 9 years, more visible, more solid, more real in the late gold light of a pasture that his father had kept and he was choosing to keep. The wanting was enormous. Not just for her body or her time or her attention, though he wanted all of those with an urgency that was becoming difficult to manage. He wanted her certainty, her grounded, unbothered confidence, rooted in knowing exactly where she stood, never needing a crowd to confirm it. He wanted to borrow that certainty and wear it until his own grew in, like a sapling braced against a stronger tree until its roots take hold. He didn't kiss her. The moment called for it, and every nerve in his body argued for it, and he didn't because the lie was in his pocket, and the kiss would seal a promise the lie would break. His phone buzzed. He didn't look at it. He knew who it was. The 30th was 2 days away, and the slot was closing, and the man on the other end of the line wanted an answer. Cash did not have, and the woman beside him had no idea the question existed. He let the phone buzz and did not reach for it, and Rayne did not ask, and the evening came on slow and gold and heavy with pine, and Cash sat in the quiet with the wound exposed and the bomb ticking, and the woman he was falling for close enough to touch and too important to lie to, and the lie already between them, small and patient, running out of time. Rayne put her hand on his, briefly. Her fingers closed over his knuckles and squeezed once and let go, the same economy of gesture her father used, saying everything without wasting a word. "Thank you for telling me," she said. "You're not invisible, Cash. Not here." She stood, put her helmet on, and rode back toward Wildwind in the last of the light, and Cash watched her go and pressed his palm against the spur in his pocket, and sat with the certain, terrifying knowledge that he had never been more visible to another person in his life, and that the thing he hadn't told her could end it.
Chapter 12. Her father was saddling the bay mare when Rayne came through the barn, and the look he gave her was the look he'd been giving her all week, patient and curious, and carefully not asking questions he already knew the answers to. "Riding today?" he said. "Fire roads, on my own. Is it on your own if you're meeting somebody at the Greer gate?" "I didn't say I was meeting anybody." You're wearing the good boots. He cinched the girth and smoothed the mare's flank and did not look at her while he said the next part. The good boots are not on your own boots. The good boots are the boots you wear when somebody's going to see your feet and you want the feet to look right. Daddy, I'm going for a ride. I know you are. He led the mare out of the stall and stopped beside her in the aisle. Enjoy your ride, the one you're not taking with anyone. She geared up and left before he could say anything else, because her father had a talent for naming things she wasn't ready to hear out loud. And the thing he was naming this morning was that she had crossed a line somewhere between the tailgate and this Thursday morning, and the crossing had shown up in her boot choice and her posture and probably her face, and the whole ranch knew it even if she hadn't said a word. Cash was at the Greer gate. He had his bike loaded and a thermos of coffee and the slightly too casual expression of someone who had been up since dawn and was trying not to look like he'd been waiting. Morning, he said. Morning. She parked beside his truck and swung off her bike. You brought coffee. I brought 2 cups, in case you were meeting somebody. I'm not meeting anybody. I'm riding solo. Then I'll drink both cups and follow you solo at a respectful distance. That's called following, not solo. That's called a coincidence. 2 solo riders who happened to share the same fire road. She took the coffee. It was good, dark and strong, and brewed with a care that surprised her. Where did you learn to make coffee this good? My mama. She'd disown me if I served bad coffee to a woman I was coincidentally sharing a fire road with. They rode. Not the Saturday club ride, not the formation, not the structured route with the group and the rules and the role she played as leader. This was different. This was 2 bikes on an empty trail in the late July heat, no helmets in the group to count, no newer riders to pace, no responsibility except the trail and each other. Rayne led for the first section, through the Pine Hollow and up the South Ridge, and Cash followed, and his riding was clean and patient and precise. The sound of his engine behind her, a steady hum that matched her pace without challenging it. The trail was dry from 3 weeks without rain. The clay hardened into ridges that sent vibrations up through the pegs, and the light through the canopy came in broken columns that shifted as the wind moved the branches overhead. She could feel him behind her, like weather coming. An awareness that lived in her skin and her spine, and the small adjustments she made without thinking, leaning half a degree harder into a turn because she knew he was watching and wanted the line to be perfect. Not for his approval, but for the precision itself, because precision was what she offered, and she wanted him to see it at its best. At the ridge clearing, she stopped and killed her engine, and Cash pulled up beside her, and the hush of the ridge settled over them, wide and green and broken only by the sound of their own breathing. Wager, she said. Cash pulled off his helmet. Name it. The descent through the rock garden. Whoever takes it cleaner, the other buys dinner. Not coffee. Dinner. He raised an eyebrow. That's an escalation. The tally deserves an escalation. You've been losing since June. Time to graduate from coffee to dinner. And if I win, you won't. Humor me. She leaned against her bike and folded her arms. If you win, I buy dinner. And you get to tell the whole town you finally beat Rayne Ellison at something. Which you won't. But I respect the ambition. Deal, Cash said. The rock garden was a 50-yard section of exposed granite and loose stone that dropped through a narrow chute of pines, technical and unforgiving. The kind of terrain where a single wrong line meant a correction, and a correction meant a dab, and a dab meant you lost. Rayne had ridden it dozens of times. She knew every stone, every root, every place where the surface shifted from grip to loose. And she carried that knowledge in her body rather than her mind. As a musician carries a song they've played so many times, the fingers move before the thought arrives. She took it clean, her lines smooth and unhurried, the bike tracking through the granite like water through a channel. The stones moved under her tires, but she read the shifts and adjusted without conscious thought. Her weight centered, her throttle feathered to almost nothing, letting gravity and balance do the work. She reached the bottom and stopped and turned to watch Cash take his run. He was good, genuinely good, better than she'd seen him on any technical section. His balance low and steady, his throttle controlled, his eyes reading 3 moves ahead. He made it through the first 30 yards without a correction, and she felt something tighten in her throat. The awareness that he might actually take it clean, that this might be the wager she lost. Then the surface shifted, a patch of loose gravel over hardpack, and his front tire slipped an inch to the right, and he corrected, smooth and fast. But the correction put his line off for the next gate, and he dabbed, 1 foot down, light and quick, and came out of the garden with a small shake of his head. 7-0, Rayne said, and Cash laughed. Not the bright, reflexive laugh he used to cover a loss. Not the performer's recovery, the quip and the demand for a rematch. A real laugh, low and easy. The sound of someone who had tried his hardest and lost and found. To his own surprise, that the losing didn't cost him anything. The laugh landed in the clearing and settled there, warm and unpracticed, and Rayne felt it reach into the place where she'd been holding herself apart from him and do something irreversible. 7-0, he said, and the words carried no sting. You're better than me. I know. No, I mean it. You're a better rider. On this terrain, in these conditions, reading this ground, you're better than me. And I don't mean that as a consolation or a setup for a rematch. You're better. She looked at him. He was standing in the clearing with his helmet under his arm and dirt on his knees and the real laugh still alive in his face. And he had just said you're better than me without performing it, without wrapping it in charm or turning it into a compliment that was really about him. He had said it as you'd say the sky is blue, flat and settled, a fact he'd finished arguing with. You didn't always think that, she said. No, I thought I could learn your trails and beat you on them. That was arrogant. It was. It was also the showman talking. He sat on a boulder at the edge of the clearing and looked at his hands. He doesn't lose. He doesn't come in second. He has to be the best in every room. Because if he's not the best, then he's not being watched. And if he's not being watched, then he's not real. The word hung between them. Rayne felt the air change, the easy post-wager banter sharpening into something with edges. Cash had said it with a rawness she hadn't heard from him before, not even on the tailgate. And the rawness was pointed inward, aimed at the version of himself he was trying to outgrow but hadn't quite shed. Cash. I'm serious. He's the version of me that needs every room to be a stage. He's the one who cracked the joke at the Meadow and invited you to the circuit and turns everything real into a performance, because a performance is safe and real is terrifying. And I've been letting that version drive because the other version, the quiet one, scares me. The quiet one doesn't scare me, she said, and I've been watching both for 6 weeks. I know which one is the wall and which one is the door. Which is which? You know which is which. That's why you're sitting here telling me about it instead of doing a backflip to change the subject. He almost laughed again, and the almost laugh was different from the bright deflection she'd come to recognize. Smaller and more honest. And Rayne pressed into the opening it gave her because the opening was real and she was done waiting for a wider one. The quiet part, she said. The one I've been falling for. The sentence left her mouth before she could shape it, and she let it go, because shaping it would have been a lie, and she was done lying to herself about this. She had been falling for Cash Greer since the tailgate, since the barn, since the morning he showed up at 5:30 with a backward pitchfork and no audience and did the work anyway. She had been managing the falling with precision and discipline and the stone-faced refusal to chase someone who might leave, and the managing had worked, and it had cost her, and she was tired of paying. The quiet part, she said again, steadier. The one who mucks stalls and walks courses with a kid in a brace and sits on a tailgate and tells me about his father without the grin anywhere near his face. That's who I want. She took a breath. And I need you to know that if the performance is what you're offering, I'm not interested, because I've seen the rest of you, and I'm not going to settle for the wall when I've been through the door. Cash looked at her. The clearing was silent. The pines stood close around them, the canopy filtering the light into green and gold columns, and the trail was empty in every direction, and there was not a single person within a mile of them. No crowd, no audience, no one to watch or score or confirm that this was happening. Rayne, he said, and his voice was the quiet one, the one that lived underneath the brightness, and he stepped toward her, and she did not step back. He kissed her in the rock garden, clearing with pine resin in the air and red clay under their boots and the bikes cooling beside them, and the kiss was not a performance. It was the man underneath, arriving without armor, and Rayne felt the full weight of it come through. The tenderness and the want and the fear and the years of circling all collapsing into a single point of contact, his mouth on hers, his hand on the side of her neck, gentle and deliberate, and her hands on his chest, feeling his heartbeat through the cotton, fast and real and ungoverned. The world went quiet. Not the practiced quiet of a moment being managed, but the actual physical quiet of two people standing still in a clearing in the back country, where the only sounds were the wind in the pines and the tick of cooling engines and the small, private sound of a kiss that belonged to no one except the two people in it. His thumb moved against her jaw, slow and careful, tracing the line where her skin met the evening air, and she leaned into it. And the leaning was the first thing she had done all summer, without calculating the cost first. His other hand found the small of her back, steadying, grounding, and she let him hold the weight she'd been carrying alone. When they pulled apart, his forehead rested against hers, and his breathing was uneven, and his hand was still on her neck, and Rayne stood in the circle of his nearness, and felt the choice she was making settle into her body, clear and deliberate and eyes wide open. She was loving the lever, the very thing she had sworn off. She had built her life on the principle that she would never stand in the space where taillights had been. And here she was, kissing Cash Greer in a clearing with no witnesses, knowing that he had a circuit and a life and a decade of momentum pulling him toward the road. And choosing him anyway. Not blindly, not recklessly. With the same precision she brought to a trail she'd never ridden, reading every risk, calculating every consequence, and committing to the line because the line was true even if the landing was uncertain. The fear was there. She could feel it underneath the warmth, cool and familiar, the old reflex that said, "He will leave." Everyone who needs an audience eventually goes back to the audience, and you will be standing in this clearing alone. She heard the fear. She respected it. But she did not let it drive. Because the man who had just kissed her had done it in a place with no crowd and no camera and no scoreboard, and the kiss had been quieter and more honest than any word he'd spoken all summer. And Rayne trusted her ability to read a man as she read to Rayne. And what she read in that kiss was not departure. It was arrival. Uncertain, scared, incomplete, but arriving. "I'm choosing this," she said softly, her forehead still against his. "But I need you to know what I'm risking. I don't chase levers, Cash. I don't wait at gates. If you're here, be here. If you're going, tell me now, and I will let you go, and I will be fine, and we will not do this." "I'm here?" he said. "Are you?" "I'm here." The words sat between them in the pine-scented air, and Rayne heard them, and she believed them, and the believing was the riskiest thing she had ever done on any trail. They rode back slowly, side by side where the trail was wide enough, the afternoon heat breaking toward evening. The country opened around them, green and gold and unhurried, and Rayne felt the landscape differently than she'd felt it that morning. Charged now, rearranged, every tree in turn carrying the residue of the clearing, and the kiss, and the sentence she'd said out loud and could not take back. "That's the man I want." Cash rode beside her without speaking, and the silence between their engines was not the managed distance of two people being careful. It was the full, warm ease of two people who had said what needed saying and were letting the ground absorb it. Rochelle was on the fire road. She was walking, as she did most evenings between the B&B and the lake road, her silver-threaded braids over one shoulder and her pace unhurried, the kind of walk that covered distance without appearing to try. The evening light was on her face, and the road was soft with dust, and she looked up as they approached, two bikes coming side by side, and her face did what Rochelle's face always did when she saw something she'd been expecting. A single, satisfied nod, like the last piece of a puzzle slotting home without being forced. "Evening," she said as they slowed. "Evening, Rochelle." Rochelle looked at Rayne, then at Cash, then back at Rayne. She took her time with the looking, unhurried as everything else about her, and her expression was warm and unsurprised and carried the calm authority of having watched this unfold from the night to ma'am. Cash came home, content to let it arrive at its own speed. "Beautiful night for a ride," she said. "You two look like you had a good one." "We did," Rayne said, and the we came out easy and unhidden, and she let it. Rochelle smiled, patted Cash's arm as he passed, and walked on toward the lake road, her posture straight, her pace unbroken, the town present and watching and choosing, as always, to let love find its own way home.
Chapter 13. Malachi took one look at him and set 2 coffees on the counter without being asked. "You look different," Malachi said. "I look the same. You look like you got kissed by the woman you've been circling for 6 weeks and haven't figured out what to do about it yet." Malachi leaned on the counter and folded his arms. "Amy owes Joanne $50, by the way. Joanne had July. There is no pool. There is absolutely a pool, and you are the reason my wife just lost money, so the least you can do is look happy about it." Cash drank his coffee and did not argue, because Malachi was right about one thing. He looked different. He could feel the difference in his own face, a looseness that hadn't been there 24 hours ago, as if the muscles he'd been using to hold the performer's expression in place had finally let go, and what was underneath was simpler and less polished and entirely his own. The kiss was still in his body, not as a memory, but as a presence, a physical fact that lived in his hands and his chest and the back of his neck where her fingers had been. He had kissed Rayne Ellison in a clearing with no crowd and no camera and no score, and the kiss had filled him more completely than any arena ovation he'd ever received, and the filling had not worn off overnight. It was still there, still full, still warm. That was the part that undid him. The crowds wore off. They always wore off. The roar peaked and faded, and by the time he reached the parking lot, the high was already leaking out. And by the time he reached the hotel, it was gone, and by morning the absence was back, the hollow at the center that needed feeding. The kiss had not done that. The kiss had settled into him and stayed, like rain, like the land, like the morning coffee at the diner, persistent and quiet and not dependent on an audience for its warmth. For the first time in 9 years, Cash Greer was full and the fullness was not leaving. He finished his coffee, thanked Malachi for the abuse, and walked out onto Main Street. The morning was bright and hot, and since coming home, Cash had never felt quite like this, as if the brightness was not a thing he was performing for, but a thing he was inside. The kiss had rearranged his internal weather. He had spent 9 years chasing the high that came with 30,000 screaming faces, and yesterday afternoon a woman had put her hands on his chest in a clearing, and the feeling had been quieter and deeper and more durable than anything a crowd had ever given him. And the durability was the part that undid him, because it meant the feeling didn't need renewal. It was just there, like ground under his feet. He stopped at Roasted Beans for a second coffee to bring to the land, and Joanne, without looking up from the register, said, "Congratulations." "For what?" "For whatever happened yesterday that made you walk into my shop looking like a different person. I don't need details. I just wanted to say it." Cash was heading for the door when a truck pulled into the spot outside and 2 young men got out, early 20s, wearing Moto brand gear and baseball caps, and the taller one stopped mid-step when he saw Cash through the glass. "No way. Cash Greer?" The door opened and they were inside, grinning, phones in hand. "Bro, we drove down from Peachwood for the trails. I saw your roundup clip. Can we get a photo?" Cash felt the switch engage. The brightness, the posture, the voice that knew how to hold a room. He smiled, shook hands, posed for the photo, signed a hat, answered 3 questions about the invitational circuit, and the whole exchange took 2 minutes, efficient and warm, delivered with the polish of 10,000 identical encounters. The 2 men left buzzing with the energy of an unexpected celebrity sighting, and Cash stood in Joanne's shop with the performer's smile still cooling on his face and the awareness, sudden and unwelcome, that the switch had engaged automatically. He hadn't chosen it. It had simply turned on, the showman answering the door before the man behind it could decide whether to open up. He drove to the Greer land with the second coffee and the proposal draft and the small, residual hum of the fan encounter sitting faint under his skin. The proposal was almost finished. 3 days of careful work, handwritten in the notebook, and then typed into his phone at the kitchen table at his mother's house. The document growing from a rough sketch into something with sections and numbers and a timeline that started in September and ran through the following spring. He'd called the insurance company and gotten a quote, priced helmets and pads and entry-level bikes. He'd drafted a safety plan based on the youth riding programs he'd researched online, adapted for the Greer land's terrain and the partnership with Zuri's center. The proposal was due by the end of the month, and the end of the month was tomorrow, and the proposal was ready, and the readiness felt like a foundation being poured, wet and heavy and permanent in a way that thrilled him and terrified him in equal measure. He parked at the gate, which swung open easily now, the rust long gone, and walked the property. The barn was cleaner now, the stalls swept, the loft cleared of debris, the sparrows still nesting in the rafters because he hadn't had the heart to evict them. The skills area was staked and leveled. The beginner loop was flagged and walked and ready for its first rider. The house still needed everything, but the house could wait. The program could not. Rayne arrived at 10. She parked at the back gate and crossed the pasture toward him, and the crossing was different from every other time she'd walked this ground. Because now she was walking toward him as the woman who had kissed him in a clearing and told him she was choosing this, and the knowledge of that choice was in her posture and her pace, and the way she looked at him when she reached the barn. "Morning," she said. Morning. He wanted to kiss her again. The wanting was enormous and precise and rooted in the physical memory of yesterday, and he let it sit without acting on it because the barn was open to the light and the moment didn't need a replay. It needed to be itself. "Show me the proposal," she said. He showed her. They sat on hay bales in the barn aisle, the document open on his phone between them, and Rayne read it carefully and completely, her finger scrolling at a pace that told him she was reading every line rather than skimming for headlines. She asked questions. How would he assess a kid's readiness to move from the skills area to the beginner loop? What happened if a kid outgrew the program and wanted to ride competitively? Who supervised when cash wasn't available? What was the policy on kids riding unsupervised outside of sessions? "That last one matters," she said. "Trey's wrist didn't happen during a session. It happened because he was trying to copy you on his own time. If this program teaches kids to ride, some of them are going to ride when nobody's watching. Your safety plan needs to account for that." How? By building judgment, not just skill. The skills keep you upright. The judgment keeps you from trying something you're not ready for when the instructor isn't there. Cash wrote it down. It was the kind of insight he wouldn't have had on his own, the gap between knowing how to ride and knowing how to teach, and Rayne filled that gap effortlessly, completely and without apology. She scrolled further and stopped. "Rayne can serve as co-instructor and trail safety lead," she read aloud and looked up at him. "You put me in the proposal. I put you in the proposal. Without asking. I was going to ask. I'm asking now." She looked at the document, then at him, and the expression on her face was one he hadn't seen before. Not the guarded assessment, or the competitive composure, or the grounded steadiness he'd come to recognize. It was surprise, genuine and undefended, the face of someone who had not expected to find herself written into another person's plan and was deciding how she felt about it. "Yes," she said. "But we're rewriting the trail safety section. Your risk thresholds are too high." "My risk thresholds are industry standard. Your industry lands people in hospitals. My thresholds are lower. We'll use mine." He smiled, and the smile was easy, and Rayne smiled back, and the barn was still around them, the sparrows going overhead, the hay and dust smell woven into the morning like something that had always been there. His phone rang. The sound cut through the barn like a blade. Cash looked at the screen and his face changed, and he knew his face changed because Rayne's expression shifted in response, the smile pulling back by a degree, replaced by something watchful. "I need to take this," he said. 1 minute. He stepped outside, The sun was high and the pasture was bright, and his manager's voice was clipped and urgent in his ear. Cash, today is the 30th. The invitational slot closes at midnight tonight. I've been holding them off for 2 weeks. I need an answer. Right now, yes or no. Cash leaned against the barn wall and looked at the pasture, the staked-out skills area, the flagged beginner loop, the fire road winding toward the back country where he had kissed her yesterday in a clearing that smelled like pine resin and red clay. I need more time. There is no more time. Midnight tonight, the slot goes to Vance. This is your career, Cash. This is the biggest audience of the year, and they're asking for you, and you're standing in a field somewhere acting like you've forgotten who you are. I haven't forgotten. Then act like it, yes or no. Give me until tonight. His manager exhaled hard enough that Cash could hear the frustration through the phone. You have until midnight. After that, I can't help you. He hung up. He stood outside the barn and breathed and felt the two futures pressing against each other, the one inside the barn and the one on the other end of the phone, and told himself the thing he had been telling himself for 2 weeks. I can have both. I can do the invitational and come back. I can ride select events and be based here for the program. I can be the rider and the keeper. The circuit doesn't have to be all or nothing, and the land doesn't have to mean the road is over. The thought was real. It was possible. Riders shifted to selective schedules all the time. Headliner events, not the full grind, home between stops. The career evolves. It doesn't have to end. But underneath the thought, in the place where he kept the things he didn't look at, a smaller voice said, "The problem isn't whether you can have both. The problem is that you haven't told her. The invitational means leaving in August. You have not said one word about it. She kissed you yesterday in a clearing and told you she was choosing this, and she chose it without the full picture, and every hour you let that stand is an hour the lie gets heavier. You can have both lives, Cash, but not like this, not built on what you're hiding." He pushed the smaller voice down. He had been pushing it down for 2 weeks, and he was getting practiced at it, and the practice was this: stand in the light, ignore the shadow, and believe the shadow will sort itself out before it reaches the people you love. He walked back into the barn. Rayne was sitting where he'd left her, the phone in her lap, the proposal still open. She looked at him and her eyes tracked his face, reading the shift in his expression as she read trail surface, and Cash could see the question forming. Everything okay? Yeah. The word came out smoothly, automatically, the performer's reflex producing the line before the man behind it could intervene. Just logistics, circuit business, nothing urgent. You look like it was urgent. It wasn't. She looked at him a beat longer than comfortable, and Cash held hers, and the lie sat between them on the hay bale, small and patient, wearing the shape of a word that meant nothing. Logistics. Rayne let it go. She turned back to the proposal and pointed at the trail safety section, and they spent the next hour rewriting it, her standards replacing his, her precision reshaping his instinct, and the collaboration was warm and productive and real, and Cash gave himself to it completely, because the giving was easier than the other thing, the thing pressing against the inside of his ribs, the midnight deadline, and the slot and the road, and the lie that was starting to develop a heartbeat of its own. They walked the beginner loop together in the early afternoon, side by side, the sun overhead, the flagging tape catching the breeze. At the far end of the loop, where the pasture opened toward the fire road, Rayne stopped. "This is good, Cash. What you're building here, it matters. I know. Do you? Because you just came back from a phone call that put something behind your eyes I haven't seen before. And I'm not going to push, because that's not how I work. But I need you to hear me say this." She turned and faced him. "Whatever is pulling at you, this is the thing that lasts. Arena's close, crowds go home. This land, this program, these kids, they stay. You stay, and they stay, and the staying is the point." He looked at her, standing in his father's pasture in the July sun with the beginner loop at her feet and the fire road behind her, grounded and certain, never once needing an audience to know she was real, and he loved her. The thought arrived without announcement, fully formed, enormous and quiet, and he did not say it out loud, because saying it with the lie still in his pocket would be the cruelest thing he'd ever done. "I hear you," he said. They walked back to the barn. Rayne kissed him once at the gate, brief and warm, her hand on his jaw, and rode home in the early afternoon. And Cash watched her go down the fire road and disappear into the pines and stood in the quiet she left behind and felt the love and the lie occupying the same body, the same chest, the same breath. He sat on the Greer porch with his phone in his hand and the choice in his lap, and the sun moved west across the pasture, and the shadows grew long, and the midnight was coming, and he had not yet chosen. The evening came down slowly over the land. The sparrows tapered off in the barn. The heat broke into the first cool edge of night, and the crickets started. And Cash sat on the porch his father had built and held his phone and turned the spur over in his other hand and thought about what it would take to tell her. He could ride the invitational and come back. He believed that. But every version of the conversation he rehearsed ended with her face, and on her face was 6 weeks of silence he couldn't explain away. "I don't chase levers. I don't wait at gates." She hadn't said that about men who rode a circuit and came home. She'd said it about men who disappeared without warning. And every day he held the invitational in his pocket without speaking it. He became closer to the thing she feared most. At 11:30, he picked up the phone and called his manager. "I'm in," he said. The words sat in the night air, flat and final, and Cash hung up and put the phone on the porch rail and looked at the pasture and the stars and the land his father had kept. The decision was right. He knew it was right. The invitational was his career, and his career was not the enemy. But he had made the decision alone, in the dark, without the woman he loved beside him, and the quiet on the porch was unbearable, not because of what he'd chosen, but because of who he hadn't told.
Chapter 14. Luis was reshoeing the bay mare when Rayne came through the barn Saturday morning, and Cash was holding the lead rope, talking to the mare in a low, steady voice while Luis worked the hoof between his knees. The forge smell of hot shoe and hoof hung in the aisle, sharp and familiar. "You don't have to sweet-talk her," Luis said, not looking up from the shoe. "She's not going anywhere. She's nervous. She's dramatic. There's a difference. Hold her still." Cash held her still. The mare flicked an ear at him and settled, her head dropping toward his chest, and Cash let her rest there, one hand on the lead, the other flat against her neck. Luis glanced up from under his hat brim, and Rayne saw the glance, and the glance carried the grudging respect of someone who spent his life around animals and recognized when another person had stopped pretending to be comfortable with them and actually was. "You've gotten better with her," Luis said. "First time you held a lead in this barn, she tried to walk over you." "She did walk over me. And now she's sleeping on your shoulder. That's not charm, that's time." He set the hoof down and reached for the rasp. "Horses don't care about charm. They care about whether you're going to be there tomorrow." The sentence landed in the barn and sat there, and Rayne watched Cash absorb it without answering. And she wondered whether Luis had meant it as simply as he'd said it, or whether Luis, who said very little and meant all of it, had delivered a message that applied to more than the mare. Rayne propped a shoulder on the stall door with her coffee and studied the picture the two of them made. Luis bent and focused, Cash steady at the mare's head, the morning light coming through the barn doors in long, warm slats. Cash had been showing up at Wildwind 3 mornings a week since the 4th, mucking and mending and doing whatever Luis pointed him toward, and Luis, who trusted no one with the horses and tolerated fewer people than he trusted, had stopped pretending Cash was in the way. That was the highest praise Luis gave, the absence of complaint. "Morning," she said from the stall door. Cash looked up and smiled, and the smile went through her like sunlight through glass, bright and immediate and impossible to prepare for, no matter how many mornings it happened. They had been together since Thursday, 2 days since the clearing and the rock garden and the kiss that had rearranged everything, and the newness had not diminished. If anything, the awareness had intensified, sharpening rather than settling, every small contact carrying a voltage that ordinary proximity could not account for. "Morning." He held up the lead rope. "I've been promoted. Luis lets me hold things now. That's because you stopped trying to hold them wrong." I never held them wrong. I held them creatively. Creative is wrong when the horse outweighs you by 800 pounds, Luis said. He set the mare's hoof down and straightened, pressing his fists into his lower back. She's done. Turn her out. Cash led the mare carefully to the paddock gate, and Rayne fell in beside him, and they walked through the dewy grass with the mare between them. And the morning was cool and green and alive with the sound of birds and the distant clatter of her father's truck heading toward the feed store. Cash opened the gate. The mare walked through without hurrying, shook herself once from nose to tail, and trotted toward the far corner where the shade was deepest. He latched the gate and turned to Rayne. "Hi," he said. "You already said morning. Morning is a greeting. Hi is personal." She kissed him at the paddock gate, brief and warm, unhurried, with Luis probably watching from the barn and her father's truck probably visible in the rearview mirror on his way to town, and the whole open morning around them. Cash's hand came to her waist, warm and steady, and the kiss lasted 3 seconds and left a print that lasted longer. "Come ride with me," she said. They took the South Ridge Trail, the route she'd claimed as theirs since the rock garden, and the riding was different now. Not the side-by-side formation of 2 people keeping a careful distance, or the single file of a coach and a student. This was synchronized, 2 riders moving through country as one unit. She led, and he matched, his engine note a half-beat behind hers. And when she leaned into a turn, she could feel him lean at the same angle, a bike length back, reading her body through the curve, trusting her line without second-guessing, and the physical trust made every section of trail feel charged. On the descent above the creek, she took a technical line through a root shelf, threading between 2 exposed stones with a 1/4 inch of clearance on each side, the kind of precision riding that required full body attention. Cash followed and threaded the same gap, his balance perfect, his correction invisible. 6 weeks ago, he would have carried too much speed and muscled through the stones. Now he read them and let the bike find its own path, and the transformation was undramatic and total, and Rayne felt a pride in it that surprised her, because she had never felt pride in another rider before. Her own riding was her own. Cash's growth was something new, something she had helped build. And watching it move through the country beside her was different from any satisfaction she'd earned alone. At the ridge, they stopped. The view opened south and east, green hills rolling toward the distant silver of the lake, the sky enormous above everything. Cash sat on the flat rock at the overlook, and Rayne sat beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched, and the touching was deliberate on both sides. "I submitted the proposal to Zuri yesterday," he said. "I know, she texted me. She called it surprisingly competent. From Zuri, that's a standing ovation. From Zuri, that's an admission that she didn't expect you to follow through and is adjusting her assessment." He laughed and pulled her against his shoulder. They sat like that, looking at the view, and the quiet between them was not the managed quiet of earlier weeks. It was intimate, the silence of 2 people who had stopped performing for each other and were discovering what lived in the space where the performance used to be. "When does the board review it?" he asked. 2 weeks. Zuri presents. They discuss, they vote. If it passes, we start building the curriculum in August and pilot the first session in September. He paused for a beat. Just a beat, half a second too long, and Rayne felt it. Not the silence itself, but the texture of it, the faint tightening around something he wasn't saying. She cataloged it without comment, filed it beside every other shift in his weather, and let it pass. "September," he said. "That's close. It's 5 weeks, plenty of time to get the site ready if we start this month. I might need to handle some circuit business in the next couple weeks, just logistics, training commitments I can't push back." The sentence was casual, delivered into the view rather than into her eyes, and it carried the weight of something larger than logistics. Rayne heard it. She heard the vagueness, the passive phrasing, the refusal to be concrete about dates or duration. She did not press. "Okay," she said, "we can work around it. It won't take long. A week, maybe 2. I'll be back for the September pilot." "Okay." She said it twice because saying it once would have invited a follow-up question she wasn't ready to ask. The words sat between them, even and measured, and Cash kissed the top of her head and pulled her closer, and whatever had been underneath the paws sank below the surface. They rode back to Wildwind in the early afternoon. The heat was building toward the day's peak, the air thick and close, carrying the green smell of pasture grass going to seed and the faint sweetness of honeysuckle from the fence line. Cash parked his bike beside the barn, and Rayne parked beside him, and they walked to the house without discussing it. The trajectory carrying them from the barn through the yard to the porch to the front door with the naturalness of two bodies following a current neither had named. Her father was in town. Louise had gone for the day. The house was empty. They stood on the porch, and Cash turned to her, and the air between them changed register, dropping from the easy warmth of the morning into something lower and slower and more deliberate. His hand found her hip again, then the small of her back, drawing her toward him with a patience that made the drawing feel unhurried, even though everything in Rayne's body was accelerating. He kissed her. Not the paddock gate kiss, brief and bright. This was the other thing, the one that had been building since the clearing, since the tailgate, since the first Saturday he'd shown up at her riding ground soaking wet and grinning, and she'd felt the frequencies start humming in her chest. His mouth was warm and his hands were steady on her back, and he kissed her with the full, focused attention of someone for whom this was the only thing happening in the world. And Rayne leaned into it and let the last of her held breath go. They moved through the front door without breaking the kiss. The house was cool and shadowed, the curtains drawn against the afternoon, and they stopped in the hallway. His hands were on her waist, his thumbs tracing the curve of her hips through cotton, and her back was against the wall, and his body was close and warm against hers. And the line between restraint and surrender was thinning with every breath. She had spent years being careful, years reading terrain before committing, years holding back until she understood the ground beneath her. And here was Cash Greer in her father's hallway, his breath on her neck, his hands steady and deliberate, and the ground was unfamiliar, and she was not holding back, and the not holding back felt like the truest riding she had ever done. Fast and committed and entirely without a safety net. She could feel his heartbeat through his shirt. She could feel the controlled tension in his arms, the deliberate steadiness of someone holding back, not because he didn't want more, but because the holding was its own form of honoring. His forehead came to rest against hers, and his breathing was rough, and she pressed her palms flat against his chest and felt the heat of him through the fabric, solid and real. And the hallway was dark, and the curtains held the afternoon outside like a held breath, and neither of them was performing. "Rayne," he said against her mouth. Her name in his voice at this register did something to the architecture of her thinking, loosened the bolts, let the structure sway. "I know," she said. "I want. I know." They stayed there, in the hallway, in the dark, in the held breath between wanting and having. His hands moved to her shoulders, and his lips moved to the curve of her neck. Slow and deliberate, and she felt the contact travel through her entire body like a note struck on a bell, resonant and sustaining. Her fingers curled into the collar of his shirt. She pulled him closer and felt him come, felt the weight of him settle against her, and the pressure was perfect and terrifying, and exactly what she had been circling since June. The line held. They held it together. Not because the wanting wasn't enough, but because the wanting deserved more than a hallway in the middle of an afternoon. And they both knew it without saying it, and the knowing was its own intimacy, as deep in its way as the touching. When they finally pulled apart, her back was still against the wall, and his hands were still on her shoulders, and the hallway was dark, and the house was empty, and the afternoon was hot, and Rayne felt, for the first time in her adult life, the full weight of what she had let herself want, and the full risk of what she was trusting him to carry. The risk was not the wanting. The risk was the trusting, and the trusting felt like the bravest thing she had done since she chose to stay in Sweetgum and build a life that nobody scored. They sat on the porch afterward, side by side on the top step, the heat softening into evening, cold glasses of water sweating between their knees. The world reassembled itself around them in layers. Crickets first, then the mare in the far paddock, grazing in the last of the sun. A mockingbird running through its borrowed songs in the magnolia by the drive, the sound of a truck on the county road, somebody coming home from somewhere. Rayne rested her head against his shoulder and thought about what Luis had said that morning. Whether you're going to be there tomorrow. Cash was here today. He had been here every day for 6 weeks. He had mucked and mended and built a program proposal and kissed her in a clearing and held her in a hallway and done all of it without performing. And the accumulation of those days was heavy and real. And she trusted it. She trusted it because she had watched it grow, one morning at a time. And the watching was not suspicious. It was careful. There was a difference. Cash's phone buzzed on the step beside him. He glanced at the screen, and the glance lasted a half-second longer than a casual check, and the quality of his attention shifted, and Rayne watched it happen, the faint pull, the almost imperceptible realignment of his focus from the porch to the phone and back. He turned the screen over and left the phone face down. Anything important? No. He said it easily, naturally, without the performer's brightness, and Rayne almost believed it, as you almost believe a clear sky that carries the smell of rain. Something was there. She could feel it under the warmth, cool and persistent, a signal she couldn't decode but couldn't dismiss. The phone on the step between them, screen dark, carrying a conversation she was not part of. She did not ask again. She was not built for asking twice. If he had something to say, he would say it, or he wouldn't, and either answer would tell her what she needed to know. But the wire of her attention, the one that had been running since the first night at the roundup gate, the one that tracked whether Cash Greer was arriving or leaving, stayed taut, humming with a frequency she could hear even in the warmest, closest, most intimate afternoon of her life. She loved him. The thought had been growing for weeks, and it was finished now, complete. No longer a question she was considering, but a fact she was living inside. She loved Cash Greer. The real one, the quiet one, the one sitting beside her on a porch step with his shoulder touching hers and his breathing still carrying the ragged edge of the hallway. She loved him, and she was happy, and she was watching. Her father's truck turned up the drive as the sun touched the tree line. Cash stood and kissed her forehead and walked to his bike, and her father parked and got out and looked at Cash's retreating figure and then at Rayne on the step and said nothing, because her father understood that some things were better read than reported. "Supper's in an hour," he said, and went inside, and the screen door closed behind him, and Rayne sat on the step and watched Cash's taillights turn onto the county road and disappear into the pines. She loved him with her eyes open and her hands steady and her judgment intact. She loved him, and she had heard him say circuit business and a week, maybe 2, and watched him turn his phone face down, and she had filed all of it without flinching, because loving someone and paying attention were not contradictory. They were the same discipline, practiced at different depths, and Rayne had been practicing both her whole life.
Chapter 15. Trey showed up at the Greer barn on Tuesday afternoon with his right wrist still in the brace and the focused, restless energy of a boy who had not ridden in 2 weeks and was counting every hour until he could. "Doctor says I'm healing on schedule," he said. 4 more weeks in this thing, but he cleared me for light activity as long as I keep the brace on. Light activity is not a bike. Light activity is walking the course, which is what I've been doing, which is why I'm here. He held up the braced wrist and rotated it carefully. "See? Functional. Functional in a brace is not cleared for riding. Show me the doctor's note." "I don't have a doctor's note." "Then you're walking." Cash handed him a clipboard. "But since you're here, you can help me inventory the gear. Helmets are in the loft. Pads are in the stalls. Count everything and write it down. And if I catch you on a bike before a physician signs off, I will call your mother." "You wouldn't." "I would call her so fast your brace would spin." Trey took the clipboard and went to work, and Cash watched him climb the loft ladder one-handed with the careful determination of a kid who had learned, at considerable cost, that enthusiasm was not the same as readiness. The learning was holding. Cash could see it in small ways. Trey no longer watched clips on his phone between sessions. He asked questions about terrain instead of about tricks. Last week, walking the intermediate trail together, he had stopped at a route crossing and asked Cash to explain why the approach angle mattered, and the question had been genuine, born from curiosity rather than imitation, and Cash had answered it fully, drawing the angle in the dirt with a stick. And the teaching had felt more natural than performing ever had. Cash. Trey's voice came from the loft. Some of these pads are sized wrong. The smalls are mixed in with the mediums. Sort them. Label the bins. With what? There's a marker in the tack trunk, and write clearly. Your handwriting looks like a seismograph. I'm 15. My handwriting is age-appropriate. Your handwriting is a liability. Print. The banter was easy, and Cash let himself enjoy it. The simple exchange of two people working toward a shared goal, one teaching and one learning, and neither performing for an audience. Trey had become the program's first success story before the program had officially started, and the transformation from a boy chasing a screen to a boy sorting pads in a barn was, to Cash, more impressive than any trick he'd ever landed at altitude. Rayne arrived at 5. She had been at Wildwind all day, working the horses with Luis, and she came through the back gate with dust on her boots and her hair pulled back and the settled, unhurried composure she carried after a long day of physical work. She nodded at Trey in the loft, exchanged a look with Cash that contained an entire conversation neither of them needed to speak out loud, and leaned against the stall door. "Inventory," she said, looking at the clipboard in Trey's hand. "Cash won't let me ride." "Cash is right. My wrist is fine." "Your wrist is healing. Fine comes later. What's the helmet count?" 14. 3 need new straps. "Write that down. I'll order replacements this week." Trey finished the inventory and called his mother for a pickup. While he waited by the gate, he walked the beginner loop one more time, his unbandaged hand brushing the markers, his pace deliberate and focused. Cash watched from the barn and felt the same shift he'd felt every time Trey chose patience over impulse. The recognition that teaching was harder than riding and mattered in a different register. Gwen's truck came up the fire road, and Trey climbed in with a wave that was smaller and more grounded than the waves he'd been giving before the rock shelf, before the fracture, before the slow education of walking a course you wanted to ride and learning to wait. Cash and Rayne stood in the barn after he left. The evening light slanted through the doors at a low angle, turning the dust in the air to copper. The sparrows were settling in the rafters, shuffling along the beams, and the barn held the day's warmth close, the smell of hay and old wood and the faint mineral tang of the farrier's work still hanging in the aisle. "He sorted the pads," Rayne said, looking at the labeled bins. "In print. I threatened his mother. Effective strategy. I'm not his parent. No, you're something harder to define and just as important." She looked at him, and her eyes held something that went beyond the tally, beyond the banter, beyond the months of circling and testing. "He trusts you, and he's right to." The words landed, and Cash let them land, and the barn was still, and the property was quiet, and the fire road was empty, and the house behind them waited, dark and cool with its windows open, the evening air moving through rooms his father had built and his mother's garden greening outside the kitchen window. "Stay," he said. The word came out simply. Not a question, not a performance, a door held open. Rayne held his gaze for a long moment, and in the holding was every calculation she'd ever made about the distance between loving carefully and loving fully. "Okay," she said. They walked to the house. He opened the front door and held it, and Rayne stepped past him, close enough that her shoulder brushed his chest. The brush was light and brief, and it traveled through him like a match struck in a dark room. He stood in the doorway for a second after she passed, breathing, steadying himself. Keep it together. Rayne moved through the front room, touching the back of the chair by the window, running her hand along the kitchen doorframe. She did this, touched things, learned spaces with her hands before she settled into them, and watching her fingers trail along the wood of his father's house made his pulse pick up. "You've been working on this place," she said. "Every day. Still a lot to do. It feels lived in. It's getting there." He started dinner because he needed something to do with his hands. Rice on the back burner, chicken in his father's cast-iron skillet, Salt, cumin, paprika. Focus on the food. Focus on the heat from the stove and the weight of the skillet and anything other than the fact that Rayne had just leaned against the counter beside him with her hip an inch from his. "You cook," she said. "My mama would disown me if I couldn't feed a guest." "Am I a guest?" He looked at her, lamplight on her face, her hair coming loose from its tie, one strand curving along her neck, and he tracked the strand without meaning to and felt his grip tighten on the spatula. "No," he said, "you're not a guest." She let that sit for a beat, then reached across him for the salt, her arm crossing his body, slow, unhurried, her face close enough that he could feel her breath on his jaw. She held the position a half-second longer than necessary. "Chicken's going to burn," she said. He turned the chicken. She stayed close. His hand was not steady on the spatula, and he was grateful for the sound of the skillet because it covered the sound of his breathing. They sat at the table, plates between them, the lamp throwing warm light across the wood. Rayne ate with the unhurried focus she brought to everything. And Cash watched her and tried to have a normal conversation, and kept losing the thread because she had a way of tilting her head when she listened that exposed the line of her neck, and every time she did it, his thoughts scattered. "This was my parents' table," he said, reaching for something solid. "My mama used to put a cloth on it for Sunday dinner, white with little blue flowers." "That sounds beautiful." "It was. I used to sit right where you're sitting. My dad sat at the end." He turned his fork in the rice. "I don't think I appreciated how good that was until I spent 9 years eating room service off a tray." "You missed it. Every day. I just couldn't admit it, because admitting it meant admitting I'd left something worth staying for." Rayne set her fork down and leaned forward, her chin on her hand, and the leaning brought her closer across the small table, and Cash could smell her skin, warm from the day, hay and horses, and something underneath that was just her. "What made you finally admit it?" The answer was sitting across the table from him. He almost said it. He almost said "you," and the word was right there in his mouth, and beside it, crowding against it, was the other thing, the invitational, the flight, the deadline he'd already answered, and the two truths pressed against each other, and he couldn't say either one, so he said something else that was also true. "I burned the rice," he said. "First time I cooked in this kitchen. The smoke alarm went off. I opened all the windows and stood on the porch and thought, this is the worst meal I've ever made, and it's the best I've felt in years." Her laugh filled the kitchen. It was warm and full, and it started in her chest and came out without any guard on it, and the sound did something structural to Cash's self-control, loosened a bolt, shifted a beam. He wanted to hear that laugh every night. He wanted to be the reason for it. "Tell me something," he said, "something I don't know about you. You know most things. Tell me something underneath." She considered, her eyes on his, and the looking was its own kind of contact. "I almost left, once, after college. I had an offer to train at a facility in Colorado, full scholarship, room and board. It would have changed my career. What happened? I drove out to the fire road and sat on my bike and looked at the pines and realized that if I left, I'd spend the rest of my life trying to find a place that felt like this one, and I'd never find it, so I stayed." She picked up her fork. "I've never regretted it, but I think about it sometimes, what I might have been." "You're exactly what you might have been. You just did it here." Her eyes changed. Something opened in them, unguarded, and the ground shifted under the conversation, and the secret pressed against his ribs, because she had just told him about the time she almost left, and she had no idea he was about to. He should tell her. Right now, at this table before the evening went further, he opened his mouth. She smiled at him, open and trusting and entirely without defense, and the words dissolved. "I'm glad you stayed," he said. The sentence was true and insufficient, and he hated himself for the insufficiency. Then Rayne reached across the table and put her hand over his, warm and steady, and the guilt and the wanting tangled together until he couldn't tell which was pulling harder. He stood and cleared the plates. Rayne followed him to the sink, and they stood shoulder to shoulder in the small kitchen, Cash washing, Rayne drying. The space between the counter and the stove was narrow enough that every reach and turn brought them into contact. His arm brushed hers. her hip pressed against his when she leaned to put a plate away. "You missed a spot," she said, handing back a glass. "I didn't miss it. I left it for character. Character is a dirty glass. Character is a glass with a story." She laughed again, quieter this time, and the softness made it more intimate. It was the ordinariness doing it. Rayne fitting into the kitchen like she'd always been in it, drying each plate with full attention, her elbow bumping his, and both of them staying exactly where they were. He handed her the skillet. Their fingers overlapped on the handle, warm and rough, and neither of them let go. The water ran in the sink. The lamp hummed in the other room. They stood there with the skillet between them and the evening pouring through the windows, both breathing wrong. Rayne set the skillet on the counter. She turned. The dish towel was over her shoulder and the lamplight was behind her, and she was right there, and she reached up and touched his jaw. Just her fingertips, light along the bone. Something in him broke loose. He caught her wrist, pulled her in, and kissed her. Not soft, not careful. His mouth found hers and his hand went to her hip and pulled her in, and the counter pressed into the small of his back, and the kiss was deep and immediate and carried the whole long evening of holding back, and the holding back was over. They moved into the hallway, her laugh low and breathless against his mouth, and the laugh cracked open the last distance he'd been keeping. He pulled her closer and felt her come willingly, certain against him. He paused at the bedroom door. A breath, a question in the pause, unspoken. Rayne answered it by taking his hand and pulling him through. He laughed, low and real, carrying no performance at all. The room was dark and cool, and the window was open to the August night, crickets and tree frogs and the breath of wind through the pines. Cash had never brought anyone into this room. His father's bed was gone, replaced with a frame he'd bought in town and assembled himself. Sheets clean, quilt new, and bringing Rayne into it made the room his in a way nothing else had. She pulled his shirt over his head and dropped it on the floor. He found the hem of hers, and she lifted her arms, and the gesture was simple and trusting, and it hit him somewhere behind his ribs, the casualness of it, the ease, as if undressing in his father's house was the most natural thing in the world. "Hey," she said softly, her hand on his chest. "You're shaking." "I know. Are you cold?" "No." He put his hand over hers. "I've just never had this matter before. Not like this." She stepped into him. Her forehead found the hollow below his collarbone, and she breathed there, and he wrapped his arms around her and held on and felt the shaking subside, not because the feeling diminished, but because her closeness steadied it. "I'm here," she said against his skin. The words were his. She'd given them back to him, and in her mouth they meant something different than they'd meant in his, something deeper and less afraid. And Cash felt his throat tighten and his eyes sting, and he kissed the top of her head and drew her in. They found each other slowly. Her skin was warm under his hands. His mouth found the curve of her shoulder, the hollow of her throat, the place where her pulse ran close to the surface, and he followed it and felt her breathing change, and the changing was a sound he wanted to hear every night. She pulled him closer, her hands on his back, her fingers tracing his spine, finding the places where pressure made him catch his breath. He could feel her learning him, paying attention to what made him still and what made him move, and the attention was the most intimate thing he'd ever experienced. "Rayne, I know." 2 words. The same 2 words from the kitchen and the hallway and every moment of the evening that had led here, and they were enough. They were everything. The night deepened around them. The tree frogs kept their chorus. The wind came through the window, cool across warm skin, and what moved between them rose and held and broke. And in the breaking, Cash felt something he had never felt on any stage or in any arena. The absolute certainty of being exactly where he was supposed to be, with exactly the person he was supposed to be with, in a room so quiet he could hear both their heartbeats. Afterward, Rayne slept with her head on his chest and her hand on his ribs, and Cash lay awake in the dark and looked at the ceiling and felt the stillness close over him, complete and enormous. He listened to the house, the creak of the frame cooling in the night air, the soft tick of the kitchen clock his mother had hung beside the stove, the wind in the pines, steady and low, carrying the smell of clay and August grass. The house was alive around him, breathing its own slow breath. And he was inside it, and Rayne was inside it with him, and the inside felt like enough. This is what I want. The thought was clear. Clearer than any thought he'd had on a ramp or in an arena or in the high bright seconds of a trick executed perfectly at 40 feet. He wanted this room, this woman, this land, this life, built on mornings and work and the quiet accumulation of days that nobody outside this house would ever know about. He wanted to be a keeper, and the wanting terrified him. Not because the wanting was wrong. The wanting was right, more right than anything he'd felt in 9 years. It terrified him because it asked him to trust stillness, and stillness was the country where his wound lived. The wound said, "Nobody sees you here." The wound said, "This room is dark because you turned off the lights that make you real." The wound was old and practiced, and it had followed him from every arena to every hotel room, and it found him here, with Rayne asleep against him in a house his father had built, and it whispered its question into the quiet. How long before you need the noise again? He didn't know. That was the honest answer. He didn't know whether the stillness would hold or whether the old need would surface in a week or a month or a year, creeping back like kudzu through a fence line, and the not knowing sat in his chest alongside the wanting, and both were true, and both were his. He tightened his arm around Rayne. She shifted in her sleep, pressing closer, and the warmth of her was real and present and undeniable, and the dread did not leave, but it dimmed, pushed to the edges by her weight against him, and the sound of the house settling, and the simple fact that he was here and she was here, and the room was quiet and he had not disappeared. His phone buzzed on the nightstand. He didn't move. Rayne's breathing stayed even, deep in sleep, her hand warm on his ribs. The phone lit the ceiling with a brief rectangle of light, and then went dark, and then it buzzed again, and the name on the screen was his manager's, and the message was short enough to read from the pillow. Departure logistics. Call me tomorrow. Training facility booked Aug 8 to 14. Flight details pending. August 8th, 6 days from now. 6 days until he boarded a plane and flew to a training facility and spent a week preparing for the invitational. And he was lying in a bed he had built in a house he was keeping beside Rayne, who knew nothing about any of it. Not the invitational, not the flight, not the fact that the program proposal she had co-written was composed by someone already committed to leaving before the first session started. The phone screen faded. The ceiling returned to black. The tree frogs went on, steady and indifferent to the human complications beneath their canopy. Cash held Rayne against him and watched the dark and listened to her breathing and did not sleep. And the distance between what she knew and what he was hiding shrank with every hour, and the shrinking was the sound of a countdown he could feel in his chest, patient and precise and running out of room.
Chapter 16. She woke in the Greer house with Cash's arm around her waist, and the morning coming through the open window, blue and still, the pines outside catching the first light at their tips. The room smelled like clean sheets and wood and the faint, impossible trace of old coffee that seemed to live in the walls. His breathing was slow and even against her back, and she lay there and let the morning hold her, present in a room with a sleeping man whose heartbeat she could feel through his chest against her shoulder blade. This was new territory. Not the intimacy itself, but the morning after it. The waking beside someone and choosing to stay in the bed instead of reaching for the day. Rayne had spent her adult life in motion before sunrise, barn and horses, and the physical work that organized her hours. Lying still felt foreign and luxurious and slightly dangerous. Because every minute she stayed in this bed was a minute she was trusting the man beside her to be worth the stillness. He stirred, his arm tightened, and his mouth found the back of her neck, warm and unhurried. "Morning," he said. "Morning. What time is it?" "Early. The light's still blue." "Stay. I'm staying." They stayed. The blue light turned gold, and the pines outside the window sharpened from silhouettes into green, and the house creaked softly around them. And Rayne let herself have this, fully, without the guard, or the calculations, or the running ledger of risks she'd been keeping since the roundup. She kissed his collarbone. He kissed her forehead. The morning was theirs alone, and she kept it, fully, even from the version of herself that kept watch. Cash's phone alarm went off at 7. He reached over her to silence it, and the reaching brought his body across hers, warm and heavy and briefly close, and she laughed and pushed him toward his side of the bed, and the laugh was easy and unguarded, and she heard it leave her mouth and let it be. "Clinic day," he said. "Kids are coming at 9. Then you need to get up and make coffee, because I am not coaching 8 teenagers on an empty stomach." He got up. She listened to him move through the house, the bathroom door, the kitchen faucet, the clatter of the coffee maker. The sounds were domestic and ordinary, and they filled the rooms from a new direction. Not the closed silence of years, but the noise of a life being assembled, piece by piece, morning by morning. She lay in the bed Cash had built and listened and felt something loosen in her chest, a knot she'd been carrying so long she'd stopped noticing it was there. They ate breakfast on the porch, toast, eggs from Rayne's henhouse that she'd brought in a carton the day before. The coffee strong and good. The morning was clear and cool, the heat not yet arrived, the pasture green and gold in the early light. Cash had set up the skills area the day before, dragging the flat ground markers into position and checking the beginner loop flags. And the preparation showed in the neatness of the layout, everything staked and measured and ready. The barn was clean and stocked, the gear sorted and labeled in Trey's careful print. "Nervous?" she said. "Terrified." "Good. Terrified means you care about getting it right. Terrified means I might throw up on a teenager." "Don't throw up on the teenagers, Cash." The first truck arrived at 8:30. Gwen and Trey, early as always, Trey in his brace with the inventory clipboard in his good hand and the focused attention of a boy who had appointed himself logistics coordinator without being asked. 2 more trucks followed, parents dropping off kids from the youth center's summer roster. And by 9 o'clock, the Greer land had 8 young riders between 13 and 17 standing in the skills area in borrowed helmets, borrowed pads, and the unmistakable nervousness of people about to try something they'd only seen on screens. Cash stepped into the center of the cleared ground and clapped his hands once, and 8 heads turned. "All right, my name's Cash. This is Rayne. We're going to teach you how to ride, and the first thing you need to know is that nobody gets on a bike today until I say so." He held up a helmet. "This is the most important piece of equipment you own. It goes on first. It comes off last. If I see a helmet off while a bike is running, you sit out the rest of the session." "Questions?" A girl in the front row raised her hand. "Are you the Cash Greer from the circuit?" "I'm a Cash Greer. Whether I'm the Cash Greer depends on whether you listen to what I'm about to teach you." The girl grinned. "I'm Keisha. Keisha, you're up first." Rayne watched from the fence rail as Cash walked Keisha through throttle control on a stationary bike, his hand over hers on the grip, showing her where the engagement point lived. Keisha stalled twice, and Cash crouched beside the bike each time and adjusted her hand position, his voice low and patient. "Lighter touch," he said. "You're gripping like you're holding a rope. Think of it like you're holding an egg, enough to keep it, not enough to crack it." Keisha rolled the throttle on the 3rd try, and the engine caught, and the grin that crossed her face was worth every dollar the insurance had cost. Rayne took the second group through balance drills on the flat ground, walking beside them, steadying bikes, calling corrections. A boy named Brian kept looking at his feet. "Eyes forward," she said, putting her hand on his helmet. "The bike goes where you look. If you look at the ground, you'll meet it." He lifted his chin and wobbled for 10 yards and then found his balance, and the wobble becoming a straight line was the whole story of learning in 5 seconds. Trey moved between the groups with his clipboard and his braced wrist, handing out water bottles, adjusting helmet straps. He crouched beside a smaller girl whose buckle was too loose and fixed it one-handed, gentle and focused. And Rayne watched him and recognized in his hands the patience Cash had been teaching him for weeks. By noon, 3 kids had completed the beginner loop. Slowly, with coaching at every turn, 2 instructors walking alongside. They came through the final marker with their faces open and lit. Keisha crossed the line last and pumped her fist, and Cash laughed and clapped, and the sound carried across the pasture. "Can we go again?" Keisha said. Next week. Today you celebrate finishing. I want to go faster. Faster comes after steady. You were steady today. That's the whole foundation. You built this, Rayne said to him, standing beside the fence. The kids were eating sandwiches Gwen had brought. Trey was holding court about proper hydration schedules, citing sources Rayne suspected he'd memorized from a sports medicine website. We built it. You started it. I helped. You did more than help. You made it real. She looked at him. He was standing in the sun with sweat on his shirt and the genuine, unperformed happiness of someone doing the thing he was meant to do, and Rayne felt the last fraction of her guard release, the final held-back piece clicking into place, and the release felt like arrival. This is the man I chose. The thought was clean and full, and she let it sit without examining it, because some thoughts earned the right to simply be true. The parents picked up their kids at 1. Jason climbed into his mother's car and leaned out the window. Same time next week? Cash looked at Rayne. She nodded. Same time next week, Cash said. Brian's mother crossed the skills area to shake Cash's hand. He hasn't stopped talking about this since you posted the flyer. Thank you. He's a good rider. He just needs to keep his eyes up. Gwen stayed to help clean up. Trey organized the returned gear while Cash swept the skills area and Rayne coiled the extension cord from the water station. The afternoon was hot and satisfied and golden. Cash caught her eye across the clearing and smiled, and Rayne smiled back, and she thought, this is what it looks like when he's home. Cash's phone rang in the barn. He was in the loft, stacking pads. Rayne was closest to the sound, standing beside the tack trunk where he'd left the phone charging. She glanced at the screen without thinking, a reflex check to see if it mattered, and the name on the screen was his manager's, and underneath the name was a preview of the most recent message in the thread. Flight confirmed Aug 8th. Return Aug 16. You're going to kill it at the Invitational, brother. Rayne looked at the words. She left the phone on the tack trunk, read the preview once more, and then looked up at the loft where Cash was stacking pads in a barn he'd cleaned for a program he'd built on land he was keeping, and the preview sat in her chest like a stone dropped into still water. The Invitational, a flight on August 8th, 5 days from now. Cash came down the loft ladder with a pad under his arm. Hey, he said. Gwen wants to know if we're doing sessions every. He stopped. He saw her face, saw where she was standing beside his phone, and something in his expression shifted. Not guilt exactly, but recognition. The look of understanding that the thing he'd been carrying had just surfaced. Your phone rang, she said. Your manager. There's a message about a flight and the Invitational. He set the pad down slowly. Rayne, tell me. He leaned against the stall door and rubbed his face with both hands, and when he dropped them, the performance was gone. Just Cash, stripped down, standing in his own barn. There's an Invitational event, August 15th. My manager's been pushing me about it since mid-July. A slot opened up and they wanted me to headline. And I said yes, July 30th, the night before we rewrote the proposal. The date landed. Rayne felt it land. I have a flight booked for August 8th, he said. Training facility runs the 8th through the 14th. The event is the 15th. I'd be back the 16th. 8 days. 8 days. And you've known since July 30th. Yes. Why didn't you tell me? He pressed his palms against the stall door behind him. Because every time I tried, I looked at what we were building, and I couldn't figure out how to say I'm leaving for a week without it sounding like I'm leaving. And I know that's not the same thing. I know it. But you told me in the clearing that you don't wait at gates, and I was terrified that telling you about the Invitational would look like me choosing the gate. So instead, you chose to hide it. I chose wrong. I know I chose wrong. Rayne stood beside the tack trunk and let herself feel the full weight of what he'd said. July 30th. Every morning since then. Every conversation about September, about the pilot, about the program they were building together. He had sat across from her and planned a future he knew had a gap in it, and the gap was 8 days long, but the silence around it had lasted weeks. And an hour ago, he had looked at Jason and said, same time next week, knowing he'd be at a training facility when next week came. I know it's 8 days. She kept her voice even, not cold, but careful. I'm not angry about the trip, Cash. You're a professional athlete. You travel. I understood that when I chose this. I'm not asking you to give up your career, and I never would. Then what? I'm hurt that you hid it. For weeks. You turned your phone over and said nothing urgent. You told me circuit business, a week, maybe two, on a ridge where I asked you a direct question and you gave me half an answer. You made a decision about leaving and you didn't tell me. And every day you didn't tell me was a day I was building something with incomplete information. The barn was silent. The sparrows had gone still. Trey's voice carried faintly from outside, and the ordinary sounds of the afternoon continued around them, indifferent to the conversation happening inside. You're right, Cash said. His voice was rough. I should have told you the night I said yes. I should have called you from the porch and said, I'm doing the invitational. Here's the schedule, and I didn't, and I don't have a good reason. I was scared you'd see it as leaving. And by not telling me, you turned it into leaving. Because hiding a departure is halfway out the door, and that's the thing I told you I can't do. He absorbed that. She watched him absorb it, watched the words settle into him, and she let the point stand because it had landed, and repeating it would only dull the edge. I need you to go, she said. Not with anger, with tiredness. Not forever. I just need some space to think. Can you give me that? Yeah. His voice was low. Yeah, I can give you that. He picked up his phone from the trunk. He looked at her once, and the look carried everything he couldn't say, and she wasn't ready to hear. And then he walked out of the barn and toward his truck. Rayne stood in the aisle and listened to his engine start and his tires crunch on the gravel, and the sound fade down the fire road until nothing of it was left. And she put both hands on the trunk and breathed and let the hurt sit where it was, fully felt, without rushing to resolve it. Trey appeared in the barn door. He looked at her with the careful attention of a 15-year-old who understood that something had shifted and wasn't sure whether to speak. Good work today, Trey, she said. The inventory was perfect. Is everything okay? It will be. Go on home. Gwen's truck was idling at the gate. Trey climbed in, and Gwen looked at Rayne across the distance, and the look was brief and steady and carried no judgment. Just the plain recognition of one woman reading another, and then the truck pulled away down the fire road, and the afternoon was still. Rayne rode home in the late light. The fire road unwound beneath her, red clay and pine shadow, and the familiar country she had chosen over every road that led away from it. She rode clean and steady, and the riding held her, and the hurt traveled with her, and she let it ride alongside because that was how she worked. She sat with things. Processed. Decided. She loved Cash Greer. That had not changed. And he had hidden something that mattered, not because the trip itself was wrong, but because the hiding had put a crack in the trust she'd spent weeks building, and the crack needed attention, not speed. Her father was on the porch when she pulled in, his boots on the rail, a glass of water beside his chair. He looked at her face, and whatever he saw made him set down his coffee and wait. I'm fine, she said. Cash and I had a conversation that didn't go well. You want to talk about it? Not yet. I just need to sit. Then sit. She sat on the step beside him and looked at the pasture, the horses grazing in the last gold of the day, the country spread out before her in the evening light, familiar and unchanged. Her father sat in his chair above her and waited, wordless and patient, and the waiting was the kindest thing anyone had given her all day, because it trusted her to know her own mind, which was exactly the trust she had asked Cash to give her, and he hadn't. But he could learn. That was the thought that came, soft and uninvited, as the evening deepened. He could learn, and she could teach him, and the teaching would cost something, and the cost might be worth it. She didn't know yet. She needed time. Thinking's free, her father said, as if he'd heard her. And Rayne sat on the step and let the evening come. And the thinking began.
Chapter 17. His mother was in the garden when he pulled up, kneeling between the tomato rows with her gloves on and a bucket beside her. She looked up at the sound of his truck, and whatever she saw in his face made her stand and pull off her gloves and wait for him on the porch, without asking a single question until he was ready. He sat on the step. She sat in the chair behind him. The chair creaked its familiar creak, the one he had known since he was a boy. The evening was warm and thick, and the cicadas were going, and the stillness between them lasted a full minute before Cash said, "I messed up. With the girl, with Rayne. Yeah, tell me," he told her. The invitational, the slot, the deadline, the call at 11:30, the weeks of carrying it, the phone turned over on the porch step, the half-answers on the ridge, the proposal he co-wrote while the flight was already booked. He told her about the clinic that morning, the kids on the loop, Keisha pumping her fist at the finish line, and then the phone ringing in the barn and Rayne reading the preview on the screen and standing beside the tack trunk with her eyes steady and her voice level, asking him to tell her everything. His mother listened. She was good at listening, always had been. She let him finish before she spoke. "How long did you know before you told her?" "Since July 30th. Cassius," his full name. She used it when the conversation required weight. "That's weeks." "I know. You sat at that girl's table and ate her food and kissed her good night and let her plan a September that had a hole in it. For weeks." "I know, Mama. Why? Because I was afraid she'd see it as leaving." "And what does she see it as now?" He pressed his palms against his knees. "She sees it as hiding, which is worse." His mother let a long moment pass. A car passed on the county road, headlights sweeping across the front yard. The garden was dark, the tomato rows invisible except for the wire cages catching the porch light. The squash was coming in along the fence line, pale shapes in the dark. "Your father kept things to himself too," she said. "Small things. A vet bill he didn't want me to worry about. A fence that needed replacing before he had the money. He never hid anything important, but he had the same instinct. This idea that protecting someone means controlling what they know." She leaned forward in her chair. "It doesn't work. It just means they find out later and trust you less." "What did you do when Daddy did it?" "I told him he was being a fool and that I married a grown man and I expected to be treated like a grown woman. And he listened. And the next time a bill came in, he brought it to the kitchen table and we looked at it together." She put her hand on his shoulder. "That girl told you who she was at the beginning. She told you she makes her own choices, and then you took a choice away from her by making it in the dark. That's not love, baby. That's fear wearing love's clothes." "I love her. I know you do. That's why this hurts. If you didn't love her, you'd have told her in July and let the chips fall. You hid it because losing her scared you more than lying to her, and that's the wrong math, and you know it." He sat on his mother's porch until the dark came, and she went inside and left the porch light on for him. The light was warm and yellow, and it reached about 10 feet into the yard before the dark took over. And Cash sat in the bright circle and thought about all the times he'd chosen the bright circle over the dark because the dark was where you disappeared. He slept at his mother's house. He woke early, made coffee, sat at her kitchen table and drank it in the gray light before dawn, and drove to the Greer land before the sun cleared the pines. The barn sat empty. The skills area markers stood in their neat line across the lower pasture, and the beginner loop flags caught the first morning light, and everything looked exactly as it had looked 24 hours ago when 8 kids had ridden this ground for the first time, and Cash had clapped for Keisha at the finish line and felt more alive than any arena had ever made him feel. He walked the property, the skills area, the beginner loop, the loft where Trey had sorted pads in careful print, the tack trunk where his phone had been charging when the message came through, and the evening cracked open. He stood beside the trunk and looked at it and felt the weight of what his silence had cost. Rayne's face when she'd said, "Tell me," calm and steady and already knowing the answer would hurt. He had built something real here. The program, the land, the house his father had kept, and he was choosing to keep. And then he had put a crack in all of it by holding a conversation in his pocket that should have been held out loud at the kitchen table with the woman sitting across from him. He sat on the tailgate of his truck and waited. Rayne had asked for space, and he was going to give it. The giving was harder than any trick he'd ever practiced, because it required him to sit still and trust that stillness was enough, and trust was exactly the muscle he'd been failing to use all summer. After 20 minutes of sitting, he got up and started working. swept the barn aisle, organized the gear Trey had inventoried, checking each helmet strap, each pad buckle. The physical work helped. His hands knew what to do even when his mind was circling, and the circling was relentless. Rayne's face in the barn, calm and tired, her voice saying, "I need you to go," and his own hands picking up his phone and walking out and the barn door closing behind him. He kept replaying the conversation, the look on her face when she'd said, "I'm hurt that you hit it," the steadiness in her voice when she could have been screaming, and the steadiness being worse than screaming because it meant she'd expected this. Somewhere in her calculations, in the running ledger she'd been keeping since June, she'd allowed for the possibility that Cash Greer might turn out to be exactly what she feared, and discovering she was right had landed with the dull weight of confirmed suspicion rather than surprise. That was the part that cut deepest. She hadn't been shocked. She'd been sad. He found a loose hinge on the tack trunk and fixed it with a screwdriver from the toolbox. He replaced a frayed section of rope on the paddock gate. Small repairs, the kind his father used to do every morning before breakfast, the kind that kept the place standing without anyone noticing the work. He swept the porch of the Greer house and watered his mother's garden and stood in the kitchen where he'd cooked for Rayne 2 nights ago. The skillet still clean in the dish rack, the table still holding the invisible weight of their dinner conversation, and he leaned against the counter where she'd leaned and felt the absence of her like a physical change in the room's temperature. His mother was right. The math had been wrong from the start, and the wrongness had cost him the trust he'd been trying to earn since June. The question was whether he could earn it back, and whether the earning started with going or with staying. Rayne came at 10. He heard her engine on the fire road before he saw her, and the sound put his heart in his throat. She parked at the back gate and walked across the pasture toward the barn, her pace steady, her posture straight. She looked like she had spent the night thinking and arrived at a conclusion. Cash stood and wiped his palms on his jeans and felt his pulse going too fast and made himself breathe. She was wearing a blue shirt he'd seen before, the one she wore for trail work, faded at the collar and soft from 100 washes. Her hair was down, which was unusual for a morning. Cash noticed these details with heightened, almost painful attention, aware that the next 10 minutes would determine whether the most important relationship of his life survived what he'd done to it. "Hey," he said. "Hey." She stopped at the edge of the skills area, 10 feet from his tailgate. The distance was deliberate. "Can we talk?" "Yeah, please." She sat on the fence rail across from him, settling her weight with the easy balance of a rider. The morning sun was behind her, and her face was in shadow, and Cash sat in the full light, visible, exposed, which felt right because the whole problem had been his refusal to be visible about the things that mattered. "I'm not going to yell at you," she said. "I spent the night thinking, and I'm done being hurt. I want to tell you what I figured out, and I need you to listen without defending. Can you do that?" "I can do that." She took a breath. "You hid the invitational because you were afraid I'd make you choose. The circuit or me, the road or the land. And you couldn't face that choice because part of you still believes you need the crowd to know you're real." Cash's hands tightened on the tailgate edge. The sentence was a mirror held up to a face he'd been avoiding, and the reflection was precise. "That's not an accusation," she said. "I'm telling you what I see. I hear you. You came home this summer and you started building something genuine. The land, the program, the kids, us. I believe all of it. I watched you teach Keisha how to hold a throttle yesterday, and that was the most real version of you I've ever seen." She crossed her arms over her chest. "But underneath it, the old wiring is still live. The part that says if nobody's watching, you're invisible. And that wiring made you hide the invitational, because telling me about it meant admitting you still need the arena, and admitting that felt like admitting this isn't enough. This is enough. Rayne, this is more than enough. This is everything." "I believe you mean that. Right now, sitting on this tailgate, you mean it completely. But you hid a departure for weeks because you couldn't figure out how to hold both things at once. The riding and the staying. The arena and the kitchen table. Instead of trusting me to help you hold them, you carried it alone. and the carrying is what cracked us. Cash looked at the pasture, the markers in their neat line, the flags catching the breeze. Everything he'd built this summer, standing upright and visible, and the one thing he'd kept hidden was the thing that could topple it. "What do you want me to do?" he said. "Go ride the Invitational. Ride it well, and then come home, and when you do, tell me the truth about what it felt like, whether the crowd filled you up or whether it felt different this time, whether you can carry both lives with the lights on or whether one of them is always going to be the thing you keep in your pocket. And if I can carry both, then we build something, together, honestly, with everything on the table." She kept her eyes on him. "But I need that answer to come from you after you've been in front of 30,000 people again. Because right now, you're choosing the land while you're standing on it, and that's the easy part. The hard test comes when you're in an arena and the crowd is screaming and you have to decide whether this is what you want to come home to or just what you visit between shows." She gestured at the pasture, the barn, the morning light on the markers. "All of it," the mockingbird sang. The morning light moved across the pasture. Cash sat with her words and let them settle, and the settling took time because every sentence had found a target and the targets were all real. "You're right," he said finally, "about the wiring, about the hiding, about why I did it." He looked at his hands, open on his knees. "I was afraid that if you saw the full picture, athlete and keeper, road and land, you'd decide it was too complicated. And instead of letting you make that call, I made it for you by leaving out the part I thought you couldn't handle. And that's exactly the thing you told me you can't tolerate." "Yes. I don't know how to fix it except by doing it differently from now on. No more pockets, no more face-down phones. If my manager calls, I tell you. If a slot opens, I tell you. If I'm scared that telling you will look like leaving, I tell you that too. And I let you decide what it means instead of deciding for you." Rayne looked at him for a long time. The shadow was still on her face and the light was still on his, and the 10 feet between them held the full weight of a summer's worth of building in one critical crack. "That's what I needed to hear," she said. "Not because the words fix anything, but because you said them with your eyes open. That's different from July. It feels different. It should." The quiet between them was not comfortable and not hostile. It was the quiet of two people standing on a bridge that held but creaked, testing each step before committing weight. "5 days," she said. 5 days until I fly out. The 8th. Training runs through the 14th. The event is the 15th, and I'm home the 16th. 8 days total. And the program runs when I get back. Trey and the kids, and the beginner loop, and the board vote. All of it. The Invitational doesn't cancel any of it. I know. She looked at the pasture, the markers, the barn. "I know it doesn't. I just needed to hear you say it with the hiding over." "The hiding is over. Prove it." She said it gently, not with words, with time. "I will. I'll come back," he said. "I know you will. The question isn't whether you come back. The question is whether you come back whole or whether you come back performing." She stood. She crossed the 10 feet between the fence rail and the tailgate and kissed him once, briefly, her hand on his jaw. The kiss was warm and real and carried the taste of forgiveness that hadn't fully arrived yet, but was on its way, traveling slowly, taking the long route. "Go ride," she said. "Come home honest." She walked back across the pasture toward her bike, her stride even, her shoulders level, and Cash watched her go and stayed on the tailgate and felt the morning gather around him. The spur was in his pocket. The flight was 5 days away. Rayne had told him the truest thing anyone had ever said to him. The hard test would come in the arena, not here. And the answer was yes, this land was what he wanted. The answer had been yes since the night he burned the rice and stood on the porch and felt the smoke clear and the quiet come in. But Rayne was right. The answer given from the land was easy. The answer given from inside 30,000 screaming voices would be the one that counted. He heard her engine start on the fire road. The sound carried across the pasture and through the barn and faded into the pines, and then the morning was still, and Cash sat in the stillness and let it hold him, cracked and whole and terrified and certain, and the certainty and the terror were the same feeling, which was love. which was the hardest thing he had ever tried to carry honestly, and he was going to carry it anyway, because Rayne Ellison had looked at him across 10 feet of morning light and told him he could, and he believed her.
Chapter 18. Saturday morning, Rayne was at the Greer barn checking gear for the following week's session when Jason and Brian showed up on their bikes, unannounced, helmets on, grinning. The morning fog was just lifting off the pasture, and the flags on the beginner loop hung heavy with dew. "We want to practice," Jason said from the gate. "The balance drills. Brian's still wobbling. I'm not wobbling. I'm exploring the edge of my balance envelope. You're wobbling. I watched the video." "What video?" Rayne said. Trey recorded Wednesday's session on his phone. He sent it to the group chat. "Brian looks like a newborn deer on a frozen lake." "That's a generous description," Brian said. "I'd say more like a shopping cart with a bad wheel." Rayne looked at the two of them, 13 and 14, standing at the gate in borrowed helmets, with their bikes leaning against the fence, and their faces bright with the hungry energy of kids who had found something they wanted to get better at. 3 days after their first session, they'd ridden across town on their own to practice. "Does your mother know you're here?" she asked Brian. "She dropped us at the county road. She'll pick us up at noon. The skills area is open. Stay on the flat ground. Balance drills only, nothing with speed. And helmets stay on the entire time." They were through the gate before she finished the sentence. Rayne watched them from the fence rail as they ran the balance drills. Brian's line still unsteady but measurably improved from Wednesday, Jason coaching him with the confidence of a boy who'd been riding for 3 days and considered himself an expert. The morning was warm and clear, and the barn was open, and the Greer land felt alive in a way it hadn't a month ago, the markers and flags and staked-out courses turning an idle pasture into something with a purpose. Trey arrived at 9, alone, on his bike. His brace was on, and his clipboard was in his good hand. "I'm the logistics coordinator," he told Jason. "That's my title." "Did Cash give you that title?" "I gave myself that title. Cash approved it." He set up the water station and checked the helmet bin and walked the beginner loop once, marking 2 flags that had come loose in the wind. Rayne watched him work and noticed something in his posture she hadn't seen in weeks: restlessness. His movements were efficient but charged, his eyes flicking toward the intermediate trail at the back of the property, the one that connected to the fire roads and the upper ridge and the rock shelf where he'd fractured his wrist. "Trey," she said, "how's the wrist?" "Fine, healing. When's your next doctor's appointment?" "Tuesday." "Keep the brace on until then." "I know." He said it too fast, clipped, rehearsed. Rayne let it go. She turned back to Jason and Brian and spent the next hour running them through a modified version of the throttle drill Cash had taught at the clinic. Grip the egg, find the engagement point, roll on smooth. Brian got it on the 5th try and rode a straight line across the skills area without wobbling, and the whoop he let out carried across the pasture. "I did it!" "You did. Now do it 9 more times." 9? Consistency is the skill. Anybody can do it once. She was on the far side of the skills area, adjusting Brian's mirror, when she heard the engine. It came from the back of the property, the intermediate trail. A bike running at speed through the pines, the pitch high and urgent, the sound of someone carrying too much throttle into terrain that punished speed. Rayne's head came up. Jason looked at her. Brian looked at Jason. "Stay here," she said. "Both of you. Don't move." She ran, through the skills area, past the beginner loop, across the pasture toward the tree line where the intermediate trail entered the back country. The engine sound climbed in pitch, peaked, and then came the silence, the horrible gap between sound and impact, and then the crash, metal and earth, and a single sharp cry that cut off before it finished. Rayne reached the trail entrance and followed it at a sprint, branches whipping past her, the red clay slick under her boots. The trail was narrow here, pine roots crossing the surface every few yards. She could hear her own breathing, loud and rough, and underneath it the silence from the crash site, the terrible absence of the engine that should still be running. 200 yards in, where the trail curved toward the creek and the ground rose toward the rock shelf, she found him. Trey, on the ground. The bike on its side 10 feet away, the front wheel still spinning. He was on his back in the undergrowth at the base of the shelf, his left leg bent at an angle that sent a cold bolt through Rayne's stomach. And his brace was off, lying in the dirt 5 feet from his hand, and the wrist that had been healing for 3 weeks was clutched against his chest. Trey. She dropped beside him, her knees hitting the dirt. Look at me. Can you hear me? I can hear you. His voice was thin and tight with pain. My leg, Rayne, my leg. She could see it. The left shin, midway between the knee and the ankle, bent where it shouldn't bend. A closed fracture, the deformity visible through his jeans. Sweat stood out across his forehead, and his eyes were wide and unfocused, his breathing fast and shallow. I see it. You're going to be okay. I need you to stay still and breathe. Slow breaths. In through your nose, out through your mouth. I can't. It hurts too much. I know it hurts. Breathe anyway. Stay with me. She pulled her phone from her pocket and called 911. Gave the address, the location on the property, the nature of the injury. Then she called Gwen. Gwen, it's Rayne. Trey's had an accident on the intermediate trail. His left leg is broken. I've called an ambulance. I need you to come to the Greer land. The pause on the other end lasted 2 seconds. I'm coming. She texted Cash. Trey's hurt. Come to the Greer land now. Rayne stayed beside Trey in the dirt. She took off her flannel and folded it and put it under his head, and she held his hand, the one without the injured wrist, and she talked to him. Steady, calm, continuous talk. The kind you give an injured animal to keep it from panicking. The trail conditions, the weather, the number of flags on the beginner loop. Anything to keep his mind off the leg and his breathing from spiraling. I took the brace off, he said. His eyes were wet. I know I shouldn't have. We'll talk about that later. I wanted to try the shelf. Cash showed me the line at the clinic, the approach angle, and I thought I could. Later, Trey. I'm sorry. I know. Just breathe. She looked at the rock shelf above them. The same feature, the same section of trail. 3 weeks ago, Trey had fractured his wrist here copying Cash's riding. Today, he'd broken his leg here, trying to ride a line Cash had described at the clinic. The progression was clear and terrible. The influence had survived the fracture, survived the brace, survived weeks of walking courses and sorting pads and learning patience. Underneath all of it, the original impulse remained. Be Cash. Ride like Cash. Take the line Cash took. And the impulse had brought him back to this exact spot and put him on the ground with a broken leg. The ambulance arrived in 12 minutes. Rayne heard the siren on the county road and guided the paramedics down the trail by voice, calling directions from beside Trey. They came with a backboard and stabilized his leg in a splint, working quickly, their hands practiced. Trey said nothing during the process, his jaw clenched, his eyes tracking Rayne's face. She held his hand until they loaded him and let go only when the stretcher wouldn't fit between the trees with her beside it. Gwen was at the barn when they brought Trey out. She looked at her son on the stretcher, and her face went still. She could fall apart later. Right now, the boy needed her steady. I'm sorry, Mama, Trey said. I know, baby. She touched his forehead. We're going to the hospital. Rayne, I'm following. Cash's truck came up the fire road as the ambulance pulled out. He parked and got out fast, leaving the door open, and saw the ambulance and the paramedics' tire tracks in the grass and Rayne standing beside Gwen's truck and the look on every face. What happened? His voice was raw. Trey took a bike on the intermediate trail, Rayne said. The rock shelf. His leg is broken. Cash looked at the trail entrance. The tire tracks in the grass. The ambulance disappearing around the bend. He had his brace off, she said. He took it off to ride. Cash put both hands on top of his head and turned in a tight circle, the gesture of a man absorbing a blow he felt responsible for. I was at my mother's. I didn't know he was here. I know you didn't. Jason and Brian were with me on the flat ground. Trey went up the trail alone. The rock shelf. His voice was flat. He went back to the rock shelf. He said you showed him the approach angle at the clinic. The sentence landed, and Rayne watched it land, and she watched Cash receive the full weight of what it meant, that his teaching, offered with care and structure, had been absorbed by a 15-year-old boy and converted back into exactly the reckless impulse the program was designed to replace. Cash had shown Trey the angle. Trey had taken the knowledge and ridden without supervision and crashed at the same feature that broke his wrist 3 weeks ago. And the cycle was Cash's influence running ahead of Cash's structure, the inspiration outpacing the judgment, and the gap between them was a broken leg on a trail Rayne had built. "I need to go to the hospital," Cash said. "Go, I'll handle the kids." He turned toward his truck, then stopped. "Rayne, go, Cash. He needs to see you." Cash drove. Rayne stood in the yard and watched his taillights, and then turned back to the barn where Jason and Brian were standing at the gate, saying nothing, their helmets still on, their faces holding the stunned seriousness of kids who had heard a crash and a cry and an ambulance and understood that the thing they'd been learning was real, and the real had consequences. "Is Trey okay?" Jason said. "His leg is broken. He's going to the hospital. Is he going to be okay?" "He's going to heal. It's going to take time." She looked at them. "Did either of you know he was going up the trail?" "No," Brian said. "He told us he was checking the flags. When you ride this program, you ride supervised. You ride the course you're assigned. You don't go beyond your level, and you don't ride alone. That's not a suggestion. After today, it's the rule, and it doesn't bend. Understood?" "Understood," they said together. She sent them home when Brian's mother arrived, explaining the situation briefly and carefully, answering the woman's alarmed questions with steady, honest answers. The Greer land emptied. The barn was hushed again, the silence different from this morning's, heavier, carrying the echo of the siren and Trey's cry cutting off in the pines. The skills area markers stood in their patient line, and the flags on the beginner loop caught the afternoon breeze, and the intermediate trail ran dark and silent into the pines, carrying the fresh tire tracks of a boy who had ridden it alone and learned the hardest lesson the sport could teach. Rayne locked the gate and drove to the hospital. The drive took 15 minutes. She kept both hands on the wheel and her eyes on the road and her mind on Trey at the base of the rock shelf with his leg bent wrong. She had built the club to keep kids safe. Years had gone into creating structure, setting rules, drawing lines between ambition and recklessness, and a 15-year-old boy had walked past every line and ridden straight into the thing she'd spent the summer trying to prevent. The question she'd asked Cash in June came back to her, heavier now. What happens when they try to copy you and they don't have your skill? She knew the answer. She'd found it at the base of a rock shelf with an ambulance 12 minutes away. The waiting room was small and bright. Cash was sitting in a plastic chair with his elbows on his knees and his head in his hands. He looked up when she came in, and his face was raw, and in his eyes she could see the same question she'd been carrying on the drive. She sat beside him. Their shoulders touched. "Gwen is with him?" she asked. "Behind the curtain, they're setting the leg. Did you talk to him?" "She hasn't let me back yet." "She will." Cash pressed his palms against his eyes. "He took the brace off, Rayne. He rode to the same spot and tried the same line. I showed him that line. I stood in the skills area and drew the approach angle and told 8 kids how to read a rock shelf, and one of them went home and tried it alone." "You taught a clinic." "He made a choice. He's 15. I know how old he is. I held his hand on the ground for 12 minutes. She looked at her own hands, red clay under her nails. "This isn't about blame. It's about what happens next." Gwen was with Trey. Zuri Palmer was by the window with her arms crossed, her face tight with professional concern. The program had produced its first serious injury before the board had even voted. "Rayne," Zuri turned from the window. "How did this happen?" "He rode unsupervised. He took his brace off and attempted a technical feature he wasn't cleared for." "On the Greer property?" "On the intermediate trail, the section we haven't opened yet." Zuri looked at Cash, then at Rayne. "The board votes next week. I need to know this program is safe." "It will be. The safety protocols are being rewritten today. No unsupervised riding, period. The intermediate trail stays closed until I personally certify every rider who attempts it." Rayne met Zuri's eyes. "This happened because a kid rode outside the program. The program itself worked. Wednesday's session was structured and safe, and every kid went home in one piece. Trey's injury happened because he went beyond what we built, and the fix is making sure nobody goes beyond it again." Zuri studied her. "I believe you, but the board is going to need more than belief. They're going to need a revised safety plan with teeth. They'll have it. Gwen came through the curtain. Her eyes were red, but her voice was steady. Clean break. No surgery needed. He's in a cast from the knee down. 6 weeks minimum, possibly 8. Can I see him? Cash said. Gwen looked at him. The look lasted 3 full seconds. She had trusted this man with her son's enthusiasm twice, and her son had come back broken both times. Then she stepped aside. Cash went through the curtain. Rayne stayed in the waiting room with Gwen and Zuri and the bright fluorescent light and the low beeping of machines behind the partition. She sat in a plastic chair and put her head back against the wall and breathed and let the day's weight settle over her. The program was real. The risk was real. And the distance between building something safe and watching a kid outrun the safety was exactly one unsupervised ride on a Saturday morning. Gwen sat beside her. He asked for you in the ambulance, she said. Not Cash, you. Rayne looked at her. You're the one he trusts to tell him the truth, Gwen said. Cash is the one he wants to impress. You're the one he listens to. She put her hand on Rayne's arm. Don't lose that. Whatever happens with the program, with Cash, with the rest of it, don't lose that. Rayne put her hand over Gwen's and held it, and the holding was the first thing that had felt steady all day.
Chapter 19. Trey was sitting up in the hospital bed when Cash came through the curtain on Sunday morning. The cast ran from his toes to just below his knee, white and enormous against the thin hospital blanket. Gwen was in the chair beside him, a paperback open on her lap, her reading glasses pushed up on her forehead. She had the settled look of a parent long past the worst of the fright and camped out for the duration. Hey, Trey said. His voice was smaller than usual, hollowed out by the pain meds and the night in a hospital bed. Hey, Cash pulled up a chair and sat close. How's the pain? They gave me something. It's okay when I don't move. Then don't move. Hard to move with 10 pounds of plaster on your leg. Cash looked at the cast. The white surface was blank and clean, and it covered the place where a 15-year-old boy's shin had bent in a direction shins were not designed to go, and the boy had ridden to that outcome on a bike from Cash's barn, on a trail from Cash's program, chasing a line Cash had drawn on a whiteboard 4 days ago. I'm sorry, Trey said. You don't owe me an apology. I took the brace off. I rode without permission. I took one of the program bikes. All of that is on me. The decision was yours. The influence was mine. Trey looked at him. The medication made his eyes heavy, but the focus was still there. The same direct attention that had been growing in him all summer, the kid behind the hero worship finally showing up. You taught me at the clinic, Trey said. You showed us how to read terrain, how the angle changes what happens to the tire. I heard everything you said. I understood it. And then I went out there and did the opposite of what you taught, because I wanted to see if I could handle the hard section, and I couldn't, and now I'm in a cast for 2 months. What did you learn? That understanding something and being ready for it are different things. You said that in the first session. I just didn't believe it until yesterday. Cash looked at this boy in this bed with this cast and felt the sentence settle into him. Understanding and readiness. He'd spent the summer teaching Trey that distinction, and the teaching had been genuine and careful, and it had still ended here, in a hospital room, with a boy quoting the lesson back to him from inside the consequence. Cash. Trey's voice was thin. Are you still going to the Invitational? Tuesday. Good. The boy shifted against his pillow. I want to watch it. Mom said she'd set up the stream. I want to see what it looks like when you ride for real, on a real track, in front of the crowd. Trey, I'm serious. I know I messed up. I know I'm in this bed because I made a bad call, but I still want to watch you ride. Because you at the clinic, teaching us, patient and slow, that's one version. And you on the circuit, big air and 30,000 people, that's another version. And I want to see both, because I think both are you. Cash sat with the boy and his mother for another hour. Gwen offered him coffee from the vending machine, and the offering was an act of generosity he felt he had not earned, and he took it because refusing would have been its own kind of performance. They talked about the cast timeline, the physical therapy, the school year starting in 3 weeks. They talked about the program and whether it would survive the board vote and what the revised safety plan would look like. Trey asked whether Jason and Brian could visit, and Cash said he'd check with Rayne. When he left, Gwen walked him to the elevator. "I don't blame you," she said, low and clear. "I want you to hear that clearly. I blamed you in July, and I was right to. But this time I watched my son make a choice that was his. He knew the rules. He broke them. That's on him. He's 15. He's 15 and he's learning what 15 costs. That's the job." She pressed the elevator button and looked at the numbers counting down above the door. "Come back and see him Tuesday before you fly out. He'll want to say goodbye." Cash drove to the Greer land. The morning was hot and still, the kind of deep August heat that pressed down on everything and made the air shimmer above the clay and the grass. He parked at the gate and walked to the barn and stood in the aisle where Rayne had stood yesterday when the phone rang, the tack trunk to her left, the loft above, the trail entrance visible through the open doors at the back. The tire tracks from Trey's ride were still pressed into the grass at the edge of the pasture, leading toward the pines. The skills area markers were still in their line. The beginner loop flags still caught the breeze. The intermediate trail ran into the pines, deserted now. Cash sat on the barn floor with his back against the tack trunk and took the spur from his pocket and turned it in his hands. The metal was warm. His grandfather's hands had worn the edges smooth, and his father's hands had held it after that. And now Cash's hands held it. And the holding was supposed to mean something about keeping and staying and building a life on ground that knew your name. But a kid had broken his leg on this ground. A kid Cash had inspired and taught had taken a program bike onto a trail he wasn't cleared for, attempting a feature Cash had described on a whiteboard, and now the kid was in a hospital bed in a full-leg cast. The program was supposed to channel the impulse into safety, and instead the channel had leaked, and the leak had broken a 15-year-old's shin on a Saturday morning in August. He tried to hold both truths at once. The program worked on Wednesday, 3 kids completing the loop, Keisha pumping her fist, Brian riding a straight line for the first time. And the program failed on Saturday, 1 kid on a trail he shouldn't have ridden, alone, uncleared, following a description he'd absorbed from the man sitting on this barn floor holding a dead man's spur. Both things were real. Both had happened in the same week, on the same property, under the same name, and Cash could feel himself reaching for the one that hurt more, because the hurt was easier to hold than the complexity, and the hurt pointed toward the road. The fear arrived without fanfare. It came in through the barn doors on the hot, still air and sat beside him on the floor, familiar as an old injury, and said the thing it always said, the thing it had been saying since he was 10 years old in a feed store watching a stranger look through his father. "You are dangerous here. Your presence costs. On the circuit, the only body at risk is yours. In an arena, nobody gets hurt except you. But here on this land, in this program with these kids, your influence runs ahead of your structure, and the gap is where the breaking happens." He turned the spur in his hands. The logic felt true. It felt clean and orderly, and it pointed toward the road with the clarity of an exit sign in a dark building. The invitational was Tuesday. The flight was booked. He could ride the event, and then he could stay on the circuit for a while, take more bookings, build the season, let Rayne run the program with the structure she'd always been better at building. He could do more good from a distance than from up close, because up close his influence was a loaded weapon, and Trey's leg was the proof. He knew, somewhere underneath the logic, that the logic was fear-talking. The program could be fixed, the safety plan rewritten, the supervision tightened. He knew that Trey's choice was Trey's, and that blaming himself for a 15-year-old's decision was its own kind of arrogance. He knew all of that. And the knowing did not help because the dread was older than the knowing, and it said, "The quiet life just broke a kid's leg. Go back to the noise, where the only cost is yours." He drove to Wildwind. Rayne was in the barn with Luis, repairing a stall latch. She looked up when Cash came through the door, and he could see her reading his face, her eyes tracking the shift in his posture, and whatever she read there made her set down the screwdriver and step into the aisle. "How's Trey?" "Talking. Alert. Cast for 8 weeks. "Good. She wiped her hands on her jeans. You look like you haven't slept. I haven't. Come sit down. I need to talk to you. Something moved across her face. He watched it arrive, and she crossed her arms over her chest and put her back to the stall door and waited. I've been thinking about the program, he said, about whether I should be running it, about whether my involvement makes it safer or more dangerous. Cash. Trey broke his leg chasing a line I taught him, 3 days after the clinic. The whole point of the program was to channel the impulse into structure, and instead the teaching gave him the exact knowledge he needed to hurt himself worse. The teaching gave him knowledge. His choice to ride unsupervised gave him the injury. Those are different things. Are they? Because the knowledge without the supervision is exactly the gap I keep creating. I show up, and I inspire, and I teach, and then I leave, and the leaving is when the damage happens. That's the pattern, Rayne. I left Sweetgum at 17, and the leaving had a cost. I came back, and Trey's wrist broke. I built a program, and his leg broke. Every time I stand still long enough to matter, someone pays for it when I move. That's not a pattern. That's a list of things that happened, and you're connecting them because you're scared. Maybe I'm connecting them because they're connected. Rayne looked at him. Her arms were still crossed. Luis had faded into the back of the barn, giving them room, and the horses were still in their stalls, and the barn was still, holding its breath. What are you saying? She said. I'm saying maybe I should stay on the road for a while after the invitational. Take some more bookings. Let you run the program with proper structure. I do more damage here than... Stop. He stopped. You're running, she said. Her voice was level and clear. A kid got hurt and you're running. That is exactly the thing I told you about in the clearing. This is different. This is about Trey. This is about you being afraid of what it costs to stay. The staying got hard and your first move is to leave and call it strategy. She stepped away from the stall door. Let me ask you something. If Trey had gotten hurt while you were on the circuit, would you have quit riding? That's different. It's exactly the same. Kids fall. Riders fall. People you teach and influence make choices you can't control, and some of those choices end badly. That doesn't mean the teaching was wrong. It means the world is real, and the real includes broken legs and bad decisions. You don't get to run from the real just because it hurts. I'm not running. You just told me you want to stay on the road and let me run the program. That's running, Cash. You're dressing it up as responsibility, but it's flight. He felt the sentence land. He felt every word of it arrive and illuminate what he'd been hiding from himself. That the road wasn't safer. The road was just lonelier. And the loneliness was familiar, and the familiar was easier than the new, and the new was a kid in a cast and a program under scrutiny, and a woman standing in a barn telling him truths he couldn't unhear. I don't know how to stay when the staying hurts, he said. His voice was rough. You learn. That's how. You stay and it hurts, and you learn from the hurt and you build something better. That's what staying is, Cash. It's not the absence of damage, it's the willingness to repair. They stood in the barn, 10 feet apart, the stall doors closed, and the horses at rest, and the afternoon pressing through the open doors. I need to go ride the invitational, he said. I told you to go ride it. I know, but I'm telling you honestly that right now, standing here, I want to run. I want to get on a plane and ride in front of 30,000 people and let the noise fill up the place where the fear is. And I know that's the wound, and I know it's wrong, and I'm telling you anyway because you asked me to be honest, and I'm trying. She uncrossed her arms. The gesture was small, but it carried the weight of a decision, the opening of a gate she could have kept closed. That's different from July, she said. In July, you hit it. Today, you're standing here telling me you're scared and you want to run. That's honest. It doesn't feel like enough. It's not enough, but it's the start. She stepped toward him. Go ride the invitational, feel the crowd, and then decide, from inside the arena, with the lights on, whether this is what you want to come home to. Because I'll be here. The program will be here. Trey will be here in his cast, designing progression systems on his clipboard. All of it will be waiting. The question is whether you come back reaching for it or running from something else. Cash looked at her. She was standing in her barn, in her country, on the ground she'd chosen to keep, and the steadiness in her was the thing that had undone him from the first Saturday, grounded, certain, rooted in earth that knew her name. "I love you," he said. He hadn't said it before. The words came out without the performer's shaping, rough and unfinished, and they sat in the barn between them, plain and heavy. Rayne's eyes changed. Something moved behind them, warm and deep, and she kept looking at him and let the words sit and did not rush to return them. "Come home and mean it," she said. "Then we'll talk about love." She stepped back. She picked up her screwdriver and turned to the stall latch, giving him the space to leave. And Cash stood in the aisle and watched her work, and felt the leaving pull at him, and the staying pull at him, and the two forces holding him in place for one long breath, before he turned and walked out of the barn and got in his truck and drove toward the Greer land to pack for a flight he was catching in 36 hours. His mother was on the Greer porch when he arrived, watering the garden, and she looked at his face and set down the hose and waited. "I told Rayne I love her," he said. "And? She told me to come home and mean it. Smart girl." His mother turned the water back on and aimed it carefully at the tomatoes. "Your daddy told me he loved me on a Tuesday and then spent the rest of the week proving it. Love isn't the saying, it's the week after the saying." Cash sat on his father's porch and watched his mother water the garden and felt the weight of 2 days press in around him. Trey's cast, Rayne's eyes, the flight in 36 hours, and the question underneath all of it. The one Trey had answered from a hospital bed before Cash had figured it out for himself. Both are you, the rider and the keeper, the arena and the kitchen table. Both were real, and both were his. And the only question left was whether he could carry them honestly, with the lights on, without hiding one from the other. He picked up the spur from his pocket and held it, and watched his mother work and began the long work of deciding.
Chapter 20. Wednesday afternoon, Rayne ran the program's second session with 6 kids and no cash. Jason and Brian were back, along with 4 new riders whose parents had signed up after the first clinic. 2 sisters from the east side, a quiet boy named Dion, who gripped the handlebars like he was afraid they'd run away, and a girl named Janice, who had apparently watched Trey's group chat video 11 times and had arrived knowing the throttle drill by heart. Zuri showed up 10 minutes early with the sign-in clipboard and a folding table, already treating the program like an institution. "Grip the egg," Janice said before Rayne had finished the safety briefing. "Find the engagement point. Roll on smooth. You've done your homework." "I've done my research. When do we ride?" "After we walk the course, after we check helmets, after I explain every rule and you repeat them back to me." Rayne looked at the 6 of them, standing in a line at the gate with helmets on and borrowed bikes leaned against the fence. "This program has one non-negotiable. Nobody rides without supervision. Nobody rides beyond their assigned level. Nobody rides a section of this property I haven't personally cleared them for. Does everybody understand that?" "Yes, ma'am," they said, staggered, the chorus uneven and earnest. "Good. Walk with me." She walked them through the beginner loop, explaining every flag, every marker, every turn. The throttle station came next, then the balance drills and the flat ground area where they would spend their first 3 sessions before anyone touched a trail. She did not take them to the intermediate section. She did not mention the rock shelf. The intermediate trail stayed closed, its entrance marked with orange tape and a sign Rayne had posted on Monday, "Closed. No entry without instructor clearance." The session ran clean. 2 hours, 6 kids, 0 incidents. Jason helped the new riders with the balance drill, and Brian ran the throttle station with the seriousness of a boy who had graduated to assistant instructor through attendance alone. Janice completed the beginner loop on her 3rd lap with a line so clean Rayne had to stop herself from clapping. "Again," Rayne told her. "Same speed, same line. Show me it wasn't luck." "It wasn't luck. It was preparation." "Show me anyway." "It wasn't luck." Janice ran the loop 4 more times, and each lap was tighter than the last. And Rayne felt the teaching settle into her with a steadiness she recognized from working horses with Luis. The patience required to let talent develop at its own pace, to hold the structure firm while the skill grew inside it. She was good at this. She had always been good at this. The building, the holding, the framework that let other people find their footing. And the program was hers as much as Cash's. And the running of it without him was not diminished. It was different, quieter, missing a frequency she'd grown used to hearing. She coached from the center of the skills area, watching lines, correcting grip, calling out encouragement, and the coaching filled the afternoon without filling the space beside her where Cash should have been standing. She noticed it in small moments. When Janice nailed the throttle drill on her second attempt and looked around for someone to celebrate with, scanning the pasture for a face she'd seen in the video. When Dion finally loosened his grip and the bike responded and his shoulders dropped, and the relief on his face was something Cash would have recognized, because Cash knew what it felt like to stop holding on so tight. When the session ended and the parents arrived and Rayne stood at the gate alone, answering questions about the safety protocols, representing a program built by two people and run by one. Cash had flown out yesterday. He had texted once Tuesday night, landed. Training starts tomorrow. Tell Trey I said hey. She had replied, will do. Ride safe. And the exchange had been polite and careful, and it sat in her phone like a postcard from someone she used to know well. She had not texted again. Neither had he. The silence between them was its own kind of conversation, and Rayne knew its language. She had spoken it before, with riders who left and coaches who moved on, and the one boyfriend in college who had taken a job in Denver and called less and less until the calling stopped. Silence was how leaving sounded before it became official. First, the calls spaced out. Then the texts shortened. Then the phone stayed dark. And the dark became the new normal, and you adjusted, because adjusting was what you did when you refused to chase. She was not going to chase Cash Greer. If he came home on his own legs and his own decision, and with the full weight of his choosing visible in his face. And if he didn't come home, the road between the Greer land and Wildwind would fill in with grass and time and the ordinary business of living, and she would ride it alone, as she'd ridden every road before he showed up and changed the landscape. Thursday morning, she visited Trey. He was at home on the couch, his cast propped on two pillows, his clipboard on his lap, designing progression levels for the program in neat block letters. Level 1, balance, throttle, and course walking. Level 2, beginner loop at supervised speed. Level 3, intermediate trail with instructor escort. He showed her the page. I put myself at level 2, which is generous because I'm currently at level 0, which is couch. That's a solid system. Cash would like it. Cash will see it when he gets back. Is he coming back? The question was direct and unguarded, a 15-year-old asking something he already half knew the answer to. I don't know, Rayne said. He said he would. But you're not sure. I'm not sure about a lot of things right now, Trey. What I'm sure about is the program. And the program is running. You built those levels from a couch. Jason is coaching new riders. Janice memorized the throttle drill from a video. The thing is working. It's better with Cash. A lot of things are. That doesn't mean they stop without him. Trey looked at her with the clear, undecorated honesty of a boy in a cast who had nothing to do but think. I told Cash something at the hospital on Sunday morning. I told him both versions are him, the clinic version and the circuit version. I said I wanted to see both. What did he say to that? Nothing. He just sat there. Trey adjusted the pillow under his cast. I think he heard me. I just don't know if hearing is the same as believing. Rayne drove home and spent the evening on the Wildwind porch, watching the horses in the pasture, letting the day's accumulation settle. Her father came out with 2 glasses of water and sat beside her without asking why she was sitting or what she was thinking. Because after 26 years, he understood that his daughter processed through stillness, and the best thing he could give her was company without commentary. The invitational was Saturday, 2 days away. She drove to the board meeting Thursday evening. Zuri had arranged it at the youth center, a conference room with folding chairs and a projector, and 6 board members who had read about Trey's injury in the local paper and arrived with questions. A woman named Gail from the Parks Committee opened with the hardest one. A child broke his leg on this program's property. How do we know this won't happen again? We don't. Rayne said, "I'm not going to stand here and promise that no kid will ever get hurt on a bike. That's not honest, and it wouldn't help you. What I can promise is that the conditions that led to this injury have been eliminated." She presented for 40 minutes. The revised safety plan, the supervision protocols, the incident report from Saturday with a timeline, contributing factors, and corrective actions. The closed intermediate trail, the new rule structure requiring instructor clearance for every section of the property. She showed them enrollment numbers, parent signups, the fact that 6 kids had completed a clean session yesterday with 0 incidents and full compliance. The injury happened outside the program, she said. A participant rode unsupervised on a section of the property that was not part of the curriculum. The program's structured sessions have produced 0 injuries across 2 clinics and 12 total participants. The corrective actions ensure that unsupervised access is physically prevented, not just discouraged. A board member named Ray leaned forward. "Where is Cash Greer right now? And when does he come back?" "At a professional event. He returns Saturday." "And if he doesn't return?" "The program runs. The structure is in place. I'm the lead instructor and safety officer. Cash is a co-founder and a draw, but the program doesn't depend on one person." The board voted 6-0 to approve the pilot through September, contingent on monthly safety reports and a formal review in October. Zuri walked her to her truck afterward. "You did good in there. I presented the facts." "You presented the facts like you built this from scratch and intend to keep building it. That matters." Zuri looked at her. "Is Cash coming back for the program?" "That's his decision to make." "Does the program survive without him?" "Yes, it's different without him. He's the draw, the name, the presence that makes kids show up. But the structure is mine, the safety is mine, and the coaching can be taught. The program survives." Good, because the board approved the structure, not the celebrity. Rayne drove home in the dark. The county road was empty, the headlights cutting through pine shadow, and she let her mind settle into the place she'd been avoiding all week, the unfinished reckoning with Cash's absence and what it meant. He had said he loved her. Standing in her barn on Sunday, rough-voiced and unfinished, the words landing between them, heavy and plain. And she had not said it back because saying it back would have been easy, and easy was not what Cash needed. He needed to earn the return. He needed to stand in the arena with 30,000 people screaming his name and choose the quiet over the noise. Choose the land over the lights. Choose her, not because she was standing in front of him, but because she was standing behind him, waiting, steady, real. And she was not sure he could do it. She pulled into the Wildwind Drive and sat in the truck, engine off, hands on the wheel. The house was dark except for the porch light her father always left on. The horses were shadows in the pasture. The country was quiet and familiar and entirely hers, and it had been hers before Cash Greer arrived, and it would be hers after. And the knowing of that was both a comfort and a grief. She loved him. That was the truth she carried into the house. She had loved him since the Saturday in the clearing when he'd looked at her with nothing between them, and she'd seen the man behind the showman, the one who wanted to keep things and didn't know how. She loved the burnt rice confession and the skillet handoff and the shaking in the dark bedroom and the rough, unfinished "I love you" in her barn. All of it. And she would not wait for him. Not because the love was insufficient. Because waiting was a cage she refused to build. She had watched her mother do it. Not with a lever, not with cruelty, but with the slow accumulation of deferred hopes. The trip that never happened, the conversation that never started, the life that narrowed year by year, because waiting felt safer than demanding. Her mother had loved her father quietly and completely, and had never once said, "I need more." And the quiet had become a room, and the room had become a house, and the house had become the shape of her mother's life. Rayne had sat on the Wildwind porch at 16 and watched her mother carry a plate of food to her father, who didn't know she was unhappy, and she had sworn that she would never build a porch to wait on. She chose, she acted, she built. And if Cash came back, she would meet him with open arms and honest eyes and the full force of everything she felt. And if he didn't, she would grieve him cleanly and keep moving. Because her life was not a holding pattern for someone who couldn't decide whether the quiet was enough. Friday afternoon, Rochelle found her at the diner. Rayne was at the counter with a coffee, looking at the enrollment list on her phone. Malachi had refilled her cup twice without comment, which was his way of saying he'd noticed something and was choosing not to press. Rochelle slid onto the stool beside her and ordered tea with honey and sat for a full minute before speaking. "You look tired," Rochelle said. "I'm running a program, managing a board, and training horses. Tired is the baseline." "That's not the kind of tired I mean." Rayne set her phone down. "No, it's not. Tell me." "Cash told me he loves me. Then he got on a plane." Rochelle stirred her tea. "And you told him?" "I told him to come home and mean it." "That's a fair answer." "It's the only answer I had, because I believe he loves me. I watched it happen all summer, slow and terrified, and the falling was real. But loving someone and choosing them are different things, and Cash has spent 9 years choosing the crowd. One summer can change a man. One summer can also show a man what he wants without giving him the courage to hold it. I've seen both." Rayne turned her coffee cup in her hands. "He stood in my barn and told me he wanted to run. He was honest about it, which is more than he gave me in July. But honest fear is still fear, and I can't build a life on someone else's fear." "You think he'll stay on the road?" "I think he wants to come home. And I think the arena will feel good, and the crowd will scream, and part of him will light up. And then he'll have to decide whether the lighting up is still what he needs or just what he's used to. And I don't know which direction that goes." "Would you still choose having loved him, even if he doesn't come back?" Rayne looked at her coffee. The diner was slow, the afternoon lull between lunch and dinner. Malachi was wiping the counter at the far end, giving them room. "Yes," she said, "I would. He showed me something I hadn't felt before. The burnt rice and the porch and the kitchen table and his eyes on me in the dark like I was the only real thing in the room. I would choose all of it again." She picked up her cup. "But I will not wait for someone who needs a crowd to feel real. I'll miss him. I'll grieve him, and I'll keep building." Rochelle reached over and squeezed her hand. The squeeze was brief and firm, 30 years of marriages and losses and rebuilding compressed into the pressure of her fingers. "The ones worth keeping," Rochelle said, "come back on their own. You don't chase them. You don't beg. You build your life so solid that coming home to it is the easiest decision they ever make." She let go of Rayne's hand and picked up her tea. "And if he's smart, which I believe he is under all that performing, he's figuring that out right about now. Probably somewhere between the training facility and the arena, looking at his phone, wondering whether to call. He hasn't called. He will, or he won't. Either way, you'll be all right. You were fine before him, and you'll be fine after him. And the fine isn't settling. The fine is the life you built." Rayne finished her coffee. Malachi cleared the cup without a word. The afternoon light slanted through the diner windows, warm and golden, and Rayne sat on the stool beside Rochelle and let the stillness gather around them and felt the grief and the love and the stubbornness hold their ground inside her, all three, steady and unresolved, and entirely hers.
Chapter 21. The training facility was a converted warehouse outside Charlotte, all concrete floors and fluorescent lights and the constant thrum of engines being tuned in the maintenance bay. Someone had taped a tour poster to the office door, his own face on it, midair and grinning. Cash arrived Tuesday afternoon and was greeted by his manager Rick, who handed him a schedule printed on a clipboard and a lanyard with his credentials. "Welcome back, champ. You look different." "Different how?" "Quieter, less showman, more, I don't know. Farmer? Have you been farming?" "I've been working on a house." "Same energy. Listen, training runs through Friday. Saturday is the show. Your slot is the main event, last ride of the night. They're promoting it as your return. Banners, social media, the whole package. 30,000 seats, and they're already sold out." Cash took the clipboard and walked into the facility and felt the old world close around him. The other riders were warming up on the practice ramps, their bikes echoing off the concrete walls, the sound filling the warehouse with the same deep vibration that filled every arena and stadium he'd ever ridden in. Big, mechanical, consuming. It used to feel like home. It didn't feel like home. It felt loud. It felt anonymous. It felt like a room full of engines and strangers and fluorescent light. And somewhere on the other side of it, 700 miles south, the Greer barn was quiet, and the sparrows were settling in the rafters, and the beginner loop flags were catching the afternoon breeze. And Cash was not there. He set up in his bay, unpacked his gear, and sat on the bench and listened to the engines, and tried to locate the feeling that used to arrive at this point in the process. The lift, the quickening, the cellular level vibration that said this is where you exist. The feeling had been reliable for 9 years. Every arena, every city, every crowd. The suit went on, the helmet went on, the engine started, and Cash Greer became the version of himself that crowds had paid to watch. The version wasn't arriving. He spent Wednesday through Friday training. The ramps were good. His body remembered the work. Approach speeds, launch angles. The moment a bike became weightless at the top of an arc, and the trick happened in the floating, and the landing was physics and muscle memory and trust. He rode clean. His technique was sharp, sharper than it had been in 2 years, and he knew why. The summer of teaching Trey had refined his fundamentals, stripped the showman's flourishes back to the mechanics underneath, and the mechanics were sound. A rider named Cobb watched him practice Thursday afternoon and walked over during a water break. Cobb was 23, a second-year pro with good instincts and a sponsor deal that paid his rent, and he rode with the loose confidence of someone who hadn't yet learned what the circuit could cost. "You look different on the bike," Cobb said, leaning against the wall. "Cleaner, less flash, like you're riding for the line instead of the camera." "I've been teaching kids back home. That'll do it." Cobb drank his water. "The crowd's going to lose their minds Saturday. You know that, right? The comeback story. They've been promoting it all week. Your face is on every banner in the arena." Cash looked at the banners. His face, 10 feet tall, frozen mid-trick, the expression calibrated for maximum impact. He didn't recognize the expression. It belonged to a version of himself that had performed for cameras so long the performing had become the face, and the face had become the man, and the man had been enough until he'd stood in his father's kitchen and discovered he was more than the face. "Cash," Cobb was looking at him. "You okay?" "Yeah, just thinking." "About what?" "Rice." "Rice?" "Long story." Thursday night, he sat in his hotel room and took the spur from his bag and held it. The metal was warm from being stored beside his clothes. He turned it in his hands and thought about the barn, the tack trunk, the floor where he'd sat with his back against the wood, and the fear beside him. He thought about Trey's voice from the hospital bed. "Both are you. Both. The rider in this hotel room, and the keeper on the Greer porch, and the man in the dark bedroom with Rayne's forehead against his collarbone. All of them were Cash Greer, and the invitational would not erase any of them, and the barn would not erase this. And the question was not which version was real. The question was whether he could hold all of them at once, honestly, and bring the full set home. He called his mother. "How's the training?" she said. "Clean. The show is Saturday." "I know. Trey told me. That boy has a calendar on his wall with the days crossed off. He's planning to watch the stream from his couch with Jason and Brian." "They're coming to his house?" "Gwen set it up. Popcorn, the whole thing. They're going to watch you ride and probably talk the entire time." Cash sat on the hotel bed and felt the distance between this room and that couch, between the fluorescent facility and Trey's living room, where 3 kids in helmets would sit and watch a screen and cheer for a man they'd met at a clinic in a pasture. The distance was 700 miles, and it felt like a different planet. "How's the program?" Rayne ran a session Wednesday, 6 kids. The board approved the pilot Thursday, unanimous. Zuri said Rayne presented like she'd been doing it her whole life. His mother paused. "That girl is running your program while you're at a show, Cash. She won a board vote by herself. She's not sitting on a porch waiting for you." "I know she's not. Good, because the girl who waits is not the girl you fell in love with. The girl you fell in love with builds things whether you're there or not." "Mama, I'm just saying. You're always just saying. And I'm always right." Cash laughed. The laugh was small and tired and real, and it echoed in the hotel room and faded into the hum of the air conditioning, and the fading made the room feel emptier than it had before the call. "Mama, yes? I want to come home." "I know you do, baby. Not just come home. I want to stay. I want to run the program and keep the land and be there. Every morning, I want the burnt rice kitchen and the tailgate and the whole thing. Then come home and do it." "What if she won't have me?" His mother took her time answering. "Your father asked me that once. We'd had a fight, a real one, the kind where you say things you can't unsay, and he drove to his mother's house and sat on the porch and called me and said, 'What if you won't have me?' And I told him what I'll tell you. Show up. Not with words, not with promises. Show up with your hands and your time and your willingness to do the work, and let the showing speak for itself. The right woman doesn't need a speech. She needs a Tuesday morning." Saturday arrived. The day felt different from every show day he'd ever known. He ate breakfast at the hotel, drove to the arena, parked in the athlete lot, and walked through the tunnel with his bag on his shoulder and the spur inside it. And the tunnel was the same tunnel every arena had, concrete and echo, and the distant sound of the crowd gathering in the seats above. And Cash walked through it and felt nothing rise in his chest. The absence startled him. For 9 years, the tunnel walk had been the moment the performer woke up, the moment Cash Greer the man stepped aside and Cash Greer the showman stepped forward, and the two had been so thoroughly fused that the stepping had become invisible, a reflex, a biological event. Now the performer waited, and Cash walked, and the walking was just walking. And the man doing it was just a man with a spur in his bag and a girl on his mind, and a program 700 miles south where kids were learning to ride. The arena was full, 30,000 people, the lights cutting down from the rigging in white columns, the bass pushing through the floor so deep he could feel it in his chest. The energy was massive and familiar, the collective attention of thousands of strangers aimed at a single point. And the point was Cash, and the aiming was the thing he had spent 9 years consuming like oxygen. He sat in the staging area and listened to the crowd through the concrete walls. The other riders had gone. The main event was next. His name was on the screen, his face on the banners, his highlight reel playing on the jumbotron, while the announcer built the introduction with practiced reverence, the return, the comeback, the hometown hero riding again. The crowd roared before the announcer finished, a wall of sound that hit Cash in the chest and traveled through him and came out the other side. He put on his helmet and started the engine. He rolled to the top of the ramp and looked down the run at the arena floor spread out below him, the lights and the noise and the cameras and the enormous, roaring proof that Cash Greer existed. He dropped in. The bike hit the ramp and the speed built and the launch came and he was airborne, 40 feet above the arena floor, the trick unfolding with the precision of 10,000 practice runs. His body inverted against the lights, the bike rotating beneath him, the crowd sound rising to meet him like a wave, and at the top of the arc, in the weightless second between ascent and descent, Cash heard it. Silence. Not actual silence. The arena was deafening, but inside his helmet, inside his chest, inside the place where the crowd's roar used to pour in and fill up the emptiness and make him real, there was quiet. The quiet was not absence, it was presence. It was Rayne's hand on his jaw in the kitchen. It was Trey saying, "Both are you from a hospital bed?" It was the burnt rice and the open windows and the porch and the spur in his bag and the morning light on the Greer pasture, and all of it was there, inside him, full and steady, and the crowd was screaming, and it was beautiful, and it was not enough, because the enough had already happened in a dark bedroom in a house in the country where he had shaken in her arms, and she had said, "I'm here," and meant it. He landed clean. The crowd exploded. The arena shook with the deep communal roar of 30,000 people celebrating a perfect trick, and Cash rode the deceleration lane and pulled into the staging area and took off his helmet and sat on the bike and felt the roar wash over him and through him and past him, and for the first time in his career, he let it go. He didn't need it. The realization arrived softly, like morning light in the Greer kitchen, like Rayne's engine on the fire road. He did not need a stadium full of strangers to prove he was real. The quiet had already proved it. The kitchen table and the burnt rice and tray sorting pads in the loft and Rayne's hand on his chest in the dark, steadying his shaking. All of it was proof. The crowd was beautiful and the craft was his, and the riding was real, but the proof of his existence had moved from the arena to the land, and the moving was permanent. And the permanence was the thing Trey had understood from a hospital bed before Cash figured it out on an arena floor. Both were him, but only one was home. The spur was in his bag. The flight home was tomorrow. And the question that had followed him from Sweetgum to Charlotte was answered. He could carry both lives, the arena and the kitchen table, because the arena was his craft and the kitchen table was his life, and the craft did not require the crowd to mean something. The craft was his. The crowd was extra. Rick found him in the staging area, still sitting on the bike. That was incredible. Best ride I've seen from you in 2 years. Maybe ever. Rick was scrolling his phone. 3 offers already. Dallas in October, Vegas in December, the International Series in February. This is your year, Cash. The comeback narrative is gold. Book Dallas. Hold on the rest. Hold? Cash, this is the window. You ride like that. You ride it into a full season. This is not a moment you pause. I'm not pausing. I'm choosing. Cash put his helmet in his bag beside the spur. I have a program to run. I have a life in Sweetgum that needs my mornings. I'll ride selectively, the events that matter, and I'll come home between them. That's the schedule. Rick looked at him. The look carried 10 years of management, of bookings and negotiations, and the careful architecture of a career built on visibility. You're serious. I've never been more serious about anything. This is about the girl. This is about everything. The girl, the land, the kid in the cast, the program, the house, all of it. Cash zipped his bag. I just landed the best trick of my career in front of 30,000 people, and the first thing I wanted was to go home and tell Rayne about the rice. Rick stared at him. The rice? I burned it. First time I cooked in my father's kitchen. The smoke alarm went off, and I stood on the porch and thought, this is the worst meal I've ever made, and it's the best I've felt in years. And that was the moment, Rick. That was when the arena stopped being enough. Not tonight, not the invitational. A Tuesday night in my father's kitchen with smoke pouring out the windows. Rick said nothing for a moment. Then he laughed, short and honest. That's some story. It's a true one. Those usually are. Rick pocketed his phone. I'll book Dallas, and I'll hold the rest until you tell me otherwise. But Cash, if you change your mind, I won't. Cash didn't move after Rick left. The arena was emptying, the crowd filing out through the tunnels, 30,000 people carrying the memory of his trick into the parking lot, and the night, and whatever version of their lives waited outside the building. They would talk about the ride tomorrow. They would show the clip to friends. They would forget by next week, because that was how crowds worked. The roar was communal and enormous and temporary. And the temporary was the part Cash had spent 9 years refusing to see. The lights came down one bank at a time. The floor dimmed. The ramps threw long shadows across the concrete, and the ventilation system hummed in the ceiling, steady and mechanical, and the arena became a room, just a room, a big empty room with marks on the floor where bikes had landed and echoes of a crowd that had already gone home. Cash sat on his bike in the emptying arena and thought about home. Not the word, the place, the Greer porch with the replaced post, the kitchen table where his parents ate Sunday dinner, the barn with the sparrows in the rafters, the skills area markers standing in their line, Trey on his couch with his clipboard and his cast and his progression system, Jason and Brian in borrowed helmets at the gate, new kids gripping the egg, and Rayne, standing at the gate, alone, running a program they'd built together, answering board questions with the authority of a builder, riding the fire road home in the dark, sitting on her father's porch, steady and undiminished, refusing to wait, refusing to shrink, building her life so solid that coming home to it would be the easiest decision he ever made. He was going to make it easy. The quiet settled over the arena, and inside the quiet, steady and full and entirely his, was the life he was flying home to keep.
Chapter 22. Rochelle called on Wednesday morning to tell her about the show. Her voice was bright, with the pleasure of delivering good news to the right person first. The town's putting together a homecoming exhibition for Cash, she said. Saturday afternoon at the Greer land. Riding demonstrations, the kids from the program, the whole community. Malachi's catering, Benjamin's setting up chairs. Who organized this? I did, with Gwen and Zuri. The board wanted a public event to celebrate the program approval, and the timing worked. And Cash knows? His mother told him yesterday. He said yes. Rochelle paused. He also said to make sure the banner has the program's name, not his. He was clear about that. Not his name? Not his name. Rayne stood on the Wildwind porch with her phone against her ear and let that settle. The program's name, not his. Rayne? Rochelle's voice was gentle. You still there? I'm here. The town wants to celebrate what you and Cash built. Both of you. This isn't a Cash Greer fan event. It's a community seeing what happened on that land this summer and wanting to honor it. I understand. Do you? Because you sound like a woman trying to talk herself out of something she wants to be part of. I sound like a woman being careful. Careful is good. Careful got you through 3 hard weeks. But careful has a shelf life, Rayne, and yours is running out. Rochelle's voice softened. This isn't about forgiveness. Nobody's asking you to forget what happened. The show is the town saying thank you for what you built on that land. If Cash weren't part of it, you'd go in a heartbeat. Don't let his presence take away something that's yours. Rayne opened her eyes. Since when are you a therapist? Since I married Benjamin Walters and spent 30 years learning that love is mostly logistics. I'll think about it, she said. Cash had been home since Sunday. 6 days. He had come back from the Invitational and gone straight to the Greer land, and Rayne knew this because she lived in a small town where every truck on every road was noticed, and Cash's truck on the fire road at 6 a.m. had been noticed by her father, by Gwen, by the mail carrier, and by Rayne herself from the ridge above the upper trail. He had not called her or come to Wildwind. He had not sent a text or left a message or done any of the things a man does when he wants to make a case for himself. Instead, he had gone to work. Monday, she heard from Zuri that Cash had submitted the revised safety plan. Tuesday, Jason came to Wildwind after the program session, still in his helmet, his face glowing with the energy of a 13-year-old who had spent 2 hours on a bike and wanted to talk about it. Cash ran the session, he said, leaning against the paddock fence. 6 kids. He posted Trey's levels inside the barn door, like an official chart, and he set up a second throttle station on the west side so 2 kids can practice at once. How was the session? Good. Janice ran the loop clean. Dion's getting better. Cash spent 20 minutes with him on grip alone, just standing beside the bike, adjusting his fingers, talking him through it. He was patient. He was so patient it was almost boring. Like, nobody crashed, nobody tried anything crazy, everybody did the drills in order and went home on time. It was great. Rayne almost smiled. The most exciting thing Jason could report was that nothing exciting happened. Structure, patience, compliance. The program working exactly as she'd designed it. He told us about the Invitational, Jason added. He said the arena was huge and his ride went well, and the first thing he wanted when he landed was to come home. He said the program matters more than the circuit. Jason picked at the fence post. He meant it. You could tell. How could you tell? Because he said it once and moved on. He didn't make a thing out of it. Wednesday morning, Rayne rode the upper trail at Wildwind and paused at the ridge where the pines thinned and the view opened east toward the Greer property. The barn, the pasture, the fire road curving out of the trees. Cash's truck was parked at the gate. She could see a figure moving between the barn and the skills area, carrying something, setting it down, walking back. 6 a.m, alone. The creek between the 2 properties caught the early light, and beyond it, the land rose toward the back 40, where the club's trails met the Greer boundary. And the figure moved through it all with the steady, unhurried pace of someone doing work that mattered to him, whether anyone saw it or not. She watched for 5 minutes from the ridge, and then rode on, and the image stayed with her all day. Cash alone on the land at dawn, working. She spent the afternoon working horses with Luis, running the yearlings through groundwork in the round pen. The physical labor occupied her hands while her mind turned over the same question. Was this real? Was the man at dawn, fixing and building, the actual Cash Greer? Or was this another act, longer and subtler, designed to look like change? She didn't have an answer. She had evidence. 6 mornings of it, accumulating steadily, each one holding more weight than the one before. Thursday, she ran into him at the feed store. She was loading salt blocks into her truck bed when his truck pulled into the lot. He parked 3 spaces away and got out and saw her and stopped, one hand on his truck door. He looked the same and different. Thinner from a week of training, tanned darker from the mornings outside, but his shoulders had settled, the performance tension gone from his posture, and he stood with his weight even and his hands loose at his sides, not reaching for anything, not angling for anything. "Hey," he said, "hey." They stood in the parking lot, 10 feet apart, the August heat pressing down on the gravel, and the distance between them held everything they hadn't said since the barn at Wildwind. "How are the horses?" he asked. "Good. Luis is reshoeing the mare next week." The session went well Tuesday. 6 kids, Janice is picking it up fast. Jason told me. He said you talked about the invitational. I told them the truth. The crowd was big and the riding was clean, and I'm glad I went, and I'm glad I came back. He paused. I'm glad I came back. The repetition was deliberate. She could hear the weight he'd placed on it, the emphasis that made the second saying different from the first. Not a report, but a declaration, quiet and precise. I heard you submitted the safety plan, she said. Zuri wanted revisions. I did the revisions. You posted Trey's progression levels in the barn. Trey designed them. I printed them. He did the hard part from his couch. The conversation was ordinary on the surface, and underneath it, Rayne could feel the larger thing pressing. Cash stood with his hands in his pockets and his eyes steady on hers, and he did not push. He did not charm, and he did not perform. He stood there and talked about horses and kids and levels and let the standing speak for itself. I should get these loaded, she said. Let me help. I've got it. I know you do. Let me help anyway. She looked at him. The offer was small and genuine, and it carried no agenda. And Rayne could feel the wall she'd built leaning, not falling, not cracking, leaning. Okay, she said. They loaded the salt blocks together, working without talk, finding a rhythm without discussing it. He took the heavy end. She guided the placement. Their arms brushed once at the tailgate, and neither of them pulled away. When the last block was in the bed, Cash stepped back and wiped his hands on his jeans. Rayne? Yeah, I'm not going to make a speech. I'm not going to show up at Wildwind with flowers, or stand outside your window, or do any of the things the showman would do. He looked at his hands. I'm just going to be at the barn, every morning, doing the work, and if you want to come by, the gate's open. She considered him. I'll keep that in mind. He nodded and walked back to his truck and drove away, and Rayne stood in the lot and watched his taillights and felt something shift inside her. Subtle and fundamental, like the first crack of ice on a pond in early spring. That evening, she sat on the Wildwind porch and let the day settle. The salt blocks were in the barn, Cash's taillights were gone, and the question she'd been holding at arm's length all week had moved closer. What now? She could keep the distance, run the program alongside Cash professionally, keep the personal door closed, or she could show up at the tribute show on Saturday and let her own eyes make the call. Rochelle called Friday afternoon. Are you coming tomorrow? I'm not sure yet. The kids are expecting you. Jason asked me twice. Jason asks everybody everything twice. He asked whether you and Cash would both be there. He said it's better when you're both there. I hear you, Rochelle. Think fast, Rayne. Tomorrow's tomorrow. Friday night, she sat on the porch with her father. Cash is home, her father said. Yes. You going to the show tomorrow? I haven't decided. Her father took a moment, choosing his words. That boy has been at the Greer barn every morning this week. 6 o'clock. I can see his truck from the upper pasture. I've seen it too. He's not coming here. No. You told him to come home and mean it. Seems like he's doing the meaning part. Her father took a drink of water. I'm not going to tell you what to do, Rayne. I've never told you what to do, and I'm not starting now. But I've been watching that boy work from the upper pasture all week, and I'll tell you this. I've never seen a man put that many hours into a place he's planning to leave. The question is whether I trust it. Trust takes time, but time needs a start. He looked at the pasture, the horses moving through the last gold of the evening. Go to the show, Rayne. Not for him, for yourself. Rayne sat with it. Cash had done what she'd asked, not with words, with mornings. Saturday, she called Rochelle. I'm coming, she said. Good. For the kids and for myself. She spent the morning at Wildwind, grooming horses, cleaning tack, oiling hinges on the stall doors. She showered and changed and braided her hair and put on the boots her father had resoled last spring and drove to the Greer land at 2 o'clock and parked at the back gate and looked at what the town had built. The pasture was transformed. Chairs lined the skills area in rows, 50 or 60, and the community was already gathering. Families with blankets, neighbors carrying coolers, parents from the program holding cameras. Malachi had set up a table near the barn with trays of food and pitchers of lemonade. Benjamin and Rochelle were arranging a banner across the barn doors, Sweetgum Meadows Youth Riding Program. Rayne looked at it and felt something loosen in her chest. Rochelle appeared beside her with 2 glasses of lemonade and handed her one. You came. I came. Rochelle clinked her glass against Rayne's. Drink your lemonade. Watch the show. See what happens. Rayne drank her lemonade. The afternoon was warm and bright, the light turning golden as it filtered through the pines at the edge of the pasture. She walked through the setup. The skills area had been expanded since she'd last been here. New markers, wider spacing, a practice station on the west side she hadn't seen before. Inside the barn, the gear was organized with a precision she recognized from Cash's circuit habits. Each helmet labeled with a number and a size, each set of pads binned and sorted. Trey's progression chart was posted beside the door in a frame, printed clean, the levels listed in block letters. Level 1 through Level 4, with requirements and benchmarks, and a space at the bottom for instructor signatures. Cash had taken a 15-year-old's couch project and given it the weight of an official document. She stood in front of the chart and read every line and felt something press against the wall she'd been holding all week, steady and patient and hard to ignore. Joanne Richards from Roasted Beans was outside, handing out iced coffees. Rashad Brown had brought ice cream from his shop. The diner crowd, the church crowd, the feed store regulars, the parents who'd signed permission slips, and the neighbors who'd heard engines on the fire road all summer and come to see what the noise was about. A woman Rayne recognized from the pharmacy waved from the second row. 2 men from the volunteer fire department were leaning against the paddock fence, talking to Luis, who stood with his arms crossed, watching the course with the evaluating eye he brought to a horse in a round pen. Her father was in the back row, a glass of water in his hand, his boots on the grass, and when Rayne caught his eye, he raised the glass an inch, which was his version of a standing ovation. The crowd found its chairs. The kids gathered near the gate. Jason and Brian were at the gate with their helmets, vibrating with excitement. Janice was behind them, arms crossed, looking at the course with the assessing eye of a rider calculating lines. The 2 sisters from the east side were testing helmet straps. Dion was standing apart, quiet as always, watching the crowd with wide eyes, but his hands were relaxed at his sides. And Rayne remembered how tightly he'd gripped the handlebars 2 weeks ago, and noticed the difference. Trey was there, planted near the barn entrance. On crutches, his cast decorated now with signatures and drawings from the program kids, his clipboard under one arm, and a walkie-talkie clipped to his belt that Rayne was fairly certain he didn't need but wore for authority. Gwen was beside him with a folding chair, which Trey refused to sit in. I'm the logistics coordinator, he said when Rayne reached him. Coordinators don't sit. You have a broken leg. I have a clipboard, a walkie-talkie, and a title. The leg is temporary. The title is permanent. He grinned, and the grin was 15 and irrepressible and completely alive, and Rayne felt the week's careful tension ease another notch. Where's Cash? In the barn. He's been here since 5. Trey's expression shifted from coordinator to something more careful. He's nervous. He reorganized the helmet bins 3 times this morning. I told him they were fine after the first round, and he did it anyway. Cash Greer doesn't get nervous. The showman doesn't. But Cash has been the other version all week, the one who fixes things and checks on me and asks my opinion about the curriculum like I actually know what I'm talking about. He adjusted his crutches. He told me this morning that the invitational felt like riding someone else's bike. He said the crowd screamed and it was beautiful and it wasn't enough. Rayne looked at the barn. The doors were open. Cash was inside, moving between the gear and the bikes, doing the work that needed doing before the show began. Not posing, not preparing a performance. Working. Go talk to him, Trey said. After. After what? After I see him ride, I need to see which version shows up. Trey looked at her with the clear-eyed honesty of a boy who had broken 2 bones learning the difference between imitation and understanding. Both, he said. Both are going to show up. Because both are him. That's what I've been trying to tell you people all summer. Rayne laughed. The laugh surprised her, warm and genuine, cracking through the careful armor she'd been wearing for weeks. She put her hand on Trey's shoulder and squeezed, and Trey stood there on his crutches with his clipboard and his walkie-talkie and let her, and the squeeze was the first thing that had felt fully right in weeks.
Chapter 23. The chairs were filling when Cash came out of the barn. He'd been inside since 5, checking gear and sorting helmets and rechecking gear he'd already checked. The third time through the helmet bins, Trey had rolled up on his crutches and leaned against the barn door and said, "They're sorted. They were sorted an hour ago. Stop touching them." "I'm being thorough. You're being nervous, which is interesting, because I've seen footage of you riding at 40 feet above an arena floor, and you looked calmer than you do right now." "That's different." "How? At 40 feet, the only thing at stake is my body." Trey had looked at him a long time, the medication-dulled sharpness in his eyes replaced over the last week by something clearer. Then he'd nodded and limped off to set up the water station without another word, and the silence had been kinder than any encouragement. Now the crowd was here. Cash could see them from the barn door, families filling the chairs, Rashad Brown handing ice cream cones to kids at the gate, Joanne Richards setting up a coffee station beside Malachi's food table, and Rayne. She was at the skills area with the program kids, clipboard in hand, running through the pre-ride checklist with the calm authority she brought to everything. Not once had she looked toward the barn. She didn't need to. Her presence on the property was its own statement. She had come. Benjamin was directing parking at the gate. Rochelle was greeting arrivals. Gwen was arranging a section of chairs near the front for the parents, and Malachi was at the food table, arranging trays with the focused efficiency he brought to the diner counter, feeding people as hospitality, not decoration. "Cash." Malachi waved him over. "You look like you're about to throw up." "I'm fine." "You're sweating through your shirt at 2 in the afternoon. Eat something." "I can't eat." "Then drink." Malachi poured lemonade and held it out. "The whole town is here, not 30,000 strangers, your neighbors, the ones who knew your daddy and your granddaddy and watched you ride your first bike down that fire road. That's a different crowd." Cash took the lemonade and drank it and looked at the pasture. Malachi was right. This was different. The kids gathered at the gate for the demonstration. Jason, Brian, Janice, Dion, the 2 sisters from the east side, and 4 more who'd signed up this week. 10 helmets, 10 bikes. Rayne was with them, adjusting straps, checking mirrors, her voice carrying across the skills area. "Single file, supervised speed, stay in your lane. Jason, you lead. Brian, you anchor." Jason straightened his helmet and rolled to the start line with the gravity of a boy leading a parade. Brian took the rear with a thumbs up. Janice positioned herself third, her posture already carrying the focused stillness of a natural rider, and behind her Don settled onto his bike with a looseness in his hands that would have been unrecognizable 2 weeks ago. "Ready?" Rayne called. "Ready." 10 voices, staggered and earnest. "Go." They rode, single file, supervised speed, the beginner loop. 10 kids on the course. Cash had marked and Rayne had structured, the flags snapping in the breeze, the red clay firm under the tires. Jason's line was clean and confident. Brian held the rear without drifting. Janice ran the turns tight. One of the sisters wobbled at the second flag and corrected herself without stopping, and the correction was the discipline, and the not stopping was the confidence. And both were products of the program. Cash leaned against the barn door and felt his throat tighten. This was it. Not the arena, not the trick, not the crowd. 10 kids riding a loop in a pasture, doing the fundamentals with patience, and the patience had been taught and the teaching had held and the holding was everything. The crowd clapped, not the arena roar, a different sound, personal, aimed at individual riders, parents calling names, neighbors whistling, Gwen cheering for Jason because Trey couldn't ride and Jason was riding in his place, and Gwen understood the gesture. Rashad Brown stood up in the third row and put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled for Dion. And Dion looked over and almost smiled, and then caught himself and focused on the line. And the correction was, the discipline and the almost smile was the joy, and both were on his face at once. Then the balance drills on the flat ground, each kid running the line individually, while the crowd followed them with personal attention, calling encouragement by name. Janice's mother stood up from her chair and clapped with both hands above her head when her daughter held a straight line for 30 seconds without a wobble. Trey stood at the edge of the course on his crutches with his clipboard, calling adjustments. Dion, widen your line at the turn. Janice, you're 2 seconds ahead of pace. Slow down. Who made you the coach? Janice called back. My clipboard made me the coach, and my superior knowledge of the curriculum. Your superior knowledge came from a couch. Couches are underrated as learning environments. The crowd laughed. Rayne looked at Trey and shook her head, but Cash could see the pride in her face, the kind that came from building something and seeing it hold weight. Cash stood in the doorway and felt the program breathing. Alive and functional and carrying its own momentum, a thing built by 2 people and sustained by 10 kids and a boy with a broken leg and a clipboard and the stubbornness to keep showing up. The demonstration ended. The kids pulled off the course and parked their bikes in a row and stood with their helmets on, breathing hard, grinning. And Cash looked at them and felt something in his chest that no arena had ever produced. The deep, undeniable satisfaction of helping build something that worked. Rayne caught his eye across the skills area. She was standing with Jason, who was talking with his hands, describing his line. She looked at Cash, and the look was steady and open, and carried no judgment and no promise. Paying attention, she was deciding. And the deciding was hers, and Cash could not perform his way into it, and the not performing was the hardest discipline he'd ever practiced. He walked to the course. Trey caught his arm at the gate. Cash, yeah. Ride like you rode Tuesday, for the kids, not for the cameras. There are no cameras. Good, then ride for the land. Cash looked at the boy on the crutches with the cast and the clipboard and the steady, undecorated wisdom that came from learning everything the hard way and retaining all of it, and he felt a gratitude so clean it startled him. Thanks, Trey. Don't thank me. Just ride clean. The crowd hushed. Cash stood at the top of the run with his bike and his helmet, the afternoon light golden across the pasture, chairs filled, the banner catching the breeze above the barn doors. He put on his helmet, started the engine. The sound was different here than in the Charlotte warehouse. Smaller. The engine echoed off the barn and the pines and came back to him, changed, shaped by the land. Rolled forward. He rode the beginner loop first. The same course the kids had just ridden, at teaching pace, clean and fundamental, showing the crowd what the program taught before showing them what the teacher could do. Then he opened up. The intermediate section. The terrain he'd coached all summer. The rock garden taken with precision, each stone read and responded to. The bike tracking through gaps he'd mapped on foot with Trey 3 months ago. The creek crossing where the clay went soft and the tire had to find the gravel line. Cold water splashing his boots and calves. The ridge where the trail narrowed between the pines and the canopy closed overhead, and the light came through in green-gold bands, and the air smelled like clay and August grass and pine resin, and the riding was more alive than any arena had ever felt. He rode it all without flourish. No camera angles, no extended tricks, no aerial work designed to make strangers gasp. He rode the land like Luis's horses ran the pasture, with purpose and fluency, and the quiet authority of a body doing what it was built to do on ground it knew. The speed was real. The skill was real. 10 years of professional training showed in every line, every correction, every micro-adjustment his body made without conscious thought. And none of it was aimed at the chairs. It was aimed at the ground. He came off the intermediate section and rolled into the skills area and killed the engine. The afternoon pressed warm against his shoulders. A mockingbird was singing in the magnolia by the barn. His hands were steady on the grips. His breathing was even. And the feeling in his chest was not the lift of the showman craving the roar. It was quieter than that, and deeper, and it did not require 30,000 voices or 10,000 lights. It required a pasture and a program, and a woman standing by the course markers, looking at him without clapping. He took off his helmet. The applause came, not a roar. Something warmer, each pair of hands belonging to someone who meant it individually. Malachi from the food table. Joanne with her iced coffees. Rochelle from the second row. Gwen with her arm around Trey. Luis at the paddock gate nodding once, which from Luis was the equivalent of a 10-minute speech. Cash's mother was in the back, standing beside Rayne's father, and she had her hand over her mouth and her eyes were bright. Cash sat on the bike and let the sound arrive and pass through him and settle. And the settling was different from Charlotte. In Charlotte, the applause had washed over him like water. Here it landed like hands on his shoulders, individual and warm, each clap a person, each person a name. The difference was everything. He looked for Rayne. She was at the edge of the course, her posture straight, her face carrying the careful composure she'd worn for 3 weeks. She was looking at him, not clapping, just looking. And the looking was the thing that mattered more than any sound in the pasture. Cash set the helmet on the seat and walked across the grass toward her. The walk was 30 feet. It took 10 seconds. And in those 10 seconds, the performer stayed behind on the bike seat with the helmet. Cash walked toward Rayne as the man he was becoming, and the walking felt like the truest ride of his life. He stopped 4 feet from her. Close enough to speak without the crowd hearing. Close enough to see the flecks of gold in her eyes, and the dust along her jaw, and the faint tension in her shoulders that told him she was holding herself steady by force of will. "I'm not going to make a speech," he said. "Good. I'm not going to stand in front of everyone and declare something. That's the old version. I know. But I need to tell you something, and I need to say it here, on this ground, because this is where it happened." She waited. Behind her, the crowd was settling back into conversation, the applause fading into the ordinary sound of neighbors talking. The show was over. The afternoon was becoming an evening, and Cash was standing in front of the one person whose attention had never been available for purchase. "I came to Sweetgum in May thinking I'd be the best rider in any room. Then I watched you on the trails. No crowd, no stage, riding like it was the only true thing in the world, and I understood something I'd missed for 9 years." He kept his voice low, private. "You never needed anyone's attention to know what you're worth. I've spent my whole life needing it, and you're the first person who ever made the quiet feel like enough." Rayne's eyes changed. Something arrived behind them and settled, and the settling was not surrender. It was recognition. "That's a beautiful thing to say," she said. "It's the truth. I believe you, and it's also the kind of thing a performer says when he wants to close the show." She faced him, steady and direct. "I watched you ride just now. Clean, honest, no tricks for the camera. But I've seen you perform honesty before, Cash. You're good at it. This isn't a performance. Then don't finish it today. Don't wrap it up with a bow. A performance has an ending. What I need from you doesn't." "What do you need?" "Tomorrow morning, and the morning after, and the one after that." She stepped closer, and the step was small and deliberate, and it closed the 4 feet to 2. The ordinary mornings when the chairs are gone, and the crowd went home, and the coffee needs making, and the land needs work. That's what I fell in love with. The man who shows up for that. I've been showing up all week. I know. Her voice dropped. I've been on the ridge every morning. I saw you. The words landed. She had been there. Every morning, from the trail above Wildwind, she had seen him at the barn at dawn, and she had chosen not to tell him, and the choosing was its own kind of answer. She was invested, she was evaluating, and the evaluation was not finished, but it was leaning, and the lean was toward him, and he could feel it in the 2 feet between them like heat from a fire. "I'm here," he said. "The gate's open. I heard you at the feed store." The almost smile again. "Give me one more day." Then I'll come by, and we'll walk the course, and we'll see. See what? Whether the quiet holds when nobody's clapping. Cash looked at her. The 2 feet between them held everything. The summer, the secret, the injury, the arena, the mornings, the salt blocks loaded in silence, the gate left open. And inside the everything was one clear, simple fact that did not require a crowd or a speech or a show. He loved her, and the loving was not a performance, and stillness was where the loving lived, and it would hold because Cash Greer had finally learned what his grandfather and his father had known all along, that the keeping was the thing, and the keeping was daily work, and the daily work was enough. He didn't say any of that. He didn't need to. She could see it. He could see her seeing it. Monday, she said. I'll be there Monday. She looked at him for a long second, and then she turned and walked back toward the chairs. Cash stood in the pasture and let her go. The evening was coming on. The light had shifted from gold to amber, the shadows of the pines stretching long across the pasture. The crowd was breaking into smaller clusters, parents collecting kids, neighbors catching up, Malachi packing trays. Benjamin was folding chairs. Jason and Brian were doing one more lap of the beginner loop, riding slow, their voices carrying across the pasture in easy banter. Rayne reached the chairs. Rochelle said something to her, and Rayne shook her head and smiled, unhurried and unguarded, and the smile was not for Cash, it was for herself. It was private and genuine and entirely hers, and Cash saw it, and that was how he knew she would come by. Trey appeared beside him, leaning on his crutches. How'd it go? Trey said. She said, give her one more day. 1 day. That's not a no. It's not a yes either. It's a prove it, which is what you've been doing all week, and what you're going to keep doing tomorrow and the day after. Trey shifted his weight on his crutches. Also, your ride was good. Clean entry, steady exit. I gave you a 7. Out of what? 10. The creek crossing was a half-second late. I'll work on it. You will, because that's what you do now. Cash stood in the pasture with the spur in his pocket, and the evening settling in around him and his town folding chairs and heading home. And quiet came, and it held, and inside the holding was the life he was choosing. Not because it was easy or promised or certain, but because it was real.
Chapter 24. Monday morning, Joanne Richards handed Rayne a coffee at the roasted beans counter and said, "Heard you're heading to the Greer land today." "Who told you that?" "Malachi told Rochelle. Rochelle told Benjamin. Benjamin told me. Small town." Behind the counter, the espresso machine was already working through the morning rush, and 2 of the program parents waved at Rayne from the corner table. "I didn't realize I'd announced my plans." "You didn't have to." Cash told Trey. Trey told Jason. Jason told his mother, and his mother came in for a latte at 7:30 and mentioned it. Joanne set the cup down and leaned on the counter. "The whole town's been watching you 2 circle each other for a month, Rayne. It's like a nature documentary. Malachi's been taking bets. Malachi takes bets on everything. He does, but he's got good odds on this one. He thinks you're going to forgive him. Forgiveness isn't the issue." "What's the issue?" "Trust. Trust is the issue." "Fair enough." Joanne pushed a second cup across the counter. "Take him this. Black, 2 sugars. He's been ordering it since June. A man's coffee order tells you a lot about him. It tells me he likes sugar. It tells you he's consistent. Not a bad quality when someone's asking for a second chance." Rayne took both cups and walked to her truck. The parking lot was nearly empty, early enough that the day hadn't filled in yet, the town still stretching into its rhythms. She got in and set the coffees in the cup holders and sat with her hands on the wheel, looking at the road that led to the Greer land. She had told Cash she'd come Monday. She had told herself she'd come for the program. Both were true. Neither was the whole truth. She started the engine and drove. The morning was cool for August, the first faint signal of September in the air. The fire road was familiar beneath her tires. The red clay and pine shadow, and the curve where the trees opened and the pasture spread out below, green and gold in the early light. She had ridden this road 100 times. Driving it with 2 coffees and an open heart felt like the first time. Cash's truck was at the gate, parked in the same spot she'd seen it from the ridge every morning for a week. She parked beside it and got out and stood there, holding the coffees, looking at the property. The skills area was clean, the markers straight, the beginner loop flags catching a light breeze. The barn doors were open. She could see the progression chart on the wall inside, and beside it, a new addition. A nail, empty, waiting. The Spurs spot. Cash had already prepared it. No chairs, no banner, no crowd. Just the land and the work and a Monday. Cash came out of the barn carrying a toolbox. He saw her and set the toolbox down and wiped his hands on his jeans and stood there, not moving toward her, not performing a welcome, just present and waiting. "You came," he said. "I said I would." "I know, but saying and doing are different things." He looked at the coffees. "Is one of those mine?" "Black, 2 sugars. Joanne sends her regards, and apparently the whole town knows I'm here." "I told Trey." "You told Trey, which means you told the entire southeastern seaboard. Trey has a communication network that rivals the actual Pentagon." She handed him his coffee. He took it. Their fingers touched on the cup, brief and warm, and neither of them pulled away. They walked the course. Not the beginner loop. The full course, beginner through intermediate, the route Rayne had designed and Cash had built, and 10 kids were learning to ride. They walked it side by side, coffees in hand, their boots leaving prints in the soft clay. "The rock garden needs regrading," Rayne said at the entry. "The drainage shifted. If we don't fix it before September, the line will wash out." "I noticed. I've been waiting to talk to you about it." "You could have just fixed it. It's your course, your design. I build what you draw." She looked at him. He was telling her how the partnership worked. She designed, he built, and neither moved without the other. "I drew a good course," she said. "You drew a great course." "I know." She almost smiled. "I'm not looking for reassurance. I'm establishing terms." They checked the flag line on the beginner loop, replacing 2 that had frayed in the wind. Cash held the post steady while Rayne tied the nylon, her fingers quick and practiced. "You've done this before," he said, watching her tie. "I've been maintaining trails since I was 14. My father taught me the knots. Good knots. The only kind worth tying." She pulled the last one tight and tested it. "If a knot doesn't hold, the whole line comes down. Same with everything else." He looked at her. "That's about more than flags." "Everything's about more than flags, Cash." They reached the creek crossing. The water was low, late summer thin, running over stones she'd placed last spring. Cash crouched and tested the gravel line with his hand. "Solid," he said. "Good placement. Luis helped me set those stones. He said water finds the path you give it, so give it the right one." Cash stood and looked at her. "That applies to more than water." "I know it does." They crossed the creek and climbed the ridge trail, the pines closing in overhead, the light filtering through in long amber shafts. Single file, Cash behind her, following her lead on ground she knew better than he did. At the ridge, where the view opened toward Wildwind, Rayne stopped. She could see her father's pasture from here. The horses in the grass, the barn roof, the country she'd chosen to keep. "Cash!" "Yeah. I need to say some things, and I need you to hear them before you respond." "Okay. I watched you ride Saturday. Clean, honest, for the land instead of the crowd. I saw it. I'm not going to pretend I didn't." She held her coffee with both hands and looked at the view. "But I need you to understand something about me. I don't do this halfway. If I'm in completely, and that means I need to know what I'm choosing." "You're choosing me." I said, "Wait." She took a breath. "I'm choosing you, knowing you ride the circuit, Dallas in October. Other events after that. You'll get on planes and crowds will scream your name, and I'll be here running the program, working the horses. And that's fine. The career is yours and it's real, and I'm not asking you to give it up." She turned to face him. "But the center has to be here. This land, this program, these kids. When you leave for Dallas, you leave from home and you come back to home, and both are transparent. No hidden departures, no surprises." "Rayne, I'm not done." Her voice was steady, and the steadiness cost her something, and the cost was visible in the set of her jaw. "I love you. I've loved you since July, and the loving has survived everything this summer threw at it. But love has to stand on trust, and the trust isn't finished. You've given me a week of showing up. Keep going. Every ordinary day when nobody is clapping. That's the deal. Can you live with that?" Cash stood on the ridge with the pines behind him and the view open in every direction, and he waited until she was finished, and the waiting was its own answer. Can I respond now? Yes. The center is here. It's been here since August, and it'll be here in October when I fly to Dallas and in November when I come home. I'm not leaving this. I'm traveling from it. Traveling from it. Home base. Not the trip. The base. She looked at him, and what she saw was not the showman. She saw the man who'd shaken in her arms and told her the truth about wanting to run and then chosen to stay. Okay, she said. Okay? Okay. She stepped toward him. But if you ever hide a flight from me again, I will let Luis's mare kick you. That's fair. That mare has excellent aim. Cash laughed, and she laughed, and the laughing broke the last distance between them. She stepped into him, and his arms came around her, and the coffee cups tilted sideways, and the ridge held them with the pines and the morning around them, and the holding had terms and transparency and the full weight of a choice made with eyes open. They walked back down the trail together. Through the pines, the light shifting as the canopy thinned. Across the creek, their boots splashing in the shallow water, Cash catching her elbow at the slick spot, and the catching being the most natural gesture in the world. Past the rock garden, where Rayne pointed out the drainage problem, and Cash nodded and said Tuesday, meaning he'd fix it, meaning he'd be here, meaning the work continued. Into the pasture, side by side, the barn ahead of them with its open doors and sorted gear and the empty nail on the wall. I have something for you, Cash said. Wait here. He went into the barn and came back with the spur. The metal was warm from his pocket, the edges worn smooth by 3 generations of hands. He held it out on his open palm. This belonged to my grandfather, he said, and then my father, and then me, and I've been carrying it all summer, trying to figure out what it meant. And I think what it means is that keeping isn't holding on, it's passing forward. Cash. I want to give it to Trey for the program, as a reminder that the roots go deep and the keeping goes on and the riding matters whether anyone sees it or not. Rayne looked at the spur on his palm. The metal caught the light, old and worn and solid. He didn't need it anymore. The proof of keeping had moved from a piece of metal to a life. Give it to him yourself, she said. He's supposed to be here at 10. Jason's mother is dropping them off. How do you know that? Trey texted me at 7. He texts me at 7 every day. I think he considers me his supervisor. You are his supervisor. That's what I told him. At 10, Gwen's car pulled up the fire road with Trey in the passenger seat, his window already down, and Jason in the back. Trey crutched his way to the barn with Jason trailing behind, clipboard under his arm, walkie-talkie clipped to his belt. Cash met him at the door and held out the spur without preamble. What's this? Trey said. My grandfather's, then my father's, then mine, now yours. Trey took the spur and turned it in his hand and looked at Cash with an expression Rayne had never seen on his face before. Quiet, careful, and entirely without performance. For the program, Cash said, hang it wherever you think it belongs. Trey looked at the spur for a long time. Then at the barn. Then at the wall beside the progression chart he'd designed from his couch. The levels he'd built, while his leg healed and his understanding deepened. Right there, he said, pointing, next to the levels. That's a good spot. It's the only spot. Trey tucked the spur against his clipboard and crutched into the barn, and Rayne watched him go and felt the summer's entire arc condense into the image of a boy on crutches carrying a dead man's spur into a barn full of sordid helmets, hanging it on a nail beside a chart he'd built, and stepping back to look at it with a satisfied nod, 15 years old and entirely certain of what he was holding. They went into the house after Trey and Jason started walking the beginner loop, Trey calling adjustments from his crutches while Jason ran the flags. The Greer house was calm, the kitchen warm with late morning light. Cash made coffee. Rayne sat at the table where his parents had eaten Sunday dinner. And the sitting felt different now because the secrets were gone and the terms were set and the love between them was named, and the naming made the room feel lighter. Cash brought 2 cups to the table and sat across from her and looked at her with the unhurried attention of a man with nowhere else to be and nowhere he'd rather be than here. What are you looking at? She said. You. Sitting at my table, drinking coffee I made, in a house I'm keeping. He wrapped his hands around his cup. I spent 9 years in hotel rooms, and I never once sat across a table from someone and felt like the table was where I belonged. This is where I belong. I know, she said, and the knowing was not a concession. It was a recognition, equal and mutual. Two people arriving at the same conclusion from opposite directions. Later, after Trey and Jason were walking the beginner loop together, Trey on his crutches calling flag positions while Jason adjusted them, and Gwen had driven away with a wave from the car window, they stood in the hallway, his hand on her jaw, her fingers on his chest, finding his heartbeat through the cotton of his shirt. The house was still around them, Trey and Jason's voices faint from the pasture outside, and the quiet between Cash and Rayne was not the loaded silence of secrets or the careful distance of evaluation. It was the quiet of two people standing on the other side of everything that had tried to break them and finding solid ground. He kissed her, slow and deliberate, his mouth warm on hers, his hands sliding into her hair. She kissed him back and felt the last 3 weeks dissolve. The distance and the ridge and the feed store parking lot and the show and the speeches and all of it falling away until the only thing left was this. His hands, her hands, the hallway, the open door. They crossed the threshold together. The bedroom was warm with late morning light, the window open to the August air, the quilt pulled back. And what moved between them was not the electricity of the first time or the urgency of discovery, but something earned and deliberate. The knowledge that this was chosen, both of them choosing, eyes open, terms set, trust rebuilding one touch at a time. His mouth on her shoulder, her hands on his back. The slowness of two people learning each other again, not as strangers but as partners. The rhythm steady and sure. And the sureness was the thing that made it different from every time before, because the sureness came from honesty, and the honesty was hard won, and the winning had cost them both something, and the cost made the having richer. Rayne lay in the quiet afterward, with her head on his chest, and felt his breathing slow beneath her. The house settled around them, old wood and warm air, and through the window she could hear Trey's voice in the pasture, coaching Jason through a flag adjustment, his tone carrying the easy authority of a boy who had found his role. She closed her eyes and let the feeling land. She was home. She had always been home. And now Cash was here too, and the here was the same place, and it was enough. Her phone buzzed on the nightstand. She reached for it. A text from Trey. Jason says the level 2 markers need adjusting. Janice is asking when the next session is. Also, I need a ride to the barn Tuesday because my mom has a dentist appointment. Also, I hung the spur next to the chart and it looks good. Also, tell Cash his creek crossing was a 6. I downgraded him after reviewing the footage Jason took. Rayne laughed. Cash lifted his head from the pillow. What? Trey, he's reviewing footage of your creek crossing. What's the verdict? 6. It was a 7 Saturday. He says the standards went up. Cash groaned and put his head back down, and Rayne lay beside him in the light with the house at peace around them, and outside the window the land waited, patient and green, and the program waited, and the kids waited, and Dallas waited in October, and all of it was ahead of them, real and ordinary and theirs. Epilogue. The Dallas arena held 18,000 people, and Rayne was in seat 14, row C, section 112, with a lemonade she'd bought from a vendor who called her Han, and a phone full of texts from Trey. Tell Cash the level 3 certifications start next week. Jason passed his level 2 assessment yesterday. Alaya is mad she didn't go first. Also, the creek crossing gravel shifted again. I told Luis, he said he'd look at it Tuesday. Also tell Cash I give him an 8 tonight. Preemptive. He hasn't ridden yet, but I'm feeling generous. Rayne put her phone in her pocket and looked at the arena. It was enormous. The lights hung from the rigging in white banks, turning the floor to a bright stage, and the sound system pushed music through the concrete at a volume that vibrated in her sternum. The crowd filled every section, a continuous wall of faces and phones and raised hands, and the noise was communal and enormous and alive. 18,000 people gathered to watch riders do things on motorcycles that defied physics and common sense. She had never been in an arena before, never sat in anyone's stands. She had spent her life on trails and in pastures and in the small, unhurried spaces where riding happened between the rider and the ground. And the scale of this place was foreign in every dimension. The lights, the sound, the sheer density of strangers unified by attention, and she was here by choice. That was the part that still surprised her, 2 months into the new arrangement. She had chosen to fly to Dallas. She had chosen to sit in row C and drink overpriced lemonade and watch Greer ride in front of a sold-out arena. Because the man in the arena was the same man who made coffee at 6 in the morning and checked flag lines and coached Dion through grip adjustments with a patience that bordered on geological. And the two versions were not in conflict. They were the same person. Trey had been right all summer. The announcer's voice filled the arena, building the introduction. Cash's name, his stats, his record, the comeback narrative that Rick had turned into sponsorship gold. Rayne listened to a stranger describe the man she loved in terms designed for maximum commercial impact, and the describing was accurate and incomplete, because the announcer knew the rider and not the keeper, and the keeper was the one Rayne had come to watch. Cash rolled to the top of the ramp. She could see him from row C, small against the lights, his helmet on, his body settled on the bike with the centered stillness she recognized from the mornings at the Greer barn when he sat on the tailgate and looked at the pasture and let the day arrive. The arena noise peaked. 18,000 people screaming a name. He dropped in. The trick was clean. Rayne didn't know the technical terminology, the rotation names, or the difficulty scores, but she knew riding, and she knew clean when she saw it. The launch precise, the body controlled, the landing absorbed through the legs with the balanced authority of a professional doing what he'd spent 10 years learning to do. The crowd roared. The sound hit her in the chest and traveled through the concrete and came out the other side. And for 1 second, she understood what Cash had spent 9 years living inside. The enormous communal confirmation that you exist and you matter, and the whole arena knows your name. Then the second passed, and Rayne sat in her seat and watched Cash ride the deceleration lane and pull into the staging area and take off his helmet, and she felt something simpler and more durable than the crowd's roar. Pride. Not the pride of possession. The pride of watching someone you love do something difficult and beautiful and real. And knowing that when the lights came down and the arena emptied and the noise faded to the mechanical hum of the ventilation system, he would find her in section 112. And the first thing he'd say would have nothing to do with the trick. He found her in the concourse 20 minutes later, bag on his shoulder, hair damp from the shower, his face carrying the residual heat of exertion and the calm that followed it. "How was it?" she said. "Clean, good crowd. Trey gives you an 8. Preemptive. I'll take it. That's the highest score he's given me since September. He's a tough grader. He learned it from you." They walked through the concourse together, past the merchandise tables and the sponsor banners and the lingering fans who recognized Cash and called his name. Cash waved, signed 2 programs, took a photo with a kid in a helmet, and then they were through the tunnel and into the parking lot. And the October night was cool and wide, and the stars were out, and the arena was behind them, shrinking in the rear view. "You okay?" Cash said in the rental car. "I'm good." "You looked comfortable in there." "I was comfortable. It's loud and big, and it smells like motor oil and overpriced food, and I'd rather be on a trail. But I was comfortable. Because I wasn't there for the show. I was there for you. And you're the same person in the arena that you are at the barn at 6 in the morning. Just louder." Cash smiled. She watched the smile happen in the dashboard light, unguarded and real. And she reached across the console and put her hand on his knee and felt the day close around them, contained and certain. They flew home Sunday morning. The landing in Atlanta, the 4-hour drive south, the interstate giving way to county roads, giving way to the fire road, with the pines closing in overhead and the red clay familiar beneath the tires. Cash drove. Rayne sat in the passenger seat with the window down and the October air coming through, cooler than August, carrying the first gold of fall in the sweetgum leaves and the smell of pine and clay and home. They pulled onto the Greer property at 4 in the afternoon. The barn was open. Trey was there, His cast replaced by a walking boot, clipboard in hand, running a Sunday walkthrough with Jason and Brian and Aaliyah, all four of them on the beginner loop, checking flags. "How was Dallas?" Trey called from the gate. "Clean," Cash said. "8? You tell me. You're the grader." "I'll review the footage. Preliminary 8 stands pending analysis." Cash parked the truck and walked to the barn and started unpacking his gear, and Rayne stood by the truck and watched him move through the space with the ease of a man returning to the center of his life after a trip to the edge of it. He hung his helmet on the hook beside the progression chart and the spur, the three objects side by side on the barn wall: the gear, the structure, the roots. She walked to the Wildwind border where the properties met at the creek. The water was low, running clear over the stones she and Luis had placed in the spring. The pines were tall on both sides, and through them she could see the Greer pasture on one side and her father's pasture on the other. And the two properties lay side by side in the afternoon light, connected by a creek and a trail and a program and the daily accumulation of mornings. Cash came up behind her. She heard his boots on the trail before she felt his hand on her shoulder. "You want to ride?" he said. "The trail or the bikes?" "The trail. Horses. The back country before it gets dark." "Yeah," she said. "I want to ride." They saddled up at Wildwind and rode out through the upper pasture and into the pines, the horses moving easy on the trail, the fall light slanting gold through the canopy. Cash rode beside her, his seat settled and natural, the rider he'd become over the summer, comfortable on a horse in a way the showman never would have attempted. The trail opened onto the ridge where they'd stood in August and set their terms, and they rode through it without stopping, because the ridge was behind them now, and the trail continued, and the continuing was the point. The country spread out below them in the late light, green and gold and quiet. Sweetgum in the distance, the steeple and the rooftops and the square. The Greer land to the east, the barn and the pasture and the markers standing in their line. Wildwind to the west, her father's porch and the horses and the life she'd chosen to keep. Cash stopped his horse. Rayne pulled up beside him. He was looking at the view, both properties visible below, the creek running between them, the two halves of the life they'd built side by side in the fading light. "Rayne?" "Yeah. I don't have a ring. I didn't plan this. I'm not performing anything." He looked at her. "But I'm sitting on a horse on a ridge in October, looking at everything I want, and all of it is right here, and I don't want to wait for a better moment, because there isn't going to be a better moment than this. Cash, marry me, not because of the show or the crowd or the summer, because of the mornings. Because I want to make your coffee and walk your course and argue about creek gravel with you for the rest of my life." Rayne looked at him. He was sitting on a borrowed horse with no ring and no rehearsal, and the fall light on his face, and the asking was plain and unpolished and entirely without audience, and it was the most honest sentence he'd ever spoken. And she knew it because she could feel it in her chest, warm and solid, settling into the place where the last of her caution had been living, and the caution stepped aside and the answer walked through. "Yes," she said. "Yeah?" "Yes, Cash. That's a yes." He leaned across the gap between the horses and kissed her, and the kiss was awkward because horses don't hold still for romantic gestures, and his mare sidestepped and Rayne laughed against his mouth, and the laughing was better than the kiss, and the kiss was good. "We should tell Trey," she said. "He'll upgrade my score. He'll demand to be the best man. He'll demand to coordinate the logistics." Same thing in his mind. They sat on the ridge for another minute, the horses patient beneath them, the view open and unbroken. Then Rayne gathered her reins and turned her horse toward the trail. "Come on," she said. "Let's go home." Cash kept pace beside her, and the riding was unhurried and real. Two people on two horses on a trail in the country at the end of an October day, and the arena was 1,000 miles behind them, and the next one was weeks away, and the space between was theirs. Every morning, every coffee, every flag checked and stone placed and kid coached, the ordinary work of a life built on ground that knew their names. The noise was gone, the quiet held, and the quiet was enough. This concludes Home Stretch, an African-American sweet romance novel written by Imani Price, narrated by Shatrice Williams and Michael Evans. Thank you so much for listening. To keep up with Imani's upcoming books, please subscribe to this YouTube channel and join her mailing list at imaniprice.com. Note from the author: if you especially enjoy my stories, please consider purchasing my books, which are available at all major retailers. You can also support my work here on YouTube by becoming a channel member through the Join button or by sending a super thanks by clicking on Thanks. Your support helps me continue offering these stories for free. Thank you again, and I truly hope you enjoyed this story.